Hello, welcome to the Velocity Racing League Bathurst 1000. Okay, so we had a slight issue that delayed this start by about 15 minutes or so. Appreciate your patience in the meantime. Yeah, thanks very much for joining us. There was a problem with setups and ride height being too low for some drivers. With the way the grid is, it's not flat, and Assetto Corsa as well is a bit weird sometimes. But I think we're ready to go now for the premiere event. So, I have got in the commentary box with me, not Nicholas Gregg, because he's muted, Jack Callister.
No, we are here. We'll just mute and
There
wait
we
for
are.
you to start. Hello.
Okay.
Hello, everybody watching the stream. Thank you for joining us.
We're all good now. I'll quickly just run you through our circuit. This is it. Mount Panorama Circuit. 23 corners, 6.213 kilometres. There's an elevation change of 174 metres from top to bottom. The steepest gradient is a 1 in 6.13, which is about that on the exit of the cutting and going back down the mountain as well. Just quickly take a look at our championship standings on the way into this, because remember, this is a championship round. Chris Refalo leading the way by a fair way on 2,328 points. He's pretty much got that championship wrapped up, but there's still going to be a close battle for second position. Here's the team standings. So Project 4 Holden currently leading that, but there's 900 team points on offer for this race. So HKS B and H Racing could well take that back. We're almost ready for a start. Finally.
It's been slightly climatic, but we've finally got it sorted.
Oh, it's been absolute mayhem. We appreciate you sticking around with us over this delayed start. But we're now 20 seconds away from the start of the Velocity Racing League Bathurst 1000 for 2021. Hopefully your teammate can sort out his
He's fine. I think he's fine now.
issues.
I'm pretty sure it's just joining the server.
It's now down to 60. Hello, stream.
Yeah,
I've been talking to my co-driver.
Oh, here we go. Last run, but not on. Riley's line.
And we're away, and the car kicked out sideways for Bernie Russley. It looks like Rath's got the better start. I think it's Barton in that car, actually, as they come down into the first corner. And all staying mostly clean.
No, Jack!
Meredith.
Oh, no.
He went into the side of, I think that might have been Macca.
Yep,
So
Macca's dropped down the field, down in last.
So that battle
Jack tells me
continues
his
on.
screen was freaking out at the start. Geez, big angry pack up into turn 2. Oh, they're running each other wide, but I think they're all just about going to make it through.
Oh, it's only 3 wide coming to the cutting.
Anyone going to get done? Nah, they all seem to be behaving now. They should just about all file into line now as they come across the top of the mountain. So yeah, apparently Meredith was having a couple game freezes at the start. Now it's okay.
Okay. Well, he currently sits in 10th. Macca's now down at the back and has to work his way up through the field again. It is Dietmar Rath leading as they come down towards the dipper. Then it's Barton, Munro, Cicluna, Slow, Mello, Murdock, Turner, Donnelly, Meredith, Dundalk, Richards and Macca. Now, we had at that incident, but no safety car on the first lap, which is the best thing you could ask for.
Well, best thing for Rath, look at him. Skipping away from the rest of the field. Pulled a massive gap. As everybody else was arguing through the first few turns of the lap. So Rath is going to come round. to finish off the first lap of 161.
He's already pulled a 2.8 gap.
Yeah, no, he's flying. Everyone else is having an argument.
This is Munro looking down the inside of Dylan Barton for second position. They're going to be side by side as they come onto the pit straight.
There's a bit of a bottleneck here. Coming down into turn 1. He's still going to be looking for the move. Can Munro pull it off?
Cyclone is there as well. He's had a great start. He's up to 4th. Might be looking against even more positions.
Yeah, done really well. It's an angry battle pack here. They're letting Russ skip away, but I doubt they really care about that much right now. All line astern, tucking into the slipstream. Thinking about where to place the car into turn 2. Forward pulls out.
Is that slow on Cyclona? I think he had a bit of a look into Griffin's bend.
He was looking and he was nearly there. I think it was an almost move. That did not quite happen.
Oh, Mello slipped past Murdock coming through the cutting, which is a brave move at any time in the race, especially at the start.
Oh, make up positions while everyone's nice and close.
Very nice.
They'll probably fan out a bit, so...
That's going to do wonders for the whole race, because we've seen Murdock, he's had running that 5 rear wing, which gets you nearly 300 k's on the straight. It's so hard to pass.
Yep, that's exactly right. Oh no, wide. And the grass is so bumpy there, you really have to be quite careful. It drags the car out, which is kind of what we saw happen to Meredith in the top 10 shootout last night. That grass really drags the car and bounces it around, so gotta be careful doing that.
Past
that was a nice move.
Don't come on straight for the second time. Still pretty close together, apart from this man, of course. Here comes the rest of the field by the camera. So that's Meredith effectively on the back of that kind of main train.
Munro into second.
Battle up the front here.
Through the chase, Cyclone's there as well. Barton's actually dropped 2 positions.
Yeah, he must have fumbled up the chase a bit.
Cyclone just kept his nose in there. Now they're side by side as they cross the line, start the 3rd lap.
Gonna get 2 positions down into 1.
Yeah, Cyclone, it looks like he'll get this move done, but might compromise his exit into turn 1. There's a bit of contact there. Munro goes wide.
Munro's been shafted, which he really can't afford right now.
And he loses a lot of positions because of that. Slips in behind Murdock. That's his 7th.
He even might be vulnerable to Meredith, depending on how his straight line speed is. Yeah, he defends, he knows it. There you go. And Meredith's gonna... Oh no, okay, he's gonna behave. I was like, no, Meredith.
Yeah, I bet you were worried.
He behaves himself, good man. There you go, on board with the bloke now. Up into the cutting, through the trees. They're all still so close.
Yeah, it's been awesome. This whole top 10 still.
Bit of a slide from Jack there. Looks like he's just... Doesn't look like he's quite comfortable yet, Jack Meredith. Maybe been unnerved a bit by the joining dramas with his computer and internet. That's what the leader. He's just flying. Everyone else is battling. There's a crash.
Huge crash.
Crash.
Oh, there's a car around.
Oh, there's cars everywhere.
So that's Murdock, I think Munro's backwards coming down the hill. That was Matthew Richards running across. So Murdock and Munro are the main victims in that. There was a car flying through the air. That didn't look pretty. And Richards has got major suspension damage.
Yeah. Oh, look at the wheel. Look at the front. Look at the front right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, do it.
Oh no, they've come together because he just had no steering arm at all. Is this a safety car? Surely.
Are you serious? I set that up. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Has the safety car been called, Xavier? Do we know?
Yeah, it will be. Hang on.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Thank you. It's just issue. Yeah. No, never mind. So there we go. There will be a safety car for this apparently. Because yeah, massive accident. Jack was saying it was caused by lag. I'm not sure whether that was his lag or other people were lagging.
Well, I can tell you now that Cyclona's leading the race.
Has Zeke Marath come into the pits to...
hang on.
So
has he made a mistake?
Rath is 3rd.
Hey? How's Ralph on that? What's happened? Struth, everything's just blown up. Well, there's the safety car. There you go.
All right, well.
So safety car has been called. There you are. Lap 4. All filing behind. So big damage on a couple cars. We saw the front right of the Richards car, I believe it was.
One second.
The VF Commodore was really quite bad, the damage. The wheel was like almost turning full left by the looks of things. Nick, have you got any more insight that nothing interesting.
Confidential.
Yeah, I was about nothing spring sort of meant. Yeah, right, got it.
Well, last race I came on here and I talked about my strategy halfway through, and then our rivals were like, that's not a bad idea. I was like,
oh dear.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we were looking at Wrath coming through the S's, and then I hear, because I have my TeamSpeak open with Jack Meredith on there, and I hear him go, "Whoa, massive crash due to lag," is what he says, and so that's when I started saying the Sharp, and then we kind of saw the aftermath of it. Big damage on some cars. Meredith said he had a small bit of body damage, but there shouldn't be any drama, so he must have just made light contact with another car, because it was fine, it wasn't that bad.
There's been 2 driver swaps in this safety car period. Yeah. Gus Super now in the car, and Josh Hill also in the car. He's waiting the pits to come out.
Yep, the 2 cars that we saw with a big crash, or big damage I should say.
Yeah, Chris Monroe, who was involved in that crash, he is still in the car. I think he came into the pits to fix damage.
Did he? Yeah, right. That would make sense. So the safety car will run around a little bit.
I think I'm hearing in my ear that Cyclona may have passed Wrath under safety car, but I'm not sure. Oh, did you hear the safety car, Jack? The call? So I did. Oh, it's just me. Hello, stream. And there's the pass to the lead. Yep, Cyclona give him that position that he made when the safety car came out. So it's still awesome games for Cyclona. He started P6, I think it was, and now he's up to P2. He made two positions on the start and then got a couple more. Now he's into 2nd place with Dietmar right in front of him. Dietmar's massive, I think about 6-second gap he pulled after about 3 laps now diminishes. And they'll be starting right next to each other.
Yep. Hello, Nick. It sounded like there was a bit of an issue with the safety car being called, and some drivers were a bit confused, so that might be why Wrath was a little bit.
Did you hear the safety car being called in TeamSpeak?
Me, I didn't know. No.
Yeah, I didn't.
So yeah, well that's probably why then, because Jack was saying he didn't even know there was one until the main straight, and it got called, down Conrod or so. So yeah, that would explain the sort of weirdness we saw as the cars following behind the safety car. And yeah, Jack was just repeating to me, a little bit of damage, but it's okay.
Yeah, a bit of body damage is going to make barely a difference. Once you get suspension damage though, it makes everything harder. Even the tiniest bit of suspension damage around this place, you think you can live with it, but going across the top of the hill, it's absolutely horrible, and all your instincts are thrown out the window.
It's really bad.
It's a completely different beast to try and handle across the top of the mountain.
Yeah, it's such a sort of one racing line kind of place.
Remember last year, when I got suspension damage, one of the 3 times I think, it was just very light, but thankfully it was a couple laps before I was meant to pit, so I just did them couple laps, but they were a lot slower.
It really throws you off.
It's so much.
So I think is that everyone folding behind the safety car now?
Hill's coming around T1 right now, and
yeah,
he'll slot into 13th place.
Camera. Cool. There we go. So all the drivers now sorted after that big crash. So we still don't know what caused it. I have Jack Meredith telling me that there was lag. I don't know if that's lag on his end or if another car was lagging. I'm not sure. That's just what I heard him blurt out on TeamSpeak. So yeah, something causing an accident. Those cars were very close together and all looking hungry to get past. Bit of a bottleneck. They were it was a bit of a bottleneck that they were kind of creating themselves.
Yeah.
Because one car will be slightly sold, that will then get overtaken. Then another overtake would happen and just worsen the situation. So
Yeah.
it had a bit of a sense of
That's
someone
good.
was about to get done.
Cool. Yeah. Turner still in P7. He's done well.
Gee, yeah, no, that's a good effort. Good effort.
Meredith's got past him. I wonder if there's any team orders there.
No, we're not teammates anymore. Oh no, we're teammates for Turner, but not Riley.
Yeah.
I don't know if there would be or not.
Meredith's managed to scour his way up to P6. Behind Mello. Oh god.
Safety car in this lap. Sorry, I thought I was going to get some insight, but nah.
Yep.
So safety car in this lap just got called on over on TeamSpeak.
And we're going to resume here at Bathurst. It's 3
Look
PM Australian Eastern Standard Time.
Look at everyone bunch up. Eager to get away. So Ralph controls the field. He holds the field at about 80 kilometers an hour.
Yep.
And they'll crawl around.
So too. Yep. Down Conrod.
Someone's weaving there. I'm not sure if you're allowed. I'm pretty sure you are allowed to weave, but I never do.
I always weave, but I know it doesn't actually do that much.
Yeah.
Murdock given the call, so he now controls the field and he can race when he desires. And he's gone, has he? Yes,
He's gone already. Second there in the chase. He's dropped the field. Check it out.
Yep.
What
He's got everyone napping. Cycluna has jumped okay, but the gap between Cycluna and Barton 1.5 seconds already made up.
Cycluna was on it. No one else was prepared for that. Look at the gap already. So Ratha's, literally almost nailed it. Probably couldn't have done any better if he tried.
Yeah, that was great.
He's already got the gap back that he lost. Yeah, that's impressive. You've done well.
So Dietmar Rath, he still holds the lead, leading since lap 1. Cycluna is quite close behind him though.
It actually looks like he went better through turn 1.
I wonder if Cycluna has the pace advantage over him. Because Dietmar just did get away early, so we didn't have enough time to compare the pace. Everyone was battling in the midfield.
Yeah, they're all having a big fight.
It looks like it might resume here.
It might. Everyone's kind of like a little spaced out for now. Here we go. Field will run past us. It's that pack of 4 or 5 cars that's going to make you nervous. All this back really.
Yep.
It's a couple of
whole field
there. There's a couple of driver changes that happen.
Yep. Thanks very much for covering it.
That's okay.
No worries at all.
I don't think we expected to see Chris Munro and Ross Macker at 10th and 11th. Very quick.
Or Munro for that matter.
Yeah.
Early in the race at least.
Yeah, that is. I'm happy that he's still in the race. And I'm sure both these drivers would like to get back to the front, but if they get caught battling each other, that's not going to help much.
It will not. Oh, look at this! Wow, okay, so Cyclona's got some serious pace at the moment in that Ford Mustang.
I think he's eager to get past Ralph as quickly as possible.
We'll have a look into Forest Elbow. Ralph has to run a defensive line. He runs it narrow.
Cyclone goes for the exit.
No.
Bit of wheel spin. If he didn't get that, he might have a look into the chase. I'm not sure now.
He would have. He just let it up on the exit.
Safety car stayed out so long that time because we were just trying to sort out the race order and catch our breath a little bit as well. So I just needed an extra lap to make sure everything was ready.
PP filter.
Yeah, we've got the gods looking down on Wrath right now. There we go.
Yeah. You saw Cyclone.
Looking to the inside. Wrath gives into space. Respectful driving between these two. Almost in the grass, Wrath was. There we go. Cyclone just has to back down.
Yeah, I was going to say, looking on board from Dietmar, I saw Cyclone. He just lifted off into the chase, not too eager to send the move on. But I wasn't expecting him to send it at Murray's corner. That was very aggressive.
Which is really hard to do. It's so easy to lock a wheel there. It's really hard to explain unless you've driven it yourself. It's so easy to lock a wheel. Lock a front left or a front right coming down into Murray's. So, gotta be a bit brave to put that move on. So yeah, Cyclona by the looks of things has some serious pace. There's a bit of a battle going down on here. Almost 3-1 by the looks of things coming up into turn 2.
It's Macca, Donnelly and Munro. Does Munro have been looked up the inside of Donnelly? Yes, he does. Does he get the move done before the cutting? Yes, he does.
Yep, in front.
Very quick pass.
There you go, we're actually on board with Donnelly here in that Ford Falcon. So they come up, start climbing the mountain, and continue the climb. Yeah, a bit of wheel spin for Donnelly there. Just as they come out of the cutting, that turn there is probably my favourite on the entire circuit. I love it. So these two, will they work together? That's the question.
I don't think there's going to be any working together.
Will they work together to try move each other up through the field? Or are they just going to absolutely go to town the second they can?
Cyclona started from 6th on the way. Always seems to catch right up going over the top of the mountain.
Bit of a better exit this time.
Yeah, he didn't get wheel spin on second gear. We'll tuck firmly into the slipstream of Raft. He'll absolutely be having a look down into the chase. He's getting some monster pace from the toe there. One of a few places where it makes a real difference. He's not going to do it. I think Raft actually ran it different.
Yeah, he did go.
He's off.
Into the grass. He comes back on, but Cyclona into the lead.
Cyclona firmly in the lead. He's going to be vulnerable to the second car now, the Burton car. He's going to be looking down in the Murrays. On the brakes.
Down the inside. D-Man will still have some dirt on his tyres. It's Barton up to second, but Rath, good run. Across the line.
He's going back out of that one. Probably doesn't want to continue the battle because there's another car right behind him. It was a Ford Falcon, I believe, by the looks of this. Yeah, it was.
So the safety car not doing well for Dietmar Rath. He was in first by come to... Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Meredith Mello side by side.
Our teammates, Nick Gregg and I, that
yeah.
So Jack
should I call this one from an unbiased point of view, should I?
Get an unbiased commentary.
There you are. Meredith up the inside makes a pretty nice move down at Griffin's Bend and stay in 5th place.
Jack just on TeamSpeak goes, oh hell yeah. He pulls it in front and just shouts, oh hell yeah.
Yep, so Meredith started 10th after P5.
Yeah, he's done well.
Yeah.
What was expected, although the start was a bit sketchy. We didn't really get a good look at it, but it at least looked like he just lit up the rears and walked Macca. I think it was Macca. So these two leaving each other alone for now.
Yeah, they got a 1.6 second gap to Noah Denduk up in front.
Well, because that will be the smart thing to do for these two, not battle each other.
Yeah.
Pull each other back up to sort of, you know, the kind of Meredith slow area there, you know, sort of back of the podium. Or not, because Munro's... Arno's going to... Yeah, no. I bet you these two are working together, that's what they're doing. Because he backed out of it there, he came off. He had a lot more pace, and Munro, that is, had a lot more pace and backed out of it. So, that'll be the smart thing to do for these two. Don't fight each other, get back to kind of the back of the podium, and then restart your fight.
Yeah. I tell you what, Daniel Cyclona, who's just taken the lead this lap, purple sector 1, purple sector 2.
Wow, he's
So
flying.
he is absolutely flying out in front.
He's been unleashed.
Oh, and John Slow, he's lost position to Meredith, and now looks like Mello will get him around the outside, possibly. No.
Oh, jeez. Maybe a little bit nervous.
Yeah, he had to go as late as he could.
Yeah, he was battling to stop that. So Meredith has taken him a couple laps to get settled in, and a safety car, mind you. But he seems to be performing now.
Slow touches that curb there. You don't really want to touch the inside curb. It makes the car so unsettled.
Jack Meredith in TeamSpeak just goes, there's no way that Spivey's car's leading this race.
Mello with a slipstream. He goes to the inside. Griffin's Bend. Down the inside. Has the favourable line. Bit of contact, but he gets past.
Yeah.
Racing hard so early on, these lot, aren't they?
It's a good battle though, I'm not complaining, it's a good watch.
It has been very good.
And it's what I wanted. I'm not even really too sort of tossed about the championship or even where I finish. I just want a good race, really.
I just realised I'm going to have to get in this car and I can't watch all this stuff.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
On board with Chris Munro coming over the top of the mountain. Did Macca...
Macca did slightly hit the wall there.
yeah.
The live timing things are quite helpful for that, knowing a bit with the wall.
Oh,
I
yeah.
got that up.
Good point.
Yeah. And Hills made his way past Donnelly over the top of the mountain. Mellow purple sector 2. Oh.
Putting it fast. Wow. Fairly quick lap. Oh, that
He's right on the back
is
of Murdock.
slow.
Well, now Turner on to slow.
Yep. Slow
Turner
Turner
up-
trading positions.
Turner up to 6th now. Great drive from him so far.
I can't look away from this second screen of mine where I've just got other gods looking down on this battle. There's a couple smaller battles for me. You've got those cars just behind, these two right here. Mello and Meredith are quite close to each other up ahead. On slow looking down the inside. Into turn 2.
Oh, he's pushed Turner out wide.
Yep.
Oh,
no! Partial wheel spin on the exit. He kept it off the wall to his credit. Macca
Great
into the
save.
wall. Macca into the wall.
there. I wonder how bad that was. Can we go on board to check if he has suspension damage?
Find the steering wheel. There it is. Seems
Got
okay,
away.
but sometimes it can be really sort of not detrimental. Have a look.
I think he's okay.
Yeah, it seems okay to me. He'll be lucky if he's gotten away with that because it looked like fairly.
Yeah,
good.
it looks like the front left of the car took
hang
quite
on.
a hefty impact.
It's really hard to tell until you get to kind of Conrod, because everywhere else you're sort of kind of turning a bit.
And in that process of that small crash, Munro slipped past him,
Yeah,
and now he's on the back of Noah.
I just saw in the background. I saw him very wide, and I was like, "Oh, is he going to hit the wall?" And then yeah, sure enough, he hit it. So we'll see what Macca does if he stays out. Dropped off a little bit. Munro looking on the back of the Hot Wheels Mustang.
It's going to go to the inside.
Jeez.
Yes, he is.
Mega pace. That's a brave move to put on this early. Gets the
Gets to
curb.
the curb. Noah's done well though to pull it back in front.
Oh!
Oh, he's cooked it.
Oh,
no!
Oh, he's taken it
No,
out.
Munro's off.
Yeah, that was looking ugly for a little while there.
Oh, that's such a shame.
Side by side through the chase was never going to be nice. Then Noah having to...
Oh, wow.
Oh my god. That was... Probably was
Bit
called
of a
that a dangerous
scary
entry. But
Yeah.
yeah. And then, yeah, Noah got up on the curb in the middle of the chase and it just unsettled the car, I reckon. And then because his exit speed would have been slower, I think Munro's hit him. And then kind of finished himself off.
His slow
So, drama at
Turner
the back of the grid.
Slow Turner once again.
Yeah, Turner now looking...
The roles have switched.
Yep. These two won't leave each other alone.
Looks like Turner is just going to back out of that. It's a bit far back.
Slow was wide though, so it'll incentivise Turner to keep pushing.
Tell you what, the gap to the lead has come down a bit as well. It's about a 1 second gap between Cyclone and Barton.
Might all be settling down now.
In lap 11, we expect the first, well not the first pit stops, but you know, the first, how do I say?
Stops needed because you're running out of fuel.
Yeah,
Normal
At a-
stop.
at around lap 23, safety car could extend that.
Yeah, you'd probably probably expected to be about a lap or two if you did like some mega fuel saving later. Oh, here we go. We've actually got a replay. This is perfect. So Munro gets the curb and the entrance to the chase. Noah runs a defensive line and he's so narrow he picks up the curb. And I reckon the curb slowed him down. And then Munro's then come into contact with Noah because he was slower, and Munro's come far, far worse off.
Yeah.
So plenty of drama in like the first stint of Bathurst. Yeah, Munro will be on a march now.
Doors in front of Super before the chase. He'll be happy about that.
Yeah, don't want to repeat. Yeah, Gus would have backed out of that. I probably would have done the same, honestly. But no, yeah, buddy, you can have it. Go for it. Oh, here we go. We've got the
That's
the
super,
camera.
man.
That's super. We have the gods looking down on him, racing hard. Shav, can we go to Meredith at some point soon?
Yeah, there's a close battle for third.
He says
Meredith and Miller.
he says he might be able to put a move on into the chase.
Look at Miller right on the rear of him.
Apparently he's catching a lot. So Meredith is convinced that Wrath must either have damage or his confidence has just been knocked around a lot. But he reckons there's something not quite right. Because even Meredith has been catching Wrath at sort of quite a big rate. That's what he was telling me earlier. And he reckons Mello's gone conservative at the moment. Nick, can we get a confirmation on that?
No.
Worth a shot. Meredith tells me or not. Apparently Wrath has gone over the mountain better than... Oh no! Meredith's overcooked it!
Also is Mello. Mello's got the wall.
Did he actually grab the wall? Yeah, Mello, yeah, no, that's actually probably one of the things Mello does. I don't want to say worst, that's like too harsh, but you know what I mean, like, it's one of his sore points is he's often quite susceptible to following the car in front.
G is just a safety car driver, I'm going to get rid of that.
So, there you go, that potential battle's kind of fizzled out now, as Wrath had a better run over the mountain than Meredith anticipated, and then Meredith and Mello kind of neutralised each other. Is this gap coming down at the front here?
I think it is a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like it. Just
Not really getting within striking distance.
Yeah, not yet. Still a little while off that. But certainly something to keep an eye on, that's for sure. Everyone's finally seems to have found themselves in space. Taking a little while longer than you would have thought, but... Jeez. It's sideways there for the VF Commodore. Munro on his march. So your closest gap is still, what, turn to slow, I believe.
Donovan Hills.
Oh, Donovan Hills now. Yep.
Closing pretty rapidly. Look at him up in the slipstream there.
Yeah, it looked like Hill had a rubbish run through the final turn, I think I saw. So he's run defensive.
Covered turner with a curb sector 3 in that lap.
Jeez, really?
Yep.
Struth. Gosh, yeah. Oh, a little bit of a moment there for Donnelly. I think he might have just grazed the wall. Oh, jeez. He's moving around a lot. Is he okay? Yeah, seems to be alright now. He's had a bit of a rubbish run out of the cutting. Seemed quite unnerved for a couple turns there, but got it under control. All good. Down in 11th currently, but still a long race to go. Still not even near the first pit stops yet. First, like, regular pit stops.
Race has barely even started.
Yeah, pretty much. Gee, was that Hill sideways again? Ooh. Oh, geez, Donnelly clips the wall. Can't get away with doing that too often. Damage is on... Oh my god! I thought he was about to hit the wall again. I'm like, geez, back off! So damage is on, what, about 60%, I believe it is? Is that Bathurst?
65.
5%, there you go. So, yeah, a fair bit lower than 100%, but you really can't get away with a lot still. Like, even with the damage kind of at 65%, you can't get away with too much, really, a lot of the time. Yeah, everybody's...
It's not quite the nuke from last year, but anyway.
Another explosion.
Here's Macca on Turner. It's always the way. My computer's been running pretty well all week, and then there's all of these little freezes happening every so often.
Macca's on a bit of his own march too.
Turner was out of shape there, coming out of grip.
He's got a mega run for it. Oh, no way. Jeez, I think both drivers kind of hesitated there for a second. They're side by side actually coming up into the cutting. Turner, I was just about to say, Turner will likely try and back off. I think both drivers kind of hesitated. They both seemed to back off for a second, then they both got back on it. So there you go, they've sorted each other out. Macca up into 7th position. Okay, everything's calmed down. I was just chatting to Jack about fuel strategy and pit stop strategy, so it's all good. We're getting that sorted.
And can I have some more details in that chat?
No, you cannot. That is as much as I'm willing to give. Just turn it wide at the exit of front.
Yeah, touched the wall there.
Yep, instantly saw that. Munro with a late dive, or move really, looking at the forest elbow. Josh Hill really wide, and that'll pretty much open the door for Munro to come past.
Yeah, that should be an easy move.
Job done. All over.
Back to 10th for Chris Monroe.
Unless Josh Hill decides to be a madman and tuck back into the slipstream and have a look into the chase, though I highly doubt it.
Oh, Josh Hill, I know from this season, is the conservative one. He'll sit there all race and just good strategy, and he'll nab you at the end with his consistency.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Yeah.
Quite a good driver.
Very good, very underrated.
Improved a lot, actually, I think is a big thing for him. He's been with us for, what, year plus now, or whatever it's been. And yeah, really quite improved a lot. Maybe we're going to replay a turn up. Just had a little moment. The hill kind of transitions there from as if it was giving you more grip to giving you less grip, and you just slightly lost it. Both drivers kind of hesitating a little bit, and Macca really gets in with the cutting.
And both drivers playing that safe. Turner's hugging the inside on Macca going as wide as he can.
Yeah.
You don't want to be...
Yeah, you know, you don't want to just throw yourself into the wall 15 laps into 161.
Yeah, Jody, we've got...
Nash Murdock is in the chat. Let's unmute him so he says, you got anything to say, Nash?
Not really, but just been watching how the car's been going, and yeah, got unlucky in the safety car.
Oh, in the wall,
incident.
Donnelly in the wall.
Oi, big slide.
That was a pretty big hit.
He had a moment there last lap too, so just perhaps not quite finding the right line through there yet.
Sorry, cut you off, Nash.
Well, good. I'm just like, what literally got killed by a lag spike at the top of the hill, and that's what caused the safety car.
So I lost lag. There you go then. That's
Yeah,
what
I
Meredith
did
said
see.
on TeamSpeak. Oh, Josh here with a massive moment at the dipper. He's still having a moment. He gets.
How did he keep that car out the wall?
Gonna be
He
side
was
by
trying to
side.
be a drifter.
Do they give each other
Wow,
space?
side by side through there. They've managed to both keep it out the wall.
Donnelly was a bit sideways. Josh just going to keep the position, though Donnelly's right there looking for a move. Around the outside, coming onto the Conrod straight. Oh, Streeth.
This is very interesting, like, just seeing this.
Yeah, Donnelly's going to be looking at the move. He's going to... No way. Oh, you madman.
Down the inside of the chase.
Give me a room. Smart
Side
man
by
just gonna
side.
hold around the outside.
He's gone too deep. No, he hasn't.
Is he going to be able to close in front? Oh,
This is going to be a another move to you.
Oh, they're so close. Josh Hill having to run a very defensive line into Murray's. Do both drivers get pulled up? Yes, just about. Donnelly looking for the switch back. Oh no, I was just about to say he might just have it, but he gets a bucketload of wheel spin on the exit in top of second gear. There we go. That's put just a little bit of a gap, just a little bit of breathing room for Josh Hill there up in front. Geez, Donnelly's sliding all over the place. Probably should sort of back off a little bit for about a lap or so. Just sort of, get his head right and then go for it again. So here we go, here's the move at the moment.
It looked like he tapped the wall.
Yeah, I think he might have. It was a massive moment. Donnelly has his own moment on the third to second gear change. And both drivers side by side into Forest Elbow, but Josh Hill pulls in front as Donnelly went to go behind. Here we are back at live pictures. So Munro now.
Yeah, just seeing all these little battles kicking around. This is my other car, teammate's car.
It's been a good race so far, Murdock.
Yeah, it's been interesting watching this. Seeing my teammate's car out here dealing with like Monroe and all that, and doing quite well keeping them off.
He's doing quite well. Great effort.
Yeah, it's really been an entertaining race so far.
Yeah, so we got Noah to join the team for Bathurst, and yeah, he's been pretty good at all these for his stint so far.
It was a brilliant move by Munro there in the Forest Elbow. Shot it down the inside. Noah, we were on board, but quite probably would have given him some room. Just allowed him to come through cleanly. You don't need to crash on purpose yet.
I don't think they want to repeat again.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, I will state from that little incident with me and Monroe at the top of the hill. It's really weird seeing like another steering wheel inside your car.
Wow, that bad? We weren't actually looking at the time. We were looking at Rath, who was a little bit up the road, so we didn't actually see the crash. We kind of only caught the aftermath.
Yeah, it was like I saw that, and then I saw Hill's car back slowing down the hill. I was like, oh no, because I got a little bit of damage. I was like, this ain't good.
Just like knowing. So Macca will now be hunting down John Slow. 2 FGX Falcons. Both cars looking pretty good, I reckon.
Two leaders have put quite a gap on the rest of the field. Cycluna and Barton. Demo Rath, who was our leader for the safety car, is now 6 seconds, a bit over 6 behind Dylan Barton.
Yeah, Meredith wasn't convinced of Rath's pace, but it kind of seems to have all settled down a bit now, so
yeah.
Maybe it was just a bit of a shaken nerves kind of thing.
You would if you get pain.
If it was anything.
Matty Richards in the chat just saying, went to go around you, and I assume that's Nash. You glitched back into the other side of the track. Worst place for netcode. So
yeah, probably is.
Keep an eye on Macca here, come down to the chase. He won't put a move on, he'll have a look.
About 290 about here and under brakes.
I know he's having a big look. Yeah, not quite going to do it. Both drivers get through. Macca with a lot of pace over John Slow. Bit of a matter of time thing. Keeps looking, kids putting the car out just like, hey, I'm here. Keep your eyes on me, not what's ahead. Make my life a bit easier. So you should get it done relatively soon, you would think.
I've just been having a look at the times everyone's setting, and there's really 3 fast cars out there: Cycluna, Barton, and Munro, who's down in 9th. So I think Munro's definitely one to look out for to be challenging for the win in this race.
Yeah,
if he can get back through the field.
He almost certainly will.
Absolutely great pace. As he just set the fastest lap, last lap, 209.27.
Yeah, Monroe's now looking down Turner now. Next car on his radar.
It's the next person in his gun sights.
Yeah, I've just got confirmation I'm about to get back in the car in 10 laps.
Well, there you go. So John Slow was slow through the. It's unfortunate.
Was that on purpose?
No, it was not.
That was a very poor joke.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a joke. No, I said, "Oh, that's unfortunate," because I only just sort of clicked as I said it. John Slow wasn't as fast. There we go.
I think
Through
Donnelly
turn
hit the
two.
wall.
Donnelly again, he's just sideways all the time. So
Yeah, I was looking at the map and I just saw his dot go from being up near hill all the way back now where Super is.
yeah, but it was down in
Right
last
hand
now,
down.
'cause-
Have a look.
Oh yeah,
Oh, he's got steering damage, possibly.
Yeah,
so properly hit the wall.
cuts the S's. I presume that means he'll be coming to the pits this lap.
Well, when it's that bad, absolutely. You really can't get away with a lot of steering damage. Once there's a little bit, you kind of have to come in. Really, you don't have much of a choice.
Yep, suspension damage on that car.
That's well done. Munro does turn up. So down to the chase by the looks of things.
I think a lot of people are just going to let Monroe through because they don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, which is kind of understandable. When he's got that much pace, you're far better off just sort of letting him go past, not you slowing down yourself, trying to battle him. So this is still Macca on the back of John Slow, coming up Mountain Straight. He had a look. Yeah, not quite there though. John Slow again, very wide on the exit of turn 2. It's slowing him down. Macca has a buckload of pace on the exit there. Can't do a lot with it. And Slow seems to kind of be holding his composure throughout the rest of the lap.
So I've just got word from my co-driver. He's actually now finding some pace in the car, so he's going to push a bit further this time.
Well, it's good to hear. It's what we like to hear. I want some battling to happen. I haven't been disappointed so far, so...
Oh no!
Ooh.
John Slow and Macca!
Oh dear.
I think someone clipped the wall at Starline.
Yeah, by the looks of things. So,
And here comes Monroe.
won't be a safety car for that. Munro should get past. Oh dear.
And
Oh no! Oh no.
Slow's tapped him.
Slow.
And he's done the
Oh.
Spivey treatment and gave him another tap round.
Finished him off.
Oh,
Ed Turd has just come and collected both.
Yeah, Slow might have a bit of suspension damage. Monroe can't get back
Oh,
around,
no!
and he's reversed into hill.
That's bad. He can't even get a turn round. This might be a safety car unless he can get it underway. Oh jeez, back smashes the wall.
Alright.
Well, we'll be back.
Okay, looks like everyone's going to make their driver stops now, so everyone's just abandoned me in the commentary box here. Safety car deployed on lap 20 of 161 here at Mount Panorama. And driver changes are happening, so Nick Mello getting out of the car, Ross Macca getting out of the car, Jack Meredith as well. Remember, there's 3 mandatory driver swaps for this one. And we'll have a quick look at the replay for that one. That was a big accident coming down, you can see there. So somehow, we didn't see how, but Slow has managed to end up sideways and been hit around by Macca, who's continued off down the hill. Slow has tried to rejoin. Ended up side by side with Chris Munro, was squeezed right to the apex here, just ever so slightly glanced the inside wall and turned him round. And then it was a calamity of errors with Munro trying to get turned back around. So our second safety car is out. Cicluna continues to lead the race, then it's Barton, Rath, then Dawg, Slow and Hill. All the driver swaps are happening now. So Callister's in the car, Greg in the car, Donnelly looks to remain in. Remember they had that suspension damage, so this will be quite handy for them. Looks like Turner's getting out. Delaney in. And Cotter in as well, and Riley Smith. So, and Murdock as well. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars I think have changed drivers with this safety car. So now they've got to work their way back around and catch up. We only had 2 safety cars last year, and we've already matched that, only 20 laps in. Next car to come up on the pack will be Hill, and we'll go on board with him here. Is anyone a lap down? No, so everyone remains on the lead lap. Connor just got out in time. 2 minutes between him and the leader. Daniel Cicluna continues to lead the race. Led the most laps so far. Most of them since the safety car restart, since Dietmar Rath made a mistake at the chase. He made another mistake earlier on, did Dietmar? And, yeah, so Cicluna, Barton, Rath, Dendulk, Slow, and then Hill, Callister, Donnelly, Gregg, Delaney, Smith, Murdock, and Cotter as they start to catch up to the safety car. Here comes Riley Smith down through the chase. Hope you're enjoying this race. A lot of people in watching today. Good to have you with us. There's still 142 laps to come. There's been a mistake. No, Rath is in the pits and he's waiting until the safety car will actually come round. I wonder if there's going to be a driver swap here. Cicluna also. Is Max Spivey going to get in the car? So Rath is getting out for Refalo to get in. And this might just be yep, so just fuel and tyres for Cicluna. And he will get going again, will stay in the car, so our orders change once again. Noah Dendulk is somehow up in a second. And I believe everyone from 5th downwards has now changed drivers, except for Cicluna, who comes out at the back, having not changed, because he waited that extra lap to come into the pits. Maybe he already passed the pit lane, I'm not sure. Yeah, he would have, so... Refalo enters and they will start at the back, so you can see how much the order can be shaken up by one of these safety cars and everyone just diving for the pit lane. If you're late to it or you're just past the pit lane when it's called, then you could well find yourself in a little bit of strife. Barton, Dendulk, Slow, Hill, Callister, Donnelly, Gregg, Delaney, Smith, Murdock, Cotter, Cicluna and Refalo. The 13 cars that we have in this field, a very high quality field. They've been battling with each other all through this first 21 laps. Daniel G driving out the safety car, thanks very much to him. Looks like the safety car will come in at the end of this lap. Ready to go racing once more. I've got Cohen Turner, who is muted in the commentary box, but he's here. Chris Munro not particularly happy in the Discord chat about that one. As we get ready for a restart. They now sit in 11th position, while John Slow stays all the way up in 3rd. Still yet to do a driver swap though. We'll see if he gets as good an opportunity as he did then. Away goes the safety car. It is now in the hands of Dylan Barton. Safety car into the pit lane, so ready to go once more. And he's accelerating away now out of the chase. No overtaking to the finish line, of course. Stopped, pulled up, we're racing once more. The second restart, 22 laps in to the Bathurst 1000. Barton from Dundalk, Slow, Hill, Callister, Donnelly, Gregg, Delaney, Smith, Murdock, Cotter, Cicluna, and then Refalo taking up the back of the field. There's already been a change with Delaney getting past Nicholas Gregg, sliding his way out of the corner. Side by side are Hill and Callister coming up Mountain Straight. Is there going to be any change of position going into Griffin's Bend? Donnelly is right there as well. Remember, his car's a little bit shaky at the moment. Hasn't done a driver swap. Hill's well out wide, and Donnelly's going to go up the inside. Hill actually grabbed the wall there, the tyre barrier. And Delaney can't really have a look around. Josh Hill, has there damaged that car perhaps? Because he seems to be holding up quite a train. I don't think he pitted, so it might be on all the tyres as well. Pit? Now I can't remember. Yeah, he's all out of shape coming down there. Cicluna has gotten past Murdock and Refalo past Cotter, so Cotter must have made a mistake. Now down in 13th, could have been caught up in something. That's always possible at the moment. Hill did pit, yeah. Thought I was going crazy. Delaney and Hill side by side coming down into the chase. We'll see who, well, he gets it done before the chase. I was going to say who's braver. No need to, because Delaney is through the car number 17, based on Marcus Ambrose's famous per-team liveries. Slides it round Murray's corner. So the grid order has been well and truly shaken up at the moment. Callister is looking on John Slow. This is for the podium position of 3rd. Murdock's warped into Chris Munro again, so I will have to have a chat about that in a moment. Here's Callister up the inside of Slow. Gregg has got internet problems, has he? So big red bar next to his name, which is very ordinary. And Riley Smith moving down the order, and Cicluna's going around the outside. It gets onto the grass. Now has to be careful about rejoining. Look at this pack of cars. Oh, nearly grabbed Cotter there. And so it's Smith, Murdock, Refalo, Cotter, and Cicluna. down from 10th position. Murdock on the back of Smith here. Could look for a move around the outside of the corner. Not going to happen. There's a little bit of funniness going on here because Nicholas Gregg's internet is not ideal. Neither is mine at the moment. Simply dropping a few frames. Smith up the Murdock up the inside of Smith, and he will grab 9th position. Refalo's looking to take advantage as well. Needs to be careful not to have his nose in there when Riley Smith comes across. It's so early in the race as well. It's only lap 23. And with how much the order's changed already, you don't need to be advancing too many positions. It's alright just to stay patient sometimes. So Dylan Barton leads this race right now from Noah Dendorf, then Jack Callister, John Slow, and then James Delaney, Paddy Donnelly, Joshua Hill, Nicholas Gregg. Delaney up the inside of Slow for 4th position. Gives him a little bump on the way through, but it seems fair. To keep an eye on all these different battles going on. Dental Callister's now to 3rd. And Farlow's right on the back. Oh, Connor looking down the inside, and they've crashed again. Coming down through the S's. Connor is around. They are having a shocking race right now. Refalo is going to continue on at a 12th position. Delaney past Dendorf, so Dendorf's just dropped 2 positions in relative succession. Callister now 2nd, and then Delaney 3rd. We'll keep an eye on this battle for 2nd as well. There's a lot going on at the moment. So cars drop. Trying to keep up with him. So Hill, Murdock, Greg, Smith, Refalo, 7th through 12th, and they're all ridiculously close to one another. Meanwhile, Delaney passed Callister up in 2nd. On board with Nicholas Gregg coming back down the hill. It's so close now, all of these cars, and the order's all jumbled up as well. So right on the back, creeping, is Riley Smith on the back of Nicholas Gregg through the dipper. Potentially have a look at the end of this straight if we can get an exit. No, it doesn't look like it. Cicluna is now got a shot at going for Riley Smith here. Nicholas Greg looking down the inside of Josh Hill, and he's tagged him, and Hill manages to round it up. Smith down the inside, Secluna also down the inside, and Refalo goes through as well, so dropping 3 positions as a result of that tiny little bit of contact. Hill only managed to lose 2. It was Nicholas Greg who is now down into 12th. Smith up the slow up the inside of Dundalk, and Donnelly's having a look as well. This is for 4th position on the road right now. But I tell you what, that battle towards the back could decide the race in the end. Barton, Delaney, Callister having the 2nd and 3rd have already made a driver swap. With Donnelly and Dundalk side by side as they come up through Griffin's Bend. Over the top of the mountain for the 26th time. Smith, Secluna, Hill, Refalo and Greg are all in this battle pack. Over 8th position, and a little bit up the road are some more cars. Delaney is now right up behind Dylan Barton, just all of a sudden. There you are. And I think this car's got a very good chance of winning this race, especially if James Delaney can continue his assault right now. Refalo gets past Hill, but here's the change for the lead coming up. So they come through the chase, going to hold out side by side, just about. They managed to do it, and Delaney gets to the lead. Barton, he slid off the track a little bit in the chase there, and Barton's now going to have another look around the outside into Murray's corner. It's not going to happen though. And Callister is right there as well. Comes Callister. No, hasn't got the car quite up far enough. Murdock past Donnelly. Some ridiculous swapping of positions going on further back. So as they come over the top of them, we're just watching this battle for 2nd position right now, but keep an eye on what goes on through the rest of the field. Here's Barton and Callister, and see if anything comes of that towards the end of the Commodore Straight. John Slow and a little bit of clean air, one of the only ones to have it, and then this big train of cars, and then this train. Hill's dropped back a fair bit more, down to 12th, and there's a lot of air between him and Cotter. Down to Secluna, up the back of Riley Smith for 7th position with Nash Murdock just ahead. He has to be careful though, because he's right out into the grass trying to get past Riley Smith. Smith was sitting right in the middle of the road. I wasn't sure if he was moving over or not, but Secluna went for a gap. And he slides off the road down at the chase. Still manages to hold on to positions, which is a rarity right now, with Donnelly and Greg just behind. So 2.10s, 2.11s, sort of lap times we're seeing. Jack Callister up the back of Dylan Barton. Going to go for the move down here, and this is for second position. Barton's going to try and switch him back, coming up towards the cutting. And they're going to hold all the way through there. They do. Here's how slow they were going coming into turn number 3 there. But it's Callister who is victorious in that battle. Greg has gotten past... Oh, there's a car round. Refalo's well out into the wall. There's a car round at the cutting and needs to get going again. So we saw what happened when you go side by side through the cutting and do it cleanly, and that's what happens when you don't do it so cleanly, it seems. So lots of little accidents going on like that. Refalo's got some pretty severe damage and well out into the wall there. I just switched back and Refalo his car was in the air, the HKS. Donnelly out of the car, and looks like Lee Childs will be getting into that one. We're watching Riley Smith on the back of Noah Dendulk. It's finally calmed down a little bit and we can have some order to this live stream. On lap 29 of 161, still such a long way to go as Smith locks up ever so slightly, trying to go around the outside of Noah Dendulk, and they make contact on the exit. So Dendulk tried to squeeze him out and Smith was having none of it and put him off the road. So he's got major problems trying to get going again. Now with Greg slipping past Secluda and all of that, and Dylan Barton has also come into the pit lane for a driver swap. Cotter past Dendulk as well. Is that car crabbing up the straight, is it? He's yanking that wheel pretty hard. Yeah, suspension damage, so that's unfortunate. It was a very small little accident, but ends up having a bit of suspension damage from it. Rath in the car now, having made a swap with Chris Refalo. That is in 11th position. Remember, they had that major crash and they've decided with the damage that needs to be fixed to just do a driver swap, get that over and done with. Minimum 3 driver swaps, of course, in this race. Russley will get out ahead of Rath by a fair margin. Revs rising and away he goes, so it's a gap of probably about 10 to 15 seconds. Yeah, 13 seconds, there you go, so not massive as gaps are starting to form up again. Delaney and Callister have 5 seconds between them. Slow is promoted into 3rd, then it's Murdock, Smith, Greg, Secluda, Cotter, Hill, Dendulk, Russell, Rathchilds. With the driver swaps that are going on and everything, we probably won't know the result of this race, or a perfect picture of what the result is going to be of this race until about that last stint. Dendulk out of the car, which means it's time for the right. Snooks coming. he's ready to get into the car. We watch Riley Smith now, who's moving his way up through the field pretty quickly. We'll watch Nash Murdock here because I've seen some reports of him walking around. Marks my race director to investigate that one. But oh, all out of shape was Riley Smith there. Greg, he must have made a mistake. Has he got problems with his car? No, he doesn't. But Cicluna's right on the back. 0.3 of a second separate those two. Get vaccinated in the front of that car, I didn't even notice. Out in the grass again. Seems to like to take those risks, does Cicluna, trying to get around the defendant. With 5/10 to him. And then Cotter is at a further 8/10 behind. So fairly close actually. Cotter's had many setbacks today, all that team has, come number 99, so working their way back through the field. James Delaney continues to lead this race by 7.9 seconds, 31 laps in. Oh, Cicluna well into the wall. I wonder if he's had the car's gotten out of shape on the downshift and well into the fence with Cotter now getting past. Any suspension damage? It looks ever so slight pull to the right. Pull to the left rather, he's right-handed down. But it can cost you a bit of time, so if you'll come in to repair that. It lets Matt Cotter go and have a shot at Nicholas Gregg. But it's about 5 seconds up the road. It is Nash Murdock and Riley Smith. God, why does it do that at this track? It's only down the bottom of the hill where the sun just opens up. Ryan Snooks has had an accident. He is around... Oh god, I can hear a car coming! Why would you... Oh. And now that's ruined the race lead for James Delaney with Jack Callister leading the race. Managing to get around that. I could hear the other car coming and Snooks has just turned it around straight into him. So Callister now leads this race from James Delaney. Second, Snooks hits the wall and Slow goes off as well. It's now a lapped car, that one, so he needs to be careful about cars getting around here, trying to overtake. There's a couple of battles going on. Oh, this is okay. This is really accelerated into something else because Murdock, Smith, Slow. All line of stern for third position now. Joshua Hill into the wall. That's down at the dipper. And he needs to be careful about getting out. Oh, he's gone. Mustn't have been able to move. Okay. Here comes Connor. He's having a look on Nicholas Gregg, but can't get it done. That car's gone straight off. As now Riley Smith's going slow as well. He's very slow indeed. I wonder if he's had an accident. Nicholas Gregg is currently sitting in 5th, with Connor in 6th now. Josh Hill back into the server. I wonder if he's had his internet cut out or something. It's all going a little bit mental at the moment. Connor up the back of Nicholas Gregg. 2.5 tenths of a session. Snooks has actually left the session. And Richards into the pit. So Hill has gone, it's swapped out for Richards. Yeah, maybe there's been a VR glitch or something like that. Greg hits the wall pretty severely, with Cotter now looking down the inside. This is for 5th position, and he gets it done. Coming up over the top of the hill. So they're clawing their way back up, this car number 99, with a lot of misfortune happening for other cars. Look at this. This is Nicholas Gregg and Riley's... Nicholas Gregg, which Connor just passed. And now Riley Smith is right on the back of him, with Cicluna also there. This is a recipe for 3 wide down Conrod Straight, but I don't think it's the smartest idea. They both clear Nick Gregg. And Smith will stay in front of Cicluna for now. We'll see if there's a move going on into the chase. It doesn't look like it. It's on board with Cicluna. I note that there's not been a driver swap there yet between remember, there's a minimum number of laps, 54, that the co-driver's got to do. And there's also a... Nicholas Gregg has left. Maybe he's going to join mid-commentary again. There's also a minimum number of driver swaps you've got to do, which is 3. Cicluna now looking around the outside of Riley Smith, coming up into Griffin's Bend. Can he hold it? No, not quite. Let's let the position go. Yeah, Mello into that car now, out of 8th position. Callison, Delaney, Murdock, Slow, Cotter, Smith, Cicluna, Mello, Russley, Rath, Childs, Richards, and then Denduk, all the way down to 13th. Oh, Cicluna! Oh, he just about kept it off the wall. That was impressive. It was out of control all the way down towards the dipper, and that is absolutely worthy of a replay, because he managed to not hit anything. Russley gets past Mello, that's in the pits. As Cotter now comes up on the back of John Slow. Here is that replay. Did he grab a little bit too much curb and was just out of shape? Oh, yeah, okay. There's certainly a level of skill, there's a little bit of luck in that as well. but he's done very well to keep it off the wall there. When so many have, there's a lot of people driving this as a sprint race when we're only 35 laps into a 161 lap affair. Here's Cotter on the back of John Slow. They're racers, I guess it's a Russian blood to their head sometimes. Big move for Cotter when he runs off. So couldn't quite get it done. John Slow will retake that position. Cotter will have to try again another day. 4th place. This battle's over. .3 seconds, so he needs to catch back up. Well, he's catching up at a relative pace. What's going on a little bit further back? This is over 6th position, actually the next position back. 0.6 of a second between Riley Smith, Daniel Cicluna. Remember, there's been no driver swap for that car number 25. I think we saw Cohen in that 22 car towards the start of the race, so that's at least one swap. I'm trying to kick this all in my head. It's a bit
Hello, Javier.
it's a bit difficult. Hello. Good to have you.
Oh, hasn't it been all over the place so far?
It has been yeah, a bit
Up
too
and down.
chaotic.
Yeah. Yep. Like you said not too long ago, people are driving like it's the last lap. And we're in the second stint of the race. Like,
You say second stint, it's probably about the 4th for some
Well,
people.
second stint for my car. So
Mello on the
is
back
that
of Deep Rust.
this will be interesting because when I was following Deepmar and Mello was not too far behind, Deepmar was probably half a second slower over the top on average compared to us, and then he was doing a lot better down the bottom of the mountain. So, but watching Mello on what'll be fresher tyres here could be interesting. Oh, Riley Smith and Cyclona, they're back at it again. Good move by Riley if he was good. Was he defending there? Might have been defending, was he?
Yes. Yeah, he was.
Yeah. Well done. Looks like he stuck it to the inside there, but Cyclona's been very aggressive, isn't he? He's not afraid of 2 wheels on the dirt to get past, is he?
I've seen that a couple of times, absolutely.
Yep. And he's throwing everything at it over the top. I'm surprised he hasn't actually made a mistake yet, because we've seen mistakes from I think Nicholas Gregg and even Cotter, I think.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think him and John Slow are the only ones who haven't made a drive swap yet.
That's in line with what I've got on my sort of my strategy notes.
Do share, except for
No, I'm not sharing them. Yeah, so at the moment, I think John Slow's the only guy who hasn't stopped with Cyclona actually, who got sort of screwed over with the safety car and the pit stops there, didn't they? Because they had to drop right to the back because the safety car was called just after they went past the pit lane. It opened up pretty much perfectly for my car and Project 4.
it was them and the number 20 car as well, the Nissan.
Yep.
They both went past the pit lane when the safety car was called and had to stay out one more lap and just got sent to the back because of it. But
Another guy that hasn't done a driver swap so far is Burnley Russley, is that correct?
no,
Oh
I think
no,
Dylan
Barton's. Yes, you're right. Sorry. Yeah, so they were another car that got messed over by the pit stop there, because they getting a driver swap under safety car would have been hugely beneficial. But now they're live timing says they're a lap behind Cyclona. Is that right? They're a long way behind either way.
16.
Yeah, long way back. That's almost the time of the driver swap actually. So that'll be interesting when Cyclona pulls the pin, which probably will be coming up in about 15 laps.
Is Spivey still streaming? If so, let's have a look and see if he's doing his warm-up exercises.
Yep, Spivey's stream will be up. So that'll be a good insight, showing off their comms if anyone's interested in that. Geez, he's taily on the rear end though, isn't he? He's throwing everything at it. But could we get a quick check on Delaney's car? Because I feel like he might have some... Oh, Matt Cotter's hugely off. He's fired another torpedo down the inside of John Slow there, and it hasn't paid off yet again.
He had a go before and just got it all locked up and went straight on.
Yeah, looks like he's overshot it massively again there.
How much time's he lost? What, about 2 seconds or so? Has to work his way back up again.
But as we know, he's one of the quicker guys on track at the moment. So 2 seconds shouldn't be a whole lot. I expect him to probably have another shot in a couple of laps. I'd say down at the chase again looks to be his attacking place of choice. But can we get a quick check on Delaney? Yep. Has he got damage on board? Because when at the start of the stint he was and when he was out in front, he was sort of lapping about half a second quicker than Callister in second, and since he made the collision with Snooks, I think it was, which was unbelievably stupid. The gap's been hovering about 6 seconds. He's brought it down about half a second, but only that in probably what, 5 or 10 laps? So
Is it slide? No, it's alright.
how's his front? Oh, I don't think he's in the Falcon, isn't he?
Yep.
I don't think the Falcon has the body damage model, does it? Oh, it does. Yep, he's got some. Yeah, it must be pretty hefty if it's causing him to lose that much lap time. Because I'd say yellow and orange on the front wing don't seem to do much, but he's certainly throwing everything at it still.
He's starting to work his way slowly back up. But, yeah,
It'll be interesting. He's just about to lap the car that took him out of the lead.
Bit of a bogey corner, the chase for Matt Cotter, who just ran a little bit wide there again.
Pushing very hard.
In his pursuit of John Slade. Now, Nash Murdock looks to be into the pit lane. Is Gus Super getting ready to jump in that one?
I'm not sure he'll be doing a driver swap. Doesn't look
double
like
swap.
it, no. Because I think they've knocked 2 out of the way already so far in that first stint alone. So
You're absolutely right, they have. Yeah, mass damage
Yep.
for aero, says Macca.
yeah, that's extremely unlucky. But you can always keep going with aero damage, but it's pushing your luck a bit if you've got any steering damage. So looks like that set them back a bit.
Still holding there in second though, pretty strong, and certainly going to be a contender come the end of this.
Certainly.
Only on lap 40 of 161, and I'm meant to be getting in the race director chair in about 10 laps.
Well, there looks like there's a long way left to go, but the 2 cars that really haven't been affected too much by anything are the cars at the front. We've been very lucky so far, and Delaney obviously only really getting mucked up by that lap car there. But I mean, all the other front runners have had something quite huge go wrong. A couple of big crashes for Cotter and Munro there at the start, and Refalo obviously at the cutting. I believe that was something to do with Donnelly, was it?
Yeah, so Donnelly had a internet problem. They always happen. We've barely had any internet problems all throughout the season, and then they come to Bathurst.
Yep.
So,
Here we
I
go.
think Childs made a mistake there, and Richards has just slipped past into 11th for them, where they started from.
Here comes Cotter. He's got a big runner. I think he'll might even pass him before the corner here. It looks like it's going to be easy done for Matt Cotter. I think the move was inevitable, but looks like he's got it done. It'll be under brakes, but he's got the inside line. That's where you want to be. Yep, John Slow's backed out.
Right,
Well
there's a
done,
swap
Cotter.
going on. Cicluna is out. And
Really?
Spivey getting in. So
Spivey in the car. That's interesting lap number there. So they pit late, didn't they? They pit after the second safety car. So Max Spivey in the car on lap 41. Looks like they've cut Cicluna's stint short for some reason. Is Max Spivey going to beat Russley out of the pits here? No.
who's the next car? Rath, minute and a half behind. So he's going to be quite lonely for this stint, it seems.
Deepmar's coming down the... They'll come out right next to each other, I think, if we can get the track
they might.
camera.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Spivey might just pip him out of the line, but I think Deepmar will pass him.
So good old timing tower working its wonders. Deepmar Rath out ahead of Max Spivey, and he's actually got 5 seconds back to Nick Mello as well, so it won't be a lonely stint.
No, I think Mello's got some pretty handy pace on him right now, and I'm be interested to see how quickly Spivey can get into the swing of things, because I'm sure he had a very excitable stint in the passenger seat there. He would have been watching on, I'm sure. He would have been quite excited when they were leading for quite a while there.
Has he led them? I think he's led the most laps thus far. I haven't got an actual figure, but
it would be up there, I think. Again, that gap back to Delaney from first place is still hovering at pretty much exactly 6 seconds. So that damage must be very hefty if it's keeping Delaney's lap times down. Mello back in the car after Nicholas Gregg hit the wall up the top of the mountain. Did you catch that one, Joe?
I'm trying to remember. I think I saw him grab a little bit of the wall.
Yep, it looked like it was
Maybe I'm not thinking
pretty,
of the right one. Not sure.
pretty hefty damage, I think.
Out of the grate?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think I didn't
Yeah,
get
that's where it'll
Didn't
bite
think
you.
much of it at the time, but you can have a tiny little accident there and
Yeah.
be
You can
stuffed.
pretty much if they bounce off the wall, they're probably all right. But if they seem to almost slide along it, there's usually going to be some pretty hefty damages, and they'll be pitting next lap. And Mello into the pits. Can we check damage maybe as he drives down the pit lane? No, it's fine.
It's that fine looking Project 4 car as pulls up. Doesn't leave, so just to refuel. Mello's wheel desynced, says Dan. And then Nick just says that.
Oh, that's very unlucky there. I don't know Mello's had that problem very often before, but I thought it might have been a scheduled pit stop actually, because round about now is when the guys that pit under the second safety car first lap, under that they will be coming in for fuel very soon, because it's about 24 laps from then. Oh, Spivey! Oh no, don't worry, the live timing slowed down. He stopped up the top of the mountain, and I was I was worried that something huge had happened there, but apparently not. So Mello's staying in the car. I assume they must have fixed that steering issue up in the pit lane.
Now the wheel is worse.
Well, maybe not.
So the force feedback is ruined apparently. See,
Wow.
unplug the wheel, replug it in, so we might see another swap there. So it's a test of endurance, not just for the driver, but for the equipment as well. And somehow Chris Refalo's bloomin' fan pointed at a computer with an Intel stock cooler is going to survive. I'll go on board with him. We'll watch the steering as soon as he gets onto the straight. Fantastic. See if there's anything off about these steering inputs. Jack Callister into the pit lane. You wouldn't have anything to do with that, would you? He's gone quiet.
I do. Yeah, that's a scheduled pit stop. That one. That's a fuel stop. So.
Oh yeah, look at him.
Oi, yeah, it looks like it's going to be very difficult to keep that on the road. So Mello's, he'll be getting out of the car, I'm sure, this time.
Yeah. Cotter and Slow also in.
It'll be interesting to see how many laps Mello has done. He's probably only done about 30 odd, so he'll need to jump back in for another stint. even if this problem persists, or they'll be. Oh, sorry.
Yep, so Nick Mello out of the car, Nicholas Gregg going in, John Slow out of the car with Michael East. We'll see his first appearance. And he's a very quick driver in his own right. See how the order shakes out. There goes Cotter in third position. There goes Murdock. Riley Smith, who was also in the pits, comes out in fifth. Michael East is now in. We'll see where Bernie Russley is. He is coming down towards the last corner.
So this one, I would imagine Michael East will be coming out in front, will he? They were in front on track, weren't they? No.
There you go.
Bernie Russley, we can see up ahead. He's gone past. I was wrong there.
Away goes Michael East. So out in 7th position is that Deepa Rath in the back, maybe. Yep. Car number 20. Carrying the championship leader's name, but not the team's championship leaders. That belongs to Project 4, Nicholas Gregg and Nick Mello, who are currently sitting in 12th. That championship has not wrapped up yet.
Well, it hasn't been locked up, but judging by the Project 4 car's troubles, I think it'll be hard pressed if they find themselves on the top step of the podium today. Anything else, and Refalo will win the championship, and Delaney into the pits. So he was cutting that fine. He added 111 litres at that stop, Jav. So he was on 1 litre. So we could have pushed it another lap, but didn't want to be cutting it down to the 0.0 litres left in the car.
6.9 seconds, so lost a few tenths out of that.
Yep, bit of the undercut coming through there, and a slightly shorter pit stop, I imagine, would have been the biggest contributor there.
7.5 seconds now, so cold tyres, trying to get them up to temperature as you go around.
Yep, so that'll probably extend out as he struggles to get the traction. I'll be interested to see. I'm not sure if it was Murdock or Smith, but I saw on the live timing website a bit of a collision up at the grate with the wall, so it could be a bit of damage on one of those cars. But we're right on board with Michael East, who's just about 2 seconds behind Deepmo, and I imagine they'll be running along at a fairly similar pace there. Deepmo trying to pull back their race. I'll be hoping for another safety car. I'd imagine that anyone third place backwards would be fingers crossed for a safety car at the moment. A lot of cars out of position here, notably Russley, Rath and Gregg, and looks like Spivey came out in front of Ace, did he not? Big effort down the mountain through the S's. It's always a commitment there, but this guy's certainly got enough practice in, so he'll be he's done it enough times, I'm sure. Alrighty. Could I get a check on the Smith or Murdock car for damage? I saw on the live timing a collision just after the grate, so looks like Smith's fine. Well, how about Murdock? Oh yeah.
He's out of shape.
Hard.
I don't think
Yeah, he's out of shape, but I don't think there's much damage there. Might have escaped with a bit of
should say his
panel
car's out of
damage
shape.
there. Certainly no steering damage for either of them, so that'll be fine. As Delaney set a purple middle sector, so he's somehow must have fixed that damage in the pit stop, so he'll be back on the charge.
Yeah, he definitely has, because that bonnet is not wobbling around nearly as much.
Yep. And if he's got pace like that, he'll absolutely be flying. And Cotter's just beaten that middle sector, so there's a couple of very quick guys in the car at the moment, chasing down Callister, who's lapping away, setting pretty good pace for the way the track's driving at the moment. But Delaney there caught 1.1 seconds on the last lap. And Cotter's in the 8s as well, so Delaney will should be catching Jack in 6 or 7 laps there, but they'll be closing into the next end of the stint for both of those two guys, so I can't imagine they'll be using Delaney as a triple stint driver straight away. Dave Marathi has been extending that gap to Michael East ever so slightly, so I don't think there'll be a challenge from behind there, but the gaps between the leaders is back down to 6 seconds, which is where it was before the pit stop. Another 49 in the mid-sector there by James Delaney, which is 0.6 of a second quicker than Callister over the top. Welcome,
Right.
Mello, to the commentary box.
Hello.
Jack.
Yeah, I thought I'd pop in. Yeah, a bit of bizarre stuff going on.
How's the wheel coming along? At we got some info through the chat that somebody, or not somebody, your wheel is playing up.
Yeah, so what happened was, I don't know what happened, but just on the outlap, I went through the S's and it just desynced, so I turned the wheel didn't move, and then
Yep.
it caught up again and my wheel was off center, even though I had no suspension damage. So anyway, I made it to a lap where we could minimize the damage, and I pitted again, unplugged and replugged the wheel to try and get it working again. And that recentered my wheel, but it inverted the force feedback, funnily enough. So the wheel was actually trying to uncenter
Wow.
itself instead of center itself.
That would be very hard to drive, especially
I-
at Bathurst, wouldn't it?
Barely made it all the way back around to get Nick in the car.
But it's all good now.
And there was actually one question we had as well. Is there a limit on driving time for this?
We'll be in the rules somewhere.
Yeah, I'm having a
3.5
read.
hours, I think it is. Same
Oh.
as last year. But
Yeah. But
yeah, I really doubt anyone would go over that while also noting
Yeah,
there's a
well, I mean-
107 lap limit.
Yeah,
And
right.
you've got to be in the car at at least two times.
Yeah, okay. Because I was just thinking about the strategy of quite a few guys, because we've seen, well, I'd like to say
Just had a lot of driver swaps.
a bit more carnage and a bit more people being forced into early driver swaps than probably that anyone anticipated it going into this race. But there's definitely a few cars who are running compromised strategies out there at the moment.
Looks like Scooty might be about to join us. Yeah, you're welcome to, if you're watching in the chat. Oh, now everyone's getting excited about F3 apparently. People want to do an F3 series. State of
Okay, so
Origin.
Monroe's got one.
I'm going to go ahead and correct you, Xavier. I've just gone and read the rules, and it says 3 hours of continuous driving time in the rulebook.
Oh, it says
3
3 hours. Okay.
It does say 3 hours of continuous driving time.
Well, Scooney's joined us in the entry box, so
Yeah, I'll get on to it.
Right.
That is in version 2 of the
There we go.
Supercars 2021 regulations.
yeah, mate.
Let's go. Seems like you're having a pretty good race there, Meredith. Damn.
Yeah, it's going well. Actually, not had anything go wrong as of yet, which is unique to us, I think, so far.
Yeah, I
But,
can't say the same, eh? Although I was leading for a bit, but yeah.
Yep. So Delaney is on a charge at the moment. He's absolutely flying. Set a purple sector 1 this lap, and how's his sector 2 looking? 40.9, so he's catching big time this lap. He's peeled about 1.7 seconds out of the lead this lap alone so far. So yeah, he's bitten the bullet and repaired that damage, and now he's back. He's flying along now.
Back in contention, yeah. I'd fully expect that from James. Like, he's probably done more laps around Bathurst than I've had hot dinners, honestly, so...
Yep, certainly he's... there's one guy that knows his way around virtual Bathurst. It's this guy, so...
This guy. I would know. I've actually teamed up with him once for a R Factor 2 Bathurst 1000 at Race Centre, and
right.
we were like in contention, but then we just got like a bunch of damage and missed our pit box on one of the pit stops, so we had to do another lap. Yeah, that wasn't fun. But still.
Nothing ever goes to plan here, does it?
No, never.
Yep. Oh. Yep. Delaney's peeling it away very quickly here. 1.6 seconds last lap. Oh, well, they've got it under control. Hopefully. But yeah, he's really got it hooked up at the moment.
Yeah, he's got that thing flying.
Yep. It's unbelievable how much these guys can push it and not give a little rub of the wall anywhere.
So that's kind of what I felt like when I was leading the race and like somewhat controlling the pace. Like, I was just mainly just trying not to keep it off the wall and just trying to be measured, but not pushing. This guy's clearly pushing as much as he can. This is an unbelievable pace.
Yeah, I mean, they've always said that in recent years it's turning into a series of little sprints within one big long race, Bathurst, and definitely with the absolute cream of the crop drivers in this field, we're seeing that they just go hard 100% all the time. And
Yep.
it's very rare to see a mistake from any of them, which is impressive, to say the least.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. It looks like almost all the big guys had some form of bad turn of luck or a mistake or something very early in the race, which is if that's all we see go wrong for those guys, I wouldn't be surprised. And it's the best time if you're going to make one mistake, do it in the first stint.
Yeah,
So-
exactly.
Yep.
So any more safety cars? I mean, Cotter's sitting about 20 seconds off the lead at the moment. Bernie Rusley's also driving pretty quickly. He's lapping quicker than the leader at the moment. Those sort of guys, if they get another pit stop, they'll be right back on the lead. So
I mean, kind of in my race, I'm hoping for another safety car, so we can just bunch the field up again and yeah.
Yep. If you're in the car, you're just as likely as anyone else is. So Spivey's lapping away pretty consistently at the moment by the looks. So he's doing his job.
Yep, he's doing his job. He's doing. All right, it was a bit shaky at first, but I think he's settled into a rhythm and he's just ticking off the laps.
Yep, that's what you want to do. You can settle into a rhythm. That's where you want to be. It's a lot easier to punch out laps at a pretty good pace if you're settling in. But oh, Cotter's hit the wall. He's got a bit of damage. I can see from the live timing, so we'll check that now. Looks like that a little bit of aero damage. It certainly is.
Yeah, definitely that front bumper. You can see a lot of big holes between the panels. They're not lining up straight at all.
Ooh, yeah, that's
I
not
think the
nice.
steering should be fine, but yeah, I just caught that on the live timing there, and a little bit of left-hand damage. Yep, there we go. 4 degrees.
Oh, that's almost what I was battling with when I hit the wall down at Forest Elbow.
Yep, a little bit just throws you off a bit, doesn't it?
Oh, I think he was going off there.
Ooh.
Certainly very shaky. I think he's all good though. But yeah, that it sort of gives a little bit of dead zone in the steering with that damage, and that really throws you off. Breaks your rhythm. That Delaney there with a 2:08.3, so he's caught Callister by 1.6 seconds last lap. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's in contention at the chase.
You're doing great,
yeah.
mate.
I mean, ideally you'd have to say that Delaney, honestly, at this point in time, is probably in the best position to win the race. Because you won't imagine it'd be too long before he has the lead of the race. And, you know, him and Macca are a very competitive duo. It's seeming in this race.
Yep, Macca's no slouch, that's for sure. And with Delaney being one of the quickest guys out, and he can clearly put it down lap after lap, so it'll be...
Yeah, especially if they're holding Macca in the car through the middle of the race, and then they're going to have Delaney in for a burst at the end.
Yeah.
That could be...
That Falcon will be flying, that's for sure.
expected to be right there and have the ticket to the final race at the end of the day.
We haven't got data on the tyres. The best we can do is have a complete guess, like AWS seems to do. But yeah, we can kind of have a look at when people pitted. So I think Callister was in a couple of laps earlier than James.
Callister pitted, 1 lap before Delaney. So, but they should have about 15 laps of fuel left. So Delaney will have about 16. So it'll be slightly heavier. But have we been impeded there? Is that Snooks in the car, or no? That's Ben Dork at the moment. He'll be getting out of the way. Yep. Doesn't look like he slowed us down there at all, which is good. Delaney with the headlights on, by the looks, he's going to be an angry guy. I reckon he'll, especially seeing that Hot Wheels car once more that took him out of the lead just before the pit stops last lap. That little spurring on will make him want to reclaim that lead even more, I'm sure.
Honestly, when I saw that that
I
big
couldn't
pile up
follow.
there coming out of the cutting, it was almost reminiscent of 1980 Dick Johnson in the fence while leading the race. And he's running the number 17 in a blue car too.
I was more thinking 2005 with Murphy and Ambrose. Did you say at the cutting?
Yeah. Oh, it was out of
It
Half
was
of
Out of
cutting.
cutting.
yeah,
like coming up through Reed Park.
just below
okay,
the
okay.
bridge there. He was. I think it was Snooks was parked on the.
Oh, and Delaney's having a look up the inside. Sorry to cut you off there, Jack. Oh,
Yeah,
he's
no,
actually
that's-
gone and
that's a
gone
change
through.
for the
Callum
lead,
Dunn.
yep.
It's gonna be a drag race.
I think Callis has been pretty
Yep.
smart about that.
Yeah, we were having a chat just before, and I mean Delaney's so much quicker, and with so long left in the stint, it's if something were to happen, there'd be way too much implication on the change of the strategy. So,
Yep.
I mean that guy, he's insanely quick, and he's put a good move on there too. But
You guys are kind of just running your own race, and I respect that.
although he's on. Delaney moves to the inside. Geez, that's good car positioning from Delaney there. Almost impossible to pass like that. He's doing extremely well.
He might
Should
still
know
have to defend going up to Griffin's Bend here, though.
This, Carlos has just yelled in my ear. He said he doesn't like battling people he hasn't raced with so much. So he's not sure how much you can trust him, but
Yeah, it's alright. Delaney's pretty tame. He
Yeah.
will try and move on you, but yeah, he doesn't like force you off the track or anything like that to that extent.
he knows
Yeah.
what he's got to do to win this race, and it's keep her out in front. Oh, he's hit the wall there. That won't be too bad, I don't think. That wall's not very nasty, but
That'd just be a bit of cosmetic damage, you'd imagine.
I haven't seen anything come up in the chat, so
Might have got away with it.
yeah, it
Oh,
might
looks like
kind
there's
of
a bit going on up ahead.
older cars around. There's Spivey in that, I believe, and yep. So there's
Oh, and the leader's right behind them.
Yeah, I just notified him of blue flag. There we go.
so that's Because Dietmar must have made a mistake. Oh, mate.
Oh, and Matt Cotter's gone into the fence, apparently.
Matt Cotter has got more damage. He's got some right hand down steering damage, from what I can
And that
tell
was-
from the logs.
On top of what he already had as well.
He's still pushing though.
No, yesterday night, for anyone that tuned into the stream, Matt Cotter actually tagged the wall on his outlap for the top 10 shootout and still managed to put in quite a competitive time, which was something quite remarkable considering his suspension was all out of whack after that.
Yeah, when I was watching on last night, I thought for sure that he was going to line up behind us, but nah, just held on.
Such is the class of these drivers right at the front. But anyway, as we continue to watch Callister, now in second place, with Delaney pulling well ahead.
Yep.
And
And
you'd imagine, yeah.
is Jav able to change the camera angle to Cotter so he could check out some damage?
Yes, he can.
Wow. It seems like it's almost evened out, but when you've got a bit of steering damage in both directions, it tends to just make the middle a bit spongy, which would be make it very difficult to change directions down the S's, I'm sure. But looks like it's not too bad at the moment. Needs to keep it out of the walls though.
It also just generally hurts your confidence because
Yep.
you want something that's sharp and just responds as soon as you turn the wheel. And, well, frankly, when you've got busted suspension like that, it's just gonna feel like an absolute dog with 3 legs to drive.
Yep, that's right. And then it's in the back of your mind that something's not perfect with the car, and it comes from hitting the wall, so that wall gets even closer in your mind, even if you're not pushing it.
Absolutely. But definitely I'd say the race is seeming to settle down a little bit now from all the chaos we had early on.
Thankfully.
Thank God for that.
Yep, but I expect it to ramp up again
yeah.
at some point, that's for sure. Just one little pile up, and there's a few groups of cars on the track at the moment.
Yeah.
One
and not all
little
of them on the same lap, which often causes some confusion.
Yep, that's
There's,
right. So
pretty big cluster right now going up Mountain Straight. They're all on different laps and then a bit out of sequence as well.
leaders
So
have
that'll be
gotten
something to
through
watch.
though, so they should be out of the way for now. It looks like Max Spivey might just be catching Dietmar, so he's doing very well there.
Yeah, you
For
got
sure.
the gap down to
Oh,
about
and Jack
2 seconds
Callister's
there.
in the fence apparently. He's kept going though, so I think he's gotten away with it.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything come up on the in the chat log. I think that's where the steering damage comes up, so he might have a bit of panel damage. But oh, I think Dietmar's just hit the fence as well, maybe. Or
Yeah.
that
The other issue with these groups like this is that when you've got a car in front of you, it's very hard to stick to your own rhythm. Often you'll find if the car in front of you makes a mistake, if the car in front of you makes a mistake as well, you might end up mimicking that if you're not paying attention.
car damage. Matt Cotter, another hit to the wall coming through. McPhillamy, I think. Certainly.
McPhillamy, wow, that would be what a
not-
side wall.
No, that might have been a bit earlier. Sorry.
Okay.
Whoa!
Right out sideways. Now you've got to be really careful with that because that damage is going to get worse with every time he tags the wall, and then it's a slippery slope. So if you're Cotter and Munro, do you think about maybe shuffling your strategy around, getting into the pits a couple laps earlier maybe to get some of that damage off you?
It's not a bad bet considering another chance of a safety car is pretty high up there, I'd say, since we had 2 safety cars in 20 laps, so safety car is definitely not out of the question.
Oh, and
Certainly
especially
not.
with just watching everyone now, like just people on the wall all over the place. Be shuffling your strategy around, getting into the pits a couple laps earlier maybe to get some of that damage off you.
Just trying to get those rears up to temp.
It's a well-known strategy. But Delaney is just streaking away. I wouldn't be surprised if driver swap comes up very soon for that car though. With Macca getting back in the car. But wow, he runs it right up against the wall there. No lacking confidence, that's for sure.
Just like how he uses every inch of road, leaving nothing behind. And he can just do that.
He's a man that's completely in tune with the track, that's for sure.
The fact that he can just do that lap after lap after lap is just... yeah, you can tell he's done many a laps around here.
Yep, that's right. Gone are the days of the FM7 version where he was streaks ahead of everyone else, thank God. Setting deep into the 2-minute flats, I believe. So, luckily we've gone to a slightly more realistic version where he's not as far ahead as he once was, but still unbelievably quick and consistent too. So Nash Murdock has hit the wall at the elbow. He's in the wall quite big time. So is Smith? No, he's gotten through. Murdock seems to be going again. We get a damage check on Murdock there. No steering damage.
Yeah, seems to be okay.
I imagine he's got a bit of a front bumper issue though. I can't exactly tell, but it looked like he was right in the wall on the live timing map. But maybe I'm getting too excited.
Riley being a bit braver on the brakes than Murdock ahead of him. Still connects with the apex nicely.
Hey,
Bit
Riley's got
unsteady coming
everything
off
to
the curb.
play for, doesn't he? He's,
Oh yeah. He only just creeped into the top 10 in the shoot in qualifying rather, and then moved forward in the top 10 by just putting in a consistent and mistake-free lap, even though it wasn't the quickest by far. And now he's just, by staying out of trouble, finding himself in a pretty competitive position here. Riley being a bit
Righto.
braver on the brakes than
And here we watch
ahead of
this
him.
slide
Still
off
connects
the
with the
curb.
apex
Hey.
nicely.
Riley's got
unsteady coming
everything
off
to
the curb.
play.
That'll be alright. Wouldn't have cost him too much time, a tenth or two maybe, but, you know, if anything, the psychological damage of that would have been worse than it. Just woke him up a bit.
Yeah, it's a bit easy to get carried away just clocking your laps in. You just lose concentration and all of a sudden you're in the wall.
Yep, certainly. But Riley looks like he might be going to put a move on very soon if he gets a good run out of here. He might just put his skates on and scoot up the inside. It's James Delaney still setting purple sectors. Oh, I think that Murdock car's lagging about again. We saw that early on in the race,
Yeah.
which is strange because it seems to have happened with both their drivers, which you wouldn't expect, but zipping about. Riley knows what it's like. He practices racing with me, so knows what a bit of lag's like.
Bit of a cheeky comment here from Ross Macker, saying that Delaney is only doing well because he's got an awesome setup.
Well, I mean, you'd want it to be awesome with the amount of time that went into it, wouldn't you? I'm sure he's got a very, very comfortable car underneath him as well, very capable, but it'll be interesting to see. I can't imagine Delaney will be doing a triple stint. That'll be pushing up against the maximum driver times, especially if there's a safety car. They'd get in a bit of trouble, but so I imagine he'll be pitting in probably about 10 laps from now with the fuel load. Riley closes up to the back of Murdock. Lots closer over the top than he was last time around.
It is
So-
really hard to stay in that window, especially going down the hill. Flow it while also being behind another car.
But he's
Very
done a
difficult to
great
do.
job there. If he gets the power down fine out of there, oh, he's on.
Oh, he's
Beyond
right
here,
on
he's
him.
going to move. Going to pop to the inside. No, not quite. He might settle for a good exit and go for a move at the chase here.
Murdock moved it over just slightly there to discourage him, but that's going to hurt his exit
Defensive
now.
driving from Murdock.
Gonna have to love you and leave you guys because I'm just about to hop back into the car.
Yep.
Righto.
I won't be
Good luck, mate.
going away too much after, so
Yeah, cheers,
good
man.
luck.
Thankfully, you have some nice open space.
Yep, Spivey looked after it for you, I think, so
Yep. Alright, catch ya.
Great,
See you
mate.
later. So Riley's still
Riley
threatening
right on
here.
the back here. Yep.
Oh,
It's a bit taily out of there, but Murdock's not much better.
Say he's not far away from being a shot duck here.
Certainly not. Riley looks like he might have got the power down a bit better. He missed the apex, but I think he's done quite well there. Murdock seemed to be a bit taily on exit, but
Will he move it over at Griffin's Bend is the question.
I think he's a bit too far back for a move this time, so it'll be another trip over the mountain behind Murdock, but
Oh, they're both out of the groove
missed
there.
it. Riley straightened it up a bit better though. Come up the hill.
They're probably egging each other on with their pace a bit here. Even just going a little bit faster than what they may be comfortable with, just to try and get one over the other guy. But we'll see how this plays out, because they're both looking like they're letting small mistakes slip into their game now. Oh, Riley picked up a lot of that inside curb going through the grate. And he's wide at McPhillamy as well. Missed his turn-in point. But he's hanging in there.
He certainly
After
hasn't
all.
lost much gap. I think he's got a lot more confidence in the car over the top. Murdock seems to have been a bit wide there. He might just be on him again for the elbow. Ooh, a bit taily out of there. Down another lap behind.
Oh, Murdock's got a horrible exit. This is
Yep.
going to be it, surely.
This will be the move for sure.
He's right on him.
Riley won't pull out like that. He's got to
Right,
hold him
he's-
right to the inside.
Oh, this
He's
might
on the
end-
grass.
Oh,
They
don't
make
get bumped
contact.
on the straight.
Oh my god! Oh, that's a huge crash.
Oh, holy
What-
sh!
How they
Did they
kept that
get-
on the road.
What the
Contact
hell?
again. Oh, he's bobbed him. Oh my days.
Oh, he's gone around. Oh, that was always going to end in tears after that contact on the straight.
Wow.
How they both got through the kink at
Yeah,
300.
that
well,
is-
they'll probably go in a
That
bit
is
less than
crazy.
300.
Yep, and Murdock's gone to pit straight away. I'm not surprised. I imagine he's got damage because he got turned into the wall at high speed there.
How on earth do you keep it side by side through the chase but not down Conrod Straight preceding it?
Yep.
That is,
Unbelievable scenes.
I have
man,
no
yeah,
words
that-
for that.
He's got to
Right,
hold him
he's-
right These to guys. the inside.
Replay. Oh, this
He's
might
on the
end-
grass. I think
Oh,
Murdock's
they
held
got
him to the
straight.
inside,
Oh,
and then
Oh,
that's
a
they
huge
both
crash.
slammed
in
the
the
wall.
wall.
There'll be some
Oh,
hefty
holy
damage on the
sh-
Smith car.
How they
Did they
kept
I
that
think
on the
Murdock will be
road.
repairing it now.
What
And
the
then
hell?
once
Oh,
again, Riley oh, doing he's there, bobbed he's, him. Oh my made a lunge. days. For some reason,
Oh,
after
Not
after
not
that,
that we encourage going and having a gap or an attack back at people after they make contact, but I think the contact on Conrod Straight, Nash has got a bit of a case to answer for there.
I think he did push him out of road, but it's a bit too hard to tell from that angle. Either way, we know they both would have ruined their cars a bit there. That was. I am amazed, to be frank, that someone didn't get spat off into the dirt at the chase. So, but that's another example of guys racing like it's lap 161, not 61 like it was. So 100 laps left in it, boys. You need to keep it in your
And
pants,
now,
eh?
Nick Gregg pulling up. This is a bit of an opportunity for him to get another lap back on one more competitor, if he can squeeze past Murdock while his tyres are cold.
Murdock would be letting him through if he was clever.
Yeah, after what you've just been through, you don't want to be
Yeah.
getting involved in more trouble.
That's right. But that being said, it's I think it's time for me to hop out of the comm box because we might just be getting in the car in 5 laps.
Alrighto.
Yeah.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. Try and see what I can do. Probably against Macca.
Yeah, you'd imagine that Macca would be in the car about the same time as you are.
That, I would imagine we're on.
Oh, here's the
match
replay again. Look,
so-
look at that. He's. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Nick.
Unbelievable.
Unconsciously holding the button. I was talking to Nick in TeamSpeak the whole time.
Yep, I did that as well. I did that with Jack. just
Apologies,
after
man.
those bits. He said, "Mate, you're talking to me."
Ah,
Anyway, I'll head off. Good luck with
Alright.
everything, guys.
good luck. Oh, and now Nick's getting past Murdock. So that's pulled 1 lap back against one more competitor.
I'm sorry
Good
about
to
the
see.
replay there. A second audio stream on it. I've fixed that up now. There's a lot of reaction in the chat from that incident there.
That was crazy. I mean, look, as far as I'm not supposed to impart judgment, but as far as I saw, Riley was on the white line there. Murdock should have probably given him a bit more space, but hey. So not been a terribly great race for a lot of people here that we thought might be more competitive. We've got the pole-sitting car of Refalo and Roth sitting off the lead lap. Spivey as well, currently in the car. He's just behind Roth off the lead lap as well. And then Nicholas Gregg, who we just saw unlap himself on Nash Murdock.
Here's Bernie Rustley. I should go to the inside of this car whenever the viewership drops down a little bit. Currently sitting in 6th position, up 5 seconds to the next car of Michael East, who sits up there in 5th position. So Delaney, Callister, Cotter, Smith, East, Rustley, Murdock, Rath, Spivey, Greg, Richards, Childs, and then Dendulk. That is your leaderboard right now. Let's go to the gaps. There we go. So you can see there's 7 cars on the lead lap. And then Richards and Childs are 2 laps down, and Dendulk is 3. So every safety car, there's a chance, well, most safety cars, there's a chance for the leaders to get their, or cars a lap down to get their lap back, and potentially a chance to get back onto the lead lap. Of course, still plenty of strategy to play out on lap 63 of 164 of 161.
Well, we've been talking about all the chaos that's been going on, but it's still not even halfway in this race. There's a lot more to play out. Definitely, I'd say, even if you're off the lead lap right now, it's very possible that with one safety car you could be right back on the lead lap, and a bit more luck after that you could find yourself in contention, so long as the timing of any possible safety cars in the future go for you.
It is... what's the time now? About 12 past 5, which means we've been going for around about 2.5 hours on lap 64. This is a fairly quick running of the race, actually. Last year it was bang on 6 hours, which was very fast.
Sorry to cut you off, but we've just had Murdock in the wall, and looks like he's picked up quite some significant suspension damage as well. So if we jump on board. Oh, it's a little bit floaty. Yeah, you can see he's just testing it out slightly. It's tugging slightly to the left, I think. But it doesn't look too bad. Oh yeah, it's just a bit unsteady under brakes as he tries to find or fight his way through the sponginess in the middle of the steering wheel. Yeah, I know I've been saying a lot, but it's so just bizarre to see everyone, like especially some of the guys you'd expect to be running right at the front, like the Refalo car, the Cotter car has been involved in quite a bit of trouble, even though they're still holding on to third position there.
Times, what are we seeing? So James Delaney put in a 2 minute 8.489 last lap. So only car, no, hang on, not the only car in the 8, so there was one more, which was Bernie Russley. Those are the two fastest cars on track at the moment.
I'm gonna have to correct you there again. Matt Cotter also put in an 8 earlier on, an 8.2.
Oh no, I
Not
mean
currently.
last lap.
Oh, on the previous lap, sorry.
Yeah.
My bad. But, yeah, it's... I mean, at the moment it really is just the battle of endurance. You do have... Hold on.
It's just the quiet part of the endurance race, I suppose, where it's all about driving consistently without getting distracted. Those walls are always close, as Dietmar Rath has just found out. A bit of damage to his car, Matt Cotter even more so. You see that front bumper and the bonnet still flailing around in the wind, oscillating.
G'day, guys.
G'day, good to have you.
I'm a little bit disappointed in myself, to be honest.
Yeah, it looked a little ugly.
Yeah, I hopped in the car, and everything was all over the place. Nothing was working, couldn't see what was going on, and I tried to get out of the pits, drive back around and jump back in the pits, but, you know, that didn't end up working very well at all.
Oh yeah, it's
Right in the webcam, there we go.
been a pretty tough run for you guys so far, it seems.
A little bit more damage for Nicholas Gregg and Noah Dindal just popping up on my screen here. Rustley has had an incident coming down the hill. So he stopped on his way down the S's and looks to have lost a little bit of time. Who's that in his mirrors?
Whoa, right out of
control.
shape. He hasn't picked up any suspension damage as far as I can tell, but there is a lot of panels that need to visit the panel beater.
I've got to say, you don't spend a lot of time on the inside of this car, do you?
I said before, when our viewership goes down, that I might. Spivey looks to be out of the car, coming back in. Scicluna in again. How many laps has been done by Spivey? It would only be 26, I think, or so, 25. So, not even halfway to his minimum 54 laps. But we're not getting, like last year, the ridiculous 3-hour-long stints from people trying to pull off one driver swap. The minimum 3 driver swaps now in place.
I suppose that's the one benefit of what happened to me. I got a driver swap out of the way.
Your teammates have done more than that. Far more. Done two already, I think. Within the first about 20 laps or so.
Yeah, that did happen. I won't tell you why. It's private. Team Limitless business.
Right.
They always say race car drivers will make great politicians.
I feel like we'd make better politicians.
Matt Cotter is out of the car, and Chris Munro looks to be getting back in. Chris Munro, pretty frustrating first stint for him after being involved in a couple of incidents, but looks ready to get back in now on lap 67 of 161. Gee, this is a long race, isn't it?
Yeah.
We'll see where he comes out. Third place at the moment.
I
Or Riley
imagine
Smith looks in as well.
I imagine you'll be seeing a lot of stops around this time, for those, especially for those people still running a non-compromise strategy. Because this is, if you wanted to pit only 6 times, I think is the minimum you can get away with. Then you've got to pit at lap 23 or 24 lap intervals, and that's right where we are now.
Russley looks to be past Munro. He's waiting for the timer to run out. How long have we got? Away he goes. So Cohen Turner's still got to sit there for another 30 seconds. Ouch. And Munro will come out in 6th position. 4.7 seconds to Nash Murdock, so a chance to catch up to him. And have a little battle maybe. Russley is only 4.5 seconds behind Michael East, who has had it's not been a particularly thrilling stint for him after John Slow was there for a while. We heard Jack Meredith slither off earlier, and that's probably why, because Jack Callister is now out of the car. Meredith getting in, he's got 60 seconds.
Chris Munro is immediately in the wall after a stop, which is not what you want to have. Probably just pushing too hard on cold tyres, you'd imagine.
Easy to do. He's cut a bit of time out of East already. As the heavens open up again, I have no idea why it keeps doing that all of a sudden. But maybe it's salty.
Oh yeah, dynamic weather and all that. I think it's a pretty nice touch, to be honest. I've got to say, the one thing that's spooking me is just having the shadow of the helicopter just suddenly appear in front of me as the clouds open up and it stops being overcast for a second. You get this ray of sunshine and this shadow just shows up right in front of you. It's a bit spooky. Small detail, but you notice it.
Michael East is in. Rolling down the pit lane. We'll see if there's a swap here. I don't imagine so. He got in not too long ago. One stint ago, I think. And
Nicholas Gregg as well.
Yes. And there's not a swap going on there because you're still here. So
No, there's not.
the track grip is at 99% now. It's ramped up a little bit since the last stint, so expect some fast lap times. Let's watch one with Chris Munro now.
You're right. Are you racing Delaney there?
Well, we were for a little. Well, we were for a while.
Oh, Jack
because of
Carl's
that
just here.
damage.
Sorry, I had myself deafened
Right.
while we were just watching a lap of Chris. Oh, into the wall,
Oh, no.
Rustley!
Oh,
Cutting.
we've just caught that.
Coming up on the back of Meredith.
Yeah, no, I think overall that's one of the best kind of pair of stints, like one of the best drives in a race I think I've ever done.
Yeah.
Near the end there, I think on my sort of third or fourth last lap, I did like a 9 flat.
Oh wow,
So
that's
even on like
pretty
you know,
quick.
Yeah, dead tyres. And for me as well, you know, Mr. Can't Go Fast.
Oh well, I'm pretty sure the track grip is ramped up to. Did you say 99%? Was it?
99
Sean?
at the moment, yep.
Oh yeah. I,
Wow,
I saw it hit 98. And I was like, alright, I can.
It held on 97% track grip for a while, and it's just ramped up very
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah, it was a long time on 97. Yeah, pulled off a couple overtakes as well. Screwed the one on Mr. John Slow. That was a crap overtake.
Oh, you missed some good action. While
then I
you were
got down.
driving.
I was wondering. I was like, I wonder if there's any action I'm missing out on. Damn, was there? I know the leader crashed at some point because I was chasing Macca, and all of a sudden, I just like was passing him just after the cutting, and I was like, oh, what's happened? That's how I got ahead.
It was yeah, I think it was the car of Snooks and Dundalk were in the wall up at Reed Park, and Delaney was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, unfortunately.
Right, yep. That's how it goes.
But even more incredible than that, we saw Riley Smith and Nash Murdock run into each other on Conrod Straight. Both of them went off the road into the wall and then still pulled it up for the chase.
Oh my god.
So that was incredible to watch, but bit of contact between them.
Rustley's looking hot here.
Down the inside of Jack
Yeah,
Meredith. Just manages
Whoa.
to clear front bumper. Gives him a tiny bit of space, which Meredith forces himself into. And now he's back
That
to
was
the bench.
almost echoes of Ambrose and Murphy there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking like it for a minute, I was like, come on, Jack, don't do it. You're better than this, and you back down. I was like, man.
I'm surprised you managed to pull it back into that tiny gap. That was pretty good. But,
Yeah, no, you did well. No.
smartly, it looked like he released the throttle a bit there on the way to the cutting.
Honestly, I still don't know who won that argument between those two.
Jury's still out, as they say.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with the way my stint went, and yeah, a couple good overtakes. I think I got one on Noah, and then who else? I'm not sure, it was someone else. So yeah, a couple good passes, pretty good. What happened to you and Nick? I heard you two were having problems because you were like doing alright at one point, then all of a sudden I sort of happened to glance over my real time, and I'm like, oh, what the hell? They're nowhere.
So we actually had Nick go into the wall and pick up a bit of suspension damage, which was all good. So we just decided we'll do another drive swap, get it out the way, and then a safety car can catch us back up. So that was the plan, except when I loaded in on my outlap, my wheel decided to desync, so my wheel was on an angle, even though I had no suspension damage.
Oh god.
And then when I eventually pitted to kind of get back onto the ideal strategy, I did like a half stint. I unplugged my wheel and replugged it to try and recenter it when it calibrated, and that actually inverted my force feedback.
Oh my god.
So it was pushing away from the center instead of, trying to correct itself.
Wow, that's brutal. I'm impressed you're still going there if you had dramas that were that bad.
Yeah, so after that, obviously I can't drive with inverted force feedback, so like 2 laps after Nick got out, he was back in the car.
Yeah, right.
And yeah, now we're just hoping for a safety car to regain a lap and see how it goes from there.
Yeah. Safety car would certainly spice it up. Wouldn't be good for my race right now, since we're pretty comfortably right up the front. We're further up than what I really sort of, could have even dreamed for.
Oh well, you managed to dodge like pretty much all of the carnage in the first stint, stint or two rather.
The bit of drama in that like the first stint of mine before I came in for my the stop in the middle.
Donnelly and Dundalk now on the same lap in for 12 and 13. Oh dear, oh dear. That name's gone red, and because there's been an accident it's coming out of the car.
What's happened, Noah?
Oh,
Sorry, I'm in
Riley
the wrong
Smith.
chat.
Riley Smith has just arrived on the comm box, which I would be very interested to hear what he has to say about Conrod Straight.
Rod, yeah. It's getting me the microphone
Go on,
currently. He's
let
probably
loose.
talking.
There we go.
Oh, here he is,
Alright,
here
so
he is.
basically, I haven't looked back in the replay, but I've gone
I think I've got
next
the
to him.
replay lined up. Do you want to see it?
Yes, can I please see that, Shaft?
Okay,
I don't want-
once I
sorry.
make sure that this isn't going to kick off. Okay.
See, this is what I don't understand. I'm there, and he just comes across.
And then you both made it through the kink
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
amazingly. And then turned him around after that.
It carries
Look.
on, yeah.
Yeah.
How I see it is, he just hit me down the straight. It was quite rude and stupid when we're not even halfway through a race. He made a mistake at the elbow, so he's obviously going to be slower than me. I put my car there. He swerved he just squeezed me to the edge of the track, a bit like the driver we're watching now normally does. And it was just a bit ridiculous.
Yeah.
I did dive bomb him into the chase out of pure aggression because I've just nearly lost my whole race because he doesn't know how to drive straight.
Yeah, a bit of a return of serve. It's not a place of the track that you usually expect to see the incident.
No.
Usually comes a bit further down the road when you actually
Shouldn't
arrive
leave my-
at the
to my
chase.
driver. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, right.
Blabbering on, easy. Anyway, yeah, so that was a long stint, double stint. I finally gained confidence around this track. At the start, if you guys pay attention to me enough, I was about as useful as a Project 4 co-driver. And
Boy.
yeah, but I gained confidence at the end. I was keeping level with Murdock until he made the mistake at the elbow, and that's where I pulled him. Good to see that ABR was leading. I don't know what's happened now.
No, we've just kind of evened out. But the only reason we shouldn't have been leading, Macca just got caught up in some drama and then had damage. So the only reason I was leading for so long is because he got caught up in a crash, then had damage, and then like halfway after the pit stop, he then re-overtook me. Because he is way faster than me. It's just that with the damage, we were about even on pace. So that's why I was up there.
I got caught up in another incident where I went around the outside and he just squeezed me and spun himself on my car while I was up on the curve. So it was a bit of a magnet.
Super says in the chat, 2 wrongs don't make a right. I imagine that's in response to the little tap at the very end.
Well,
Yeah, look, you've got to say that.
Stewart's open 9 AM tomorrow, remember it.
Unfortunately,
Better close that chat.
even if you get tapped, it's not really a good look to go ahead and punt someone straight back.
well, I haven't punted him. I've gone for a move and Kaz come across my nose.
Oh well, that's not for us to decide. That's for the stewards to decide.
VRL drama.
I might find myself busy when stewards are done this time around.
Yeah. So look at the water. Oh, sorry, Sharp, go.
Yeah, I was going to say, so there's 8.9 seconds now between second and first. That gap's really coming down. Macca's in the car now. Now,
Can he find his way up there?
there's also only 1.1 seconds between Murdock and Munro. That gap is seriously closing. So this one looks to be pretty stagnant. So let's go have a look at what's going on there. Love you, Riley says super. Oh, I just switched away, for goodness sake, Meredith. He
Oh no!
coming down the hill.
No, what's he done?
Spinned
How
it.
unlucky.
Oh, come on, I put in such a good run. So that's presumably gone too hot into the S's.
Is that suspension back?
Oh, you can see all the emotion that goes into this race. Right there.
No, that'd be suspension, isn't it?
I know the emotion of beat. It's the curse of switching away, isn't it? As soon as I switch away, you're bound to crash.
Yeah, of course.
Blame
That
job.
being said, can you stare at our car for the rest of the race?
P11.
Yeah, P11. Hopefully we'll
Yeah,
shit
no,
up the order.
The
Everyone
insider
blows up around
report
us.
is just a bit of body.
Oh.
So he must have just kind of spun it in the S's, and that's about it.
Well, 14 seconds now to Russell, so
Time lock.
Massive time loss,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
worked hard for that, but it's all good. That's what happens.
It's not even halfway yet. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I mean, it is Bathurst, like anything could happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, the grids are
Okay.
weird. When we were P4, now we're P8. Like, Wrath is back ahead of us.
Yeah, Ralph really isn't too quick today.
Oh, I've heard them get blue flagged at one stage.
Yeah, that was me and Macca. He was in our way. Macca and I got by him, and then he was pretty much within 1 to 3 seconds of me for pretty much the whole rest of my stint after the blue flags. Like his pace must have sort of settled at that point, and it was just kind of stuck behind me. Well, not stuck, but you know what I mean, a little bit behind me. Oi, Munro taps the wall there, I think, coming into the cutting. Actually do some commentary now.
Yeah.
So
there's
the,
Murdock.
the adrenaline's cooled off a little bit.
Has Jack made another mistake?
That's him, is it? Oh, it is too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, he's made another cock cut because that's
Yeah,
a lot
'cause there's-
more time loss. It's plus 19 now, seconds to the
Jack,
car.
you're supposed to know this stuff, eh?
Another 5 seconds.
He's not talking. I've got him on TeamSpeak. I've just had my mic muted in
He's just throwing his heads around, man. That's why.
there. Yeah. No, I just heard like a little tornado go through his microphone. He's breathing into it. He's there.
Make sure he's not asleep, mate.
Well, he won't be now with bloody Macca and
Yeah, Murdock.
Murdock and Munro breathing down his neck. Oh dear. Yeah. All I said to him was just try and settle yourself back into a rhythm. Clearly he didn't quite listen to me, but that's alright. Only hope for my race would be that these two
Oh,
get...
here it is.
Ooh.
My only hope for my race is that these two start to battle each other. Jack can find himself a rhythm and skip away from them.
Well, Munro's looking very speedy at the moment, and if
Yeah.
you close that gap to Murdock at a rate of knots, so you'd imagine that we'll dispatch of him eventually.
Yeah, pretty soon. Munro's looking really strong right now. Constantly showing the nose.
Oh!
Oh my gosh! What
From
a
so
move!
far back,
That's a move.
Wow!
held it nicely on the exit as well.
Slightly on the grass, Murdoch.
But
So there's side by side.
There's still an overlap,
Oh.
Oh,
bit of lag. Oh, what
Ah!
happened there?
lag back.
Yeah, I'm assuming
Hope he doesn't lag back forward.
breeze or something.
I am actually glad he lagged backwards and not forwards because that would have been
Munro's had a
pretty
moment.
disastrous for Munro.
Oh,
Yeah, Sharp, don't speak too
Try and deal
soon.
with it.
Oh no,
Oh, they can do it? No, they're not.
this is
I don't know.
stressful stuff.
hasn't had the best race, has he?
There we go. He's been warned now that he's lagging around slightly. I just heard.
Munro has spun quite a lot this race, hasn't he? I think
He's been caught
he
up in a
crashed
fair
into.
bit.
He hasn't spun. He's been crashed into.
Yeah, he's been caught up in
Lego
a fair
car
bit.
has been needing new Lego lately.
So, yeah.
Ah,
Hey,
that was
P7
He's
turn.
coming. Granted, Meredith should be like, what, 14 seconds further ahead than where he is, but probably bound to happen eventually, just based on raw car speed, you know, that he would slowly catch back up. It's just going to happen a lot sooner than what it probably should have, but that's racing.
Oh, that was all of the ingredients for a disaster there.
Yeah, it's somehow did that was such a late move into turn 1.
Ah,
How cool.
amazing! Like I'm so amazed that he didn't lock the rear brakes and just skate into the side door.
You
of,
bet that that's
Murdock there.
yeah, you bet that's Murdoch braked a bit earlier than Munro was anticipating, and so he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna have him here."
Yeah.
You do that sometimes. I do that.
Well-
That's kind of what happened with me and John Slow up to turn 2, and it's why it was a bit of a lousy move. It wasn't like bad or anything, but it was just a little bit of hip and shoulder. Because yeah, he braked earlier than I thought, so I'm like, "Oh, I'm gonna have him here," and then I kind of bogged it in too fast.
Oh, problem. Hang on. I've just seen on my TeamSpeak Humphrey dropped connection
Disconnect,
lost.
yeah.
He's dropped
no.
off
Oh,
this
no.
as well.
Get in there,
I've
Mello.
just heard-
No, Mello.
I've just
yeah.
heard TeamSpeak is disconnected from that as well.
Mello,
Oh
you
my
gotta
god,
go.
is he had like, is that an internet drama or?
Mello,
Oh,
go get in the car now.
I'm going.
Go, Mello, go.
Disconnected for commentary
I
box.
can't.
be
I
nice.
can't connect to the server.
Oh, no, it's
no.
Oh, that's all. That's my favorite.
Oh, I can now. I'm
Oh, yeah.
going. Someone kicked me from the channel.
Job,
Go.
that's your job. Well, it's just me and you now, Callister and Joey Rodriguez.
Oh dear. So
No
plenty
ABR
of
bias
dramas
in here.
this race. A lot of no ABR. Yeah, a lot of dramas this race.
Yes, there is. It's quite an interesting one.
Everything goes wrong at Bathurst.
It does.
Well,
I think
last
that's
year
kind
was
of the motto.
Yeah, last year wasn't this bad though, was it?
No,
There were
last
a
year
lot
was
of
quite chill.
problems last year with people whose game crashed and then they couldn't get back on the server for about 10 minutes.
Nicholas is back.
So there were at least 3 or so cars that were completely out of contention for any worthwhile positions.
Through no fault of their own.
Fairly early on as well, yeah.
Yeah, I think I remember I know what happened to Spivey and Josh Hill because he's whinged about it a lot.
What happened to
Does
Spivey?
Monroe just have a moment there? No.
That's a good question. We were fighting
Jeez,
Spivey
Murdock.
and Cyclona.
Oh, Murdock just barely kept it
Wow.
off all the exit of Forest
He's
Elbow.
That was very lucky for
Yeah,
him.
he slid it in there. I think the rear of the car was closer to making it through the corner than the front.
Cyclone had a great start off the beginning though. Jesus Christ, he was P1 in a couple of laps.
It was
Amazing.
awful at the start. Well, Nick's back, I think. So internet must
Yeah.
have just cut out for a sec. I've just seen pop up now.
I was very lucky for my internet. Holy jeez, guys. As I Alt F4, I look and I can't hear Turner, and I look and my internet's just not there.
Oh,
So driver swap here between Bernie and
Dylan
the
Barton.
name will click. Who's his
Dylan Barton.
Barton? Do a
Yes.
driver swap here. Meredith gets past. Munro gets past. Murdock is past. He still hasn't joined yet, so he's still having a good time.
And there's still, how long to wait? Another 50 seconds.
East is past. That's right, we got more information. Jesus, a good Bathurst. You must be missing out if you're not in this for this VRL 2021 at Bathurst 1000.
yeah, it's been drama packed so
goodness.
far, and we
We're-
still haven't reached the halfway mark,
Ridiculous.
Oh,
which
gee.
is rather depressing to say, if I'm honest. But that's
Yes, there's a lot of
Oh,
racing.
I'm in for a long night. We are on, I think it's 491 Discord members. If we get
Oh, sweet.
500, then I unlock some server insights and stuff, and I kind of want to peek into that. So please get it to 500
Please
for
join.
my benefit only. We've got a Discord link in the description of YouTube. We're going to have a little bit of downtime after this race for a few weeks, and then back with some new series and events. I've still got planned a 1991 Australian Grand Prix in November now. That's been pushed back a little bit, and hopefully debuting that same weekend will be a Australian Touring Car Championship, a new season of that.
Hey.
Barton coming out in 7th, and only 3 seconds behind is Deep Marath. As we go back up
Oh,
towards
look
the
at the
front.
gap.
You
He's
can see
closed
the
that in so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the signs around Formula One also coming in next year from about April using 2022 spec cars. That's always a lot of fun. So get on down to that.
Right now we've got the Bathurst 1000. And it's heating it up for P2 in this race.
Munro will have him soon. Hey, look at
Team
the lap.
wipe. Oh, that's not nice.
I was killed. Oh my god. Munro was about 7/10 quicker than Meredith that lap. So
I did see a mistake in the chase by Meredith.
yeah, well, there you go. That'll do it.
That's my teammate, you red. That's never good.
Yeah, and Meredith made those few. Oh no, Turner. Forest Elbow.
Turner's turned around at Forest Elbow, and Nicholas
Lock
Gregg.
the-
Sorry, Nick Mello's right on the back They're now a lap to the next car, by the way. So, but he's on the same lap as Donnelly and Denduk. It's really not been a great day for Project 4, and they may have it. They're probably going to lose the teams championship.
Oh.
How many driver swaps has everyone done? I haven't got a running sheet as such. I love internet, says Nick. Yeah.
Don't we all? Especially Australian internet, specifically. So Munro now is just going to be sizing up Meredith, trying to sort of find where he's weaker than himself, and find a place to put the move on, put it on effectively.
Oh, does Meredith have a list of the driver who's done driver swaps?
Just Meredith, I don't know.
I don't know. He was
just
talking about a big
mid-race.
strategy list earlier.
No.
Jesus Christ. Carlos doesn't even know about it.
No. Well, I've just honestly, for the most part, I've kind of just been keeping to myself in the like sort of run up to the 1000. I've just sort of been making sure that I was fast enough and comfortable in the car, and we've gone with a slightly conservative setup on the car, and yeah, just to make it sort of better to drive over a long distance, and we think that that's, well, at least somewhat paying off. If anything, I'd almost want the car to turn slightly more than it does, which is rare for me. I'm usually whinging that it turns too much.
We will see the move this lap by Chris Munro. He's gaining. That Lego car is a building. No, it's doing the opposites.
More damage on the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people
that
have
bonnet
that.
is moving a bit.
We would assume Meredith has that. As Nicholas Gregg joins the commentary box.
Not a happy one.
Not a happy Nicholas Gregg.
After so much drama, that's my planned triple stint was going so well, and then internet decided to ruin it.
So was it just a like split
1
second
second.
cut out, or no? 1 second. It's gone. Right in the middle of my interview. That's rude, isn't it?
Well, you can keep watching the great racing that's gone ahead.
Unfortunately for
halfway-
Munro, sorry, he's caught up on the top of the mountain.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Big wheelie.
And he's had a big lag spike, which has solved the problem. He's not caught up anymore.
Jesus Christ, he's doing some
Couple,
and stuff.
yeah, couple weird things happening to a lot of different people. Internet dramas, obviously the steering wheel drama with Mello. A couple people with lag and spike. Well, that's wrong. Well, that's what was wrong with Mello. That's why they're a lap down.
Yeah, I saw him binning in the wall at the Panorama Pass when he came out of the pits. And then I realised, I was meant to race him, and then I realised he's a lap down. I was like,
and it was
what?
because their force feedback, like his force feedback was completely broken, basically. And, well, no, it was like, basically, the steering wheel became uncentered, so it was as if he was driving, like it was as if he was driving with suspension damage, even though he didn't have any. And so in his stop, he tried to recalibrate the wheel, unplugging it, plugging it back in, and that actually made it worse. It inverted the force feedback.
Jesus Christ.
So the steering wheel was trying to turn away from center. So I think he said after about 2 laps he came back in.
No, that's
So
Project 4.
a lot of dramas for the poor Project 4 team.
I think we've already made our, we wanted to do 7 stops this race. I think we've already done that. I'll be honest.
Hey. So this is battling for P, I can't tell, 6?
Yep, 6.
Murdock's
Kinda
in the
sprung up out of nowhere.
pits. I think that's a bit early.
Halfway
He's lagging.
Superset a moment ago, we've got 1 to go, and then immediately after that, Murdock's internet just
Doing that,
went
so this-
nuts.
Yeah. Oh
That's good
no.
by Murdock.
He is gone, yep.
Well, we're halfway.
That was also a terrifying few laps when I had 3,000 ping for a few
Yes.
laps.
And I saw you go through the wall at the cutting.
Yeah, see, that was the first time I heard of you two having dramas. Because I don't have the stream up or anything. All I have is Jack to relay information. And I just hear
For a
everything
good-
speak, Nick, you've got 3,000 ping. I'm like, oh shit.
For a good 3 laps, cars were just flying everywhere. And then there was only one moment at turn 1, and I think Meredith's car went inside me and gave me red front bumper.
That is epic.
Just because of the ping.
Oi!
Oh, Jack, be bloody careful, mate. He's
Whoever
under
went
pressure.
around Bathurst is, it's pretty fun throwing it down the S's.
It is great. Oh my god, I thought he just hit the wall.
There's a couple of times when I went down the S's and it just didn't turn. I'm like, oh well.
Yeah, I think throughout my whole double stint, there was probably only 1 or 2 moments where I was like, oh. There was one really bad one, yeah, with his custom race suit that he spent way
Nice
too long
red.
doing.
He loves the colour red.
Yeah, it makes you go faster.
Well, he better be hoping he's making him go fast now because he's got one of the fastest drivers behind him, Chris Monroe. Didn't have the best of top 10 shootouts, but not the best. I think probably the worst. Super is still in the pits. I don't think there's something going wrong there.
No, they're doing the driver change.
They did a driver
Surely.
swap.
He's got about 20 odd seconds left before he can exit.
Jeez, Jesus Christ, you lose all the time for a driver swap, man.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, especially since we had to make it. Didn't we make it longer because of the ride height dramas?
See, my first one, right, I thought I didn't wait the time, but I did because I went next. I had a
Monroe's
heart attack.
he keeps on, he must be getting a much better exit out of turn 1. Monroe, I mean. The green car on the screen. Must be getting a much better exit out of turn 1 because he's always right on the back of Jack as they get to the mountain. And
That's
then,
probably the worst corner to get someone else to get a run on you because it's pretty
Yeah,
easy
exactly.
to get that inside up down the mountain straight. It is so difficult to defend around the outside. It's basically impossible.
it is, yeah. All the gods looking down at the battle. Yeah, he keeps on catching up over the top of the mountain. And then, well, in previous laps, he's then lost ground. And, well, until
do
then,
now.
that wasn't the case. But yeah, he loses the ground over the top of the mountain, then makes it back kind of with the rest of the lap. So maybe he has less rear wing than us. Because we went slightly higher than we could have gone, but yeah, we just wanted to play it a bit safe, so the wing's ever so slightly higher than what it could have been. The car was still very much driving.
Oh,
Let's go. Jeez, Monroe went for the move. Meredith quite smartly defended it.
well, let's see this wing theory that Jack has as we go down a corner. Right? It's
It is
lagging.
my theory. It was a slight lag. Well, that's what I theorise is happening. I reckon.
And it
Monroe
looks
probably
like
got
you're
it now.
correct, maybe.
Yep. Combine that with the toad. Jack's moved to the inside. Which makes me nervous. Oh, I think they're going to get through, and Monroe's actually going to pull it off. Round the outside.
Meredith stays
into the
there.
entrance of the chase.
Oh, for the switchback. Really looking to Murray's. Bright red.
Yeah, he tried. He tried to keep it there.
Oh,
He had another look. Jeez,
Yeah.
Jack. Calm down.
well, that's Monroe into P2.
Still in
After
third, it's alright.
it's not over yet. Meredith could look for a move or an exit out of turn 1 here.
Oh, I doubt it. He should just calm down. He should just follow Monroe, basically.
There you go. Keep on to Monroe. You're looking for a
Have
good
they?
race.
Pace rise Monroe's quicker, so might as well
Super
just
is
use it.
off.
Super's had a... Is that down the chase? Yep.
Yes, that's very far down the chase.
Big off. Don't do it, Jack. Come on. Just stick behind. Yep, good
He
man.
does.
Yeah, he's actually being a smart driver for a change. It's something he's not very good at.
But he's still looking. He's not done yet. Oh, he just...
Well, no, but usually the second there's like the teeny tiniest little possible chance that you might be able to pull a move
driver's
off,
eye.
he'll instantly go for it. But no, he's been a lot smarter this race, well, apart from those 2 cock-ups at the start of this
That's to
stint.
help his driving out too, because no one gets caught out from those.
So, no, yeah, he's doing alright now. He's clearly settled into the car after
To
being
mention
out
another
of it.
battle for P65. That's still going. But this is probably the main one for now. Monroe's off.
Monroe makes a mistake. Oh,
Monroe's
Jack
struggling to
nearly
pull it
bins
up,
it.
though.
He threw it hard through there.
You know, when
Distraction worked.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
you just see the struggle when he did shift down to second
Yeah,
down that hill there. You just know they're just trying to throw
Bit
it.
of an oversteer mode. Jeez, Jack has massive power slide next to Forest Elbow. I assume he does what you lot do, which is like go from first to second. Yeah, so that would have been it. That would have been it then. There we go. So Munro just barely squeezing past on the exit of the chase. It's a
This
long
is a
move,
thing.
but he eventually got it done. Back to live.
Nope.
Oh, Jack, come on, man. Keeps out of the grass, but losing a buckload.
Rath is keeping that second gap for Barton.
He keeps on doing alright until he gets out of his rhythm.
Oi!
Oh, you see again. See, exactly what I'm saying. He drives really well until his rhythm is upset, and then he really struggles to get back into it. And it is quite hard to do at Mount Panorama, but I think that's what we're seeing here currently. But he can't really afford to lose much more time with those two big mistakes he made at the start. He really kind of needs to just, you know, even coming up mountain straight, like close your eyes for, you know, just 1 second, just take a deep breath out, and then get back into it.
And then as you should do a deep breath out, you're in the braking zone for Griffin's, man.
Yeah, okay, you should have done it earlier in the straight. Than...
You wait till Conrod.
Yeah, down Conrod.
Hey,
down Conrad, you can have a quick nap.
Yeah.
Rafi, P6.
He's catching Barton. No, he's actually losing time to Barton. I've been monitoring that gap. He was about 8 tenths off him, and he's just gone back out to a second.
Yeah, so a couple small battles, but most people are sort of pretty spread out. Where's the
Just over halfway, and
Spivey car?
it's been an absolutely ridiculous race so far.
Yeah,
Still
plenty
time
of
for
it.
safety cars.
Yeah,
Haven't
I
gone away
almost
yet.
want one to happen, like just a crazy, you know, out of nowhere.
Yeah, I would love one.
Yeah, I know you would. Actually, you know, that's a good point. No, never mind, no safety car. So you can
Hopefully we can just zip past and get back our 3 laps.
you can,
3 laps.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's 3.
Good luck with that, because if there's a safety car now, probably wouldn't be a massive incident.
Oh, we're getting a bit of re-jamble of the leaderboard.
It's Shav going through the different timings. So there's all your cars that are a lap down. That's what that graphic is showing you. So it's a lap down compared to the leader.
Or 2 laps now.
So,
At Bathurst, you definitely don't want to go lap down, because as soon as that safety car is called, you got to wait till they say it's all good to go past, then you got to keep lapping around, but then they're just going to go green, and now you're...
yeah.
So
And
you want to try to keep unlapped.
Yeah, because it wouldn't be a very long safety car. Yeah, you'd probably end up kind of on your own in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Maybe unlapped,
And you can hope
but...
for another one.
And here's the positions
That's the
gained.
thing.
You got
That's what
the
Bathurst does,
top
though.
3 gaining positions, and then from 4th to 6th, they lose position. We've got to turn them without losing the spot yet, and Cyclona and Super losing spots. I can't read it. We've got Richards up, Mello down, Donnelly up, and
Do
Snooks
you need me to
down.
read it?
Yes, too bad quality for me to read.
Shav, the Discord bit rate is horrible.
People watching the stream can also read. Just say.
Oh.
Oh yeah, you can look out. You keep an eye out for your own driver or your favourite driver.
Ooh, here we go. Mate, I said we will save it for after in the back of the pits, mate.
Provide
I mean-
analysis like, well, Mac has
Oh,
really
it's 6
got
o'clock. It's dinner time.
8 positions.
Oh, alright.
I never want to have dinner.
Don't want to have dinner. So that's the point. You don't want to leave, because if your teammate gets suspension, they'll be just straight into the car.
Also, my right leg is so... I don't know what happened, but like that whole stint, I was left foot accelerator on the straights. My right leg hurt so much.
I don't know
You're a
how
champ,
accurate
mate.
that is.
Yeah. And Miller's like, do a triple stint. I'm like, oh, okay.
Triple C.
My internet saved me. Saved my body. No, I would have been okay. Would have hurt though.
I did the rookie mistake and didn't turn on my fan for the sim. Jesus Christ, you got hot in the room. Well, I've got another double stint to go after Turner does his. Assuming you got another couple of stints to go, Nick.
I think I've completed about like
Hey!
40 odd
There's
laps.
an off by
Oh, a couple cars off.
Barton. Now let
Rath's
Rath
late.
catch back up. Surely Rath's been sitting in that 1 second pocket for a long time now. Is it a lap car slowing him down? It is.
Is it?
Yes. That being Matthew Richards, P10. On other news, how is the team championship looking with now Project 4 and P11?
I'll calculate that now. If
So we see the grip, track grip, I cannot read because of the bit rate. That slowly climbs up during the race. 99% already.
it's not, the Chaviez thing's always 1%.
So it's still 98%. Yeah, because in
Oh,
qualifying,
sorry.
it's at 100%. And then
I was talking about oops.
in qualifying, it's always it was on 100%, but throughout qualifying, I don't think it hit 100%. Saying off real time. Coming out the real time shaft, and you'll be upset.
There you go. Just finished speaking to my teammate. Couple small dramas, but more than manageable, so we're okay.
So we'll be seeing slow Meredith.
Nah, not quite.
Michael Lee's only 1.6 seconds behind.
Yeah, that's sort of his focus.
Michael Lee already doing 1,000 laps in practice. That's pretty. That's a record.
Actually has paid off though.
Yes,
You can tell.
put himself in a great spot. And his co-driver's been helping him too. John Slow hasn't been the slowest driver around here. Good driver. Of course, has his own YouTube channel. John Slow, pretty successful on that. But here we go. The battle for P5. Dietmar vs. Barton. Overcast day today over in Bathurst.
There
Jack
goes
Harris's
Callister.
homer. Does
Is
that
he
mean there's
coming
going to be a
to the
pit
car?
for ABR? We will see when P comes up. Next to Meredith's name in P3. Be a good job by them actually. They haven't had the they didn't have the best of top 10 shootouts as Meredith cut during his lap. So if you want to go laugh at that, you can go watch that stream. But they bring it back there in P1 for a stage there. That was probably Jack Callister overpowered. And no, they've done a good drive. P3.
Nash Murdock is with us now.
Hello, guys, again. After that triple snip, that was killer.
Cool.
Pit saw.
Left foot is pretty dead because of having a load sub.
What about if you and Nick switch feet? Oh, you had a sore right foot and he's had a sore left.
Yeah, it was so red. There's my thigh though.
What?
Thigh.
I don't know what you're on about.
I think it's because when I'm over the hill, especially, my leg isn't resting on my chair. It's elevated.
Yeah, it's, all I know is
Picking
going
up
across.
the hill.
Left foot, right
Go.
foot, levitating.
Oh,
Oh, into the wall.
Sharp absolutely jamming to great songs. Anyway.
Yeah, going across the top of the mountain, and after a while, it's just like, how do I slow the car down without using much of my leg?
See, I didn't have much of I haven't done a triple stick, but I haven't had much of a problem. I just got hot. I was just overheating. I was doing the classic, pushing your shirt up and down to cool myself down because I didn't turn on my fan. And that's at full bore now. I feel bad for the drivers that are going to have to drive in November, start December.
Oh yeah,
Summer.
Summer for the Bathurst all then.
That is ridiculous.
What do you reckon? You go when they have the camera inside, they you just see the dry ice box literally stacked to the beyond the box.
But DJR don't like that, do they? Ludo hates it, doesn't he? He doesn't like these drivers running it. Feel kind of bad for Shell, who might not be allowed to run it because Ludo doesn't like it.
Literally wait and see.
Yep. 87 of this 161 race. Come through El Corner once again. See there by the side of the track. You can go check out VRL's Facebook page where we're also streaming. Now to those people watching on Facebook, that's pretty dope. You got the
I can tell you right now that 0 people are watching on Facebook.
Well, if you decide that you want to stop watching on YouTube, you go watch this on Facebook.
Because no one wants Facebook. I started streaming to Facebook because that's where a lot of sim races are, lots of sim racing groups and all that. And Facebook always does crap because I don't know, the algorithm for Facebook Live isn't very good.
Do you use posting it in the gaming part of Facebook?
I don't even know.
Yeah, because that's where most top end streams go to.
As you see now, as we go down the S, we get all these billboards out of the way. You got the F1 2022 coming out in April.
Yeah, Riley. Oh wait,
And we just got it. Oh,
Big- it's a blue flag. Snooks there.
and yeah, so get keen for that if you want to do some F1. There's not much sim racing leagues that do it, so if you want to jump in and have a go, highly advise just join the Discord, Velocity Racing League. I don't know, race, and you'll be able to join that in April, not now. It's too early for it now. And we've got a couple of blue
Ooh,
flags.
that's
Oh,
he's
Oh
into the
god,
gravel.
my teammate's gone off.
that's a big swing into the chase.
Yeah, facing the wrong way on the sand track.
Oh. Easy re-entry.
Yeah, there's no car coming.
Yep, and we're all good.
I'd hate to be in VR doing that.
Yeah, I would hate to be in VR in general. Surely your nose is just like sweat.
Yeah,
Which
he's
is weird.
right. Snooks is actually doing this all in VR.
I feel bad for him. I'll go if committed for it. Jesus Christ, I'll be sick.
Yeah, depends on the headset really, but I don't know.
Oh, there's a stand. There's a
Send on
touch.
Callister.
And
Oh no, Meredith.
Meredith's now around. Oh, Spivey
Wow.
just getting around it. That's one way.
Oh
Oh,
no!
Jesus
Big
Christ.
slide into the wall. That's probably giving him suspension damage.
Yeah, if you didn't have
I'm
it
not sure if that
before,
was
surely we
necessary.
get an onboard cam, Mr. Cameraman,
Yeah.
to see.
Oh.
Nah, he's all good. That's as straight as.
He got really lucky on that.
Don't.
Yeah, car.
So the only reason I had to do a drive swap is I was watching my ping go from 500 to 1,000.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Well, the car's fine everywhere.
The Aussie Avatar, thanks for subscribing to the VRL channel.
Yeah,
Subscribe.
sorry, had to get
Aussie
super,
Aviator.
super into this.
I'm sorry. Don't unsubscribe to that. You know, so that's Meredith spun around by losing his podium position now, that was for. Down the field he goes. Oh, it's just, we caught the end of it, but it was just a
Yeah.
Slow
just
just
an outrageous move. This was probably the worst bit. Oh, good dodge into it. He just
God
revs it up and
save.
just bang.
I
Surely
think
we'll
he
be
would have
seeing
been
a pit
fuming.
by then, won't we? Or he's going to stick it out? He's going to stick it out, isn't he? Got Cyclona in the pits.
Yeah, there's about 73 laps remaining, and you'd think if you can maybe stretch some of your stints to 25, then there's 3 stints to go. Keep it now.
Yeah, so I think a couple of teams here are just trying to get every lap out of your car, aren't you? You just,
Yeah.
you know, just that one extra lap in a stint. It was lucky with a couple of safety cars off the start that you could save a lot of fuel, but now there's been a bit of a dry stint and found a safety car. Obviously, it's good that we're not seeing safety cars because that means we're not seeing people crash, but, you know, I think a couple of drivers do want that safety car, and
I think a lot of teams would love.
you also love a safety car because you just get a break. Like, you're flat out around the track, you know, and as soon as a safety car comes out, you can stop, relax, have a breather, and get ready to get
breathe
going.
a couple of drinks.
Drinks, yeah. Already had a drink. Just. So Deema just hanging on the fucking part. Away! And he's just sitting there, he's just waiting. They're just about the same pace, I reckon. I reckon if we look at our lap times, they're just the same, and he just can't get to him. And it's just not the greatest feeling when you're pushing as hard as you can, and you just see the car ahead just doing the same thing as you, and you just.
But he was doing so well at the start, and now he's being shuffled around a lot. Now you're just like he's getting caught in traffic that as quick as him now, so makes it challenging for him.
Had probably the greatest start we've ever seen out of Bathurst. He just left the grid.
He drove
2
away.
seconds.
He drove away, and we were sleeping on the grid.
Is that Monroe in the pits?
Yes, it is. Oh, damn it.
Not a
Talking
drive
about
change?
Baxter.
It's just
No.
no drive change, just a full tank and get out there again. No.
Mm-hmm. Temperature has ramped up from 15 degrees up to 17 throughout this day in Bathurst. And with it, the grip should be approaching 99% soon.
This has been a long pit stop.
Might have damage as well. Or that bonnet is
Possibly suspension damage on top of that. Lego card jiggle. Lap time difference between the Ralph and Barton are literally just 0.1 of a second apart. It's unreal.
I think they've been swinging back and forth over the last few laps in terms of lap times. So yeah, this is a battle where you've got to be in for the long haul. Monroe is still in the pits. It's been 2.5 minutes.
I think you should have gone with a driver swap over that.
Right. And back.
He might have been repairing damage, and it's absolutely...
A driver swap should have been good for him.
Well, the driver swap's the workaround. You only have to wait 70 seconds for...
Versus this.
Yeah. Ross Macca continues to lead the race on lap 91 by 30 seconds now. It started to close up. It closed up towards the start of his last stint, but now out to 30 seconds. Smack seems to have found his rhythm. And Meredith then 15 seconds behind East. Then it's Barton, Raths, Turner, Goonan, Super, Munro, Richards, Mello, Donnelly, and Snooks. I think that there's only been one driver swap for car number 7. So, past halfway, they've still got to do 2 more.
Yeah, Munro's finally coming out the pits now. He must have been repairing damage, and it has not paid off.
Suspension.
Down to 10th.
Suspension and body.
Yeah. Maybe even engine. Took that one.
Engine actually penalises you more than that. It's like 10 plus minutes just for an engine. I tested the theory.
Tested during a race, or?
No, I tested it on the practice server, trying out to see what worked best for, well, the big race.
Jack Meredith around, coming out of Forest Elbow. He's a long way down the track, actually.
Does he have any steering damage from that?
It's always the question.
Nah, he got away with it again.
Looks okay. But still a fair bit of time. It's now 30 seconds to East, who has just entered the pit lane. Turner's in the pits as well. And I think Riley Smith has gone quiet, so I wonder if those things are related.
I think it's time for a driver swap for them too.
Oh no, it looks to be holding steady. East is getting out the car and Slow is going to get into number 7. So
No, Turner's still in the car.
Turner's going to stay in. Coming out of the pits now in 6th place. Meredith's name flashes red. Oh, he's put it into the pit wall.
That's definitely got to have steering damage now.
Oh dear.
How does he get away with this?
Must have hit it square on, but he's coming into the pits now. On lap 24 of his drive.
Yeah. Honestly, I wasn't expecting to say he was at 3rd place or 4th through my stints just driving, honestly.
Slow isn't out yet, either.
Engine damage or suspension on this one?
No, it's just a driver swap, so 5 seconds left. And then he can get going. You can see Meredith, off he goes. And Slow's just going to be a little bit behind him. And that's the difference between a driver swap and just a regular pit stop. About 35 seconds. Close to 40. Dietmar Rath has fallen a little bit off Dylan Barton in the last little bit, so 2 seconds now that gap. So they work their way up through Silver Park. Ross Macca is into the pits now. Wonder if there's any damage to repair on that.
Yeah.
Looks like a fairly
Just checking
clean car.
Yeah, checking the lap times between Dylan and Dean from Rath. There's literally last lap was over a second difference.
Well, there you go. Must have been some kind of mistake on Dietmar Rath's part to lose that much time.
I think there's been a couple of cars bouncing. Down the mountain. Just watching the live screen and just seeing all the little accidents.
Turner's coming past. There he is. And Macca will come out just behind him. We'll see the gap to Barton update shortly. I can tell you that Barton is down at the chase, so still a substantial lead for Ross Macca. And the time is the 36 seconds or so, as Macca just runs a little bit wide through the cutting on brand new cold tyres. Soft tyres as well, they take a little bit more time to get up to temperature, and it's fairly cool conditions, so 23 degrees on track, 16 in the air. And that, I think, will start slowly decreasing now.
Well, the only time I saw green tyres was across the top of the mountain. The rest of the time, you're on blues. Cold tyres.
We've got a time of day. Now, is that going to be right? I think it is. So,
That should be right.
We've been going for 3 hours and 41 minutes so far.
And we're only just at lap 93.
Yeah, so... Wow, this is actually going to be a... Forget what I said before, this looks like it's going to be a decent length race. A bit over 6 hours, 6.5.
Yeah, the average lap time around here is like in the 210s from pretty much all the drivers right now. So, yeah, very close field in lap times, but other than that, you're just gonna hope for the best if you're trying to chase someone. Hey Rod, someone else wants to chat.
Oh yeah, okay.
I just got a message from him.
Oh yeah.
Wrong
Michael
person.
East
Hello. I just finished my stint.
Yeah,
Oh,
pretty
that
good
was
one.
that was crazy. Yeah, I was pretty flat out.
Put yourself in a good position right now, sitting 5th on the road. It's difficult to keep up with your net positions because of all the driver swap. The driver swaps and just the general drama around mechanical issues and whatever.
Yeah, I was pretty. Well, that incident with the red car. Who was that driving?
Jack Meredith.
Yeah, I don't know whose fault that was. I didn't really know.
Have I still got the replay lined up? Oh, that's the very end of it.
I think Meredith. It actually looks like Meredith came across on you.
Yeah, I kind of felt that.
Yeah, it looks it, but
Oh yeah, okay.
There is that. There isn't much overlap either for a move to be made. So, well, we'll see.
man,
There
Ralph
was
hit
more to it
grazing the
than
wall.
that clip. There was more to it than that clip because
That's true. I only managed to
I-
catch the very end of it.
I think I might have caused it because I touched him as I was coming down. I was on the inside and I was up against the wall and I had nowhere to go. So I think I touched him and that's what caused him to spin.
Ah, right.
So it might have been my fault. I think I went from 8th to 2nd my stint, which was pretty crazy. I don't think I made any mistakes.
Yeah, wow. So, what was it, about 30 seconds to the race leader? I think by the end of your stint. So, a bit of time to be made up, which can certainly be made up in an instant if there's a safety car, but still a good chance of winning this race. Absolutely.
Yeah, we've got a pretty good strategy going, so I think we've got a really good chance of, being in the top 5.
Well, you're one of the few that seems to have not altered your strategy too much. It looks to be a fairly even length in your stints. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we were having trouble with fuel burn and stuff like that, but I think we're pretty good now.
Watching Deep My Wrath, 1.9 seconds to Dylan Barton. Still just holding there. I don't think this has been a battle that's been simmering along. They've been close to each other. It's been simmering along for almost an hour, I would think. Maybe 45 minutes. I've got no concept of time at the moment. What's the time? 20 past 6 rather.
if you said 8, I'd have been going, what?
Yeah.
When you're in the car, it feels like 15 minutes per pit. It's pretty quick.
Oh yeah, it goes quite quick.
You just realise the laps just rack up really, really quickly.
Is that just getting into a rhythm and then you're feeling really comfortable, then this goes by fairly quickly. Watch Chris Monroe on the back of Matthew Richards. Richards ended up coming in, I can't remember if it was 2nd or 3rd last year. Driving with David Thornton. I'm going to have to look this up. Yeah, it was 2nd, so... But, that was in a VF Commodore as well, and not having as good of a time this time around. In 9th place, Chris Monroe, we saw had a very long pit stop earlier.
I think Monroe is trying to just charge down the whole field now.
Well, they look to be in a winning position. There's lots of little mistakes that were happening between those two, and just racking up the damage, Bill.
Ooh, a little slide from Monroe there.
They've certainly got the pace.
This is going to be a battle worth watching now.
Are they on
That's
fresh
quite bad
tyres?
Munro definitely will be. As he slips up the inside of Matthew Richards coming up through Griffin's Bend. Car number 99, the Lego car. If you haven't noticed, actually, there's the little Holden badge which has been replaced.
I just love this livery, like how little details it has on it.
What's that say on the back? Oh, it's too blurry, I can't see. But that's the lower quality skins for you. Coming back down the hill now in 9th place. Just taking that position now. Dima Rath has caught up a little bit on Dylan Barson as this continues on.
I hear there was a drama with the Munro car. I've just returned after a break from my stint.
Yeah, so, well, the drama was that they were in the pits for about 3 minutes.
Truth.
So that little sticker on the back of Monroe's car, it literally says "You shall not pass."
Ah, right.
Just quickly looked at, didn't the content manager at that?
Earlier in the race, very early on, we had pretty bad mechanical damage. We had bent suspension. We came into the pits under safety car. We got out in 3rd place. So we gained 2 positions by, I don't know, somehow.
Was it flying off that restart? It was Cicluna was flying off that first restart. Ended up leading a fair amount of the first stint of the race, and then I think you guys were up there as well. I'm trying to remember. That's 3 hours ago now, but.
It's a long race, that's for sure.
Absolutely, we were almost cracking the 100 lap mark.
Yeah! Finally!
It's always an achievement, isn't it, to get this far in without too many drama. I mean, the server hasn't blown up, so.
I'm still waiting for the server to go, yeah, nah, I don't want to be working right now. But we haven't had that yet.
Don't.
Dreading it.
Don't tempt it.
A couple of people.
Newcastle's a very good one. Newcastle's a very good one for that.
When you get to the end of your stint, the tyres are just gone. It's like riding on ice. Very hard to keep the car under control. I was still posting good times though, but very hard to keep it in control.
I love it on the hurt tyres. If the car moves around a bit more, and I really like that. That's why I hate sort of, your GT3s, your Formula 1. Cars don't move around at all. They pretty much go from having grip to crashing.
Yeah, it's all that downforce.
Yeah, there's like no in between at all. After driving into the pits or Refalo.
No, there is an in between. There's like a 0.1% of your tyre being that in between, then it's literally driving on ice.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Ralph has been there a while. I wonder if we'll see a swap here. What's the other car that's a bit further up? That's Snooks. Who's a little bit further up. Yep, and off
There
we
you
go.
go.
So,
There's the driver swap here.
from 3rd place, and Dylan Barton finally has something less in his rear wing mirror.
Do they actually have to do one more driver swap? Barton.
Everyone's slightly out of sync at the moment with their pit
So
stops.
Barton's got to come in once more and change to Bernie Rusty.
As do we. We still have another change to do. Driver change, I mean.
Planning to finish?
I will leave that up to speculation.
Oh, for God's sake. So secretive, all of you.
Look, alright. I came into this race like, I just want to relax and, enjoy it, have some fun. After
Holy
about
crap,
6
you
laps,
could win this.
after about 6 laps of driving, I was like, nah, fuck off, I want to win.
Yeah, mood swings, essentially. It's like, yeah, true. Nah, I'm doing this.
It went from super chill, I don't care, to I want to win. Well, obviously, winning's a bit of a stretch, but I want to do like as well as possible rather than just a top 5 or whatever the original goal was.
Yeah, the goal was to get literally to get myself into the top 5 for the race, but seeing all these ridiculous aliens pop up, I'm just like, man, that's a bit far reach now.
That's why. The original goal for us was just get a top 5.
When the AK spaceship lands, you're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah.
Drop the front of VRL. Because you've got a fair few more competitors. 48 seconds to slow, and then 16 back to Turner for Refalo, so a bit of a chance to stretch his legs. I guess until Barton comes in. Here is Cicluna on the back of Turner. He's been driving a very good race indeed. But there's still a bit more for Spivey to run.
All they have to do is get that car far enough ahead where Spivey just has to drive the thing, essentially.
Yeah, just get it to the flag.
Spivey, from memory, has about 30 laps or so still to complete. Hoping no one gets disqualified this time. We had one disqualification last year with Riley Smith, Jack Meredith. But it looks like this time it's going to... Well, there's a lot less cars trying that more risky strategy as Turner just went across the chicane. It looks like Michael East has popped out and Jack Callister has deafened himself, so there he is, back. I was going to say a bit quieter in the commentary box now.
Sorry, mate.
Riley Smith reports major internet issues, and then Nick replies with, "Join the club, we've got jackets."
Oh, wait, you guys have gloves? You guys have jackets? I should get one.
The Internet Troubles Club.
I tell you what.
Yeah, Shav, it's getting to the stressful end of the race, so...
Stressful for...
No reason.
Don't worry, through the last 40 laps is you're going to watch everyone go, okay, full send, and you're going to watch qualifying laps appear.
Yep. And then I'll just tumble down the order.
Unless, the Meredith crashes the car again.
Oh, flub, I know guys aren't. But there's a few others that are. Lap 100, there we are, we've cracked a century.
Finally hit it.
And,
Where's the fireworks?
I should have set this up so that it had fireworks at the end, but they...
That would have been cool.
They're in the daytime though. Daytime fireworks can kind of suck it. 3.2 seconds between Turner and Cicluna, with that 25 Mustang streaking away a little bit. Interesting to note that there's been a couple of changes at Allegiance when it comes to manufacturers, with Spivey switching over to a Mustang like he has run for... Well, he's run Ford since we've been on Assetto Corsa, even back. Yeah, so I think he's been Ford the entire time.
Charles, this whole season he's been in a Holden.
Yeah, all season
I know,
he's
apart
been
from
in
that.
ABR.
Okay.
But he swapped to a Ford for...
He's gone back to Ford.
Yes. He's got himself a really good co-driver.
And up
In a
until
pretty
this
good
year,
looking
it was
car.
a Ford. Sort of.
Right, there you go, you'll get him.
This is John Slow coming up through the... on the run up the mountain. Under the tree, which... Funny how they still call it under the tree, there's no tree there anymore. Oh, hello, safety car.
Safety car!
Because there's been a crash at Skyline and Meredith has got involved in it.
Meredith is there. God
Meredith
damn.
is there, and Snooks, and I think it was Richards as well, So there's been a big crash at Skyline. And now the safety car's been deployed. Right, now it gets interesting. Lap 101 of 161. That was a major incident, and
Yeah, I'm just listening to my was it pit box, and everyone's just scrambling.
right, this pit lane's going to get a little bit crazy. So Barton is in, Super is also in. This will be the time for the last pit stops, for some of the last driver swaps. Barton, I know he's going to stay in the car, so there is a chance that people haven't done all the laps they're required to, of course. Super stays in as well, and will continue off, so
Repair your suspension mainly.
Richards has to come in and repair from that accident as safety car comes out, and now the race is flipped on its head because Macca
Well, I'll be getting going. I'll see you guys soon.
Okay, righto. Macca's the race leader. Everyone gets a lap back, which is handy. Looks like the commentary box is going to get a little quieter as things kick off here. Josh Hill is, I think he was swapping out, wasn't he? Now it's green lights on that safety car, but things are stacking up. Just give me one moment, Lolo.
How's the downfall in here? Oh, I'm the only guy with the microphone on.
Yeah, so can you just take over for a moment while I go and guide Dan a little bit?
Right, yes, can do. Alrighty, ladies and gents, so there was an incident at the top of the hill, right at the top of the mountain, just coming into Skyline. Two cars had an accident. One of them tries to flick spin around, and they had pretty much flick spinned the car straight into Jack Meredith, my co-driver, and completely destroyed the entire front end of it. Made it back to pits, but that's...
Are you not getting in the car, Jack?
No.
I thought you would, since you have a lot of
Back.
damage.
Meredith doesn't have minimum laps.
Oh,
Yeah, the timing is awful.
unlucky timing.
Yeah, it's really bad. So yeah, that's really quite hurt us. The damage was huge. I mean, yeah, like the entire front end of the car.
Yeah,
Was
Mello was
destroyed.
telling him about it. He said, Meredith's going so slow. I hope I don't get a penalty for passing.
Yeah, no, like the whole front end. Basically, like he basically almost the entire steering wheel was a dead zone. Like it almost wasn't doing anything. That's how, like it was destroyed.
Lucky he was able to bring it back to pits.
Yeah, he managed to get it back.
Go Mello! Run, you good thing.
So, yeah, no. I mean, at least it solves the other drama we had, which was a fuel drama, but, you know, that problem's solved now.
Yeah, just like all my strategy work.
Yep. Well,
But I'm predicting I'm predicting 2 more safety cars this race.
we were going to be scraping by on literally nothing as we crossed the line.
Well, you could be pushing for 25 lap distance.
Yeah, like it was
Yeah.
bad. Like it was really bad. But I mean, at least that's solved now. I said that to Jack as he pulls into the pits with like his steering wheel upside down. I'm like, well, at least we have fuel now. So yeah, it's not good, and with the field bunched up and the fact we have to do another driver swap,
Yeah.
we'll drop back even further because that's a long pit stop. So
Are there any cars that won't have to make another driver swap?
I don't know. I haven't been following. I've been gone for about the last half an hour.
I think John Slow could, because Michael has done quite a lot of laps. But that's, another 60 laps is going to hurt the driver. Chippers.
Oh dear. There was just an announcement come through about the safety car in teams
I
thing,
know,
so
right?
yep. Plenty of drama at this year's VRL Bathurst 1000.
Well, hello. Now I'm commenting. Oh, custody.
Yeah,
So
no,
here we
I-
go. Safety car, lap 102. I think it was lap 100 when it came out. That's fine.
And it's a slight disaster for my car.
Yes. Watching, I don't know if we have the replay, but watching him come over.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know if he attempted to slow down or was he just trying to go full pace.
No, he was trying to slow down, and one of the cars, I didn't actually see who, because I only sort of saw it out of the corner of my eye on the second one row here. But one of the cars tried to flick spin themselves, and basically flick spun it right into Jack Murdock, and the entire front end of the car was destroyed.
Oh, we've gained from this, if I'm being honest. Oh, sort of. Now we're back in a pack where Turner isn't the strongest driver.
We've been burnt by it hard because we still have to make another driver swap.
So do we. But this was good because
Call you back up.
we were on target. Like, we were fine with fuel. But this gives us now a chance to undercut.
Good news.
Like, we have, I think we're like 2 laps we had to undercut. But now we can save fuel here. That gives us another 2. And we should be able to, say if there's a safety car 4 laps before I'm supposed to stop again. Well, then we're just going to sneak through. We can just go in the pits, refresh, go again.
Okay. I think we're all sorted now. So, cars can only unlock themselves once per safety car period. And I think it's all good as to... Yeah, so we've had...
Yeah, we'll be.
Macca, Button, Slow, Refalo, Super are all in car 4. Spivey's new in the car. So is Cotter, Hill, Hello stayed in.
Yes.
So is Donnelly. So Nicholas Greg here as well.
Oh.
Oh, Barton coming down pit road, and so is Donnelly.
Wow.
So, Barton's got plenty to lose. He's going to go to the back of this queue. Donnelly really has nothing to lose, already 2 laps behind.
Well, see, I wonder here because I wonder if they wanted to try to hit a target with fuel. I was wondering if they're like, if we get to 103.
Oh, here's a swap going on. Okay, so
That'll be because minimum laps. That's the problem that Jack and I have. Meredith isn't at his minimum laps yet, which is why we couldn't throw me in the car to the end. That's why we're more or less screwed at this point. Meredith and I are done, count us out of doing any well now, basically. That's what that'll be. Tro driver will have just ticked over the laps.
right, it's difficult. You got to kind of keep track of them yourself, and so Macca and Delaney, I think, are a little in the dark about how many laps each driver has done. They were asking me at the Race Director channel.
Oh god.
It's not inside.
Yeah, no, that's bad.
We had drivers last year who didn't complete the minimal lap by 1 lap. Retard they must be.
Yeah, Riley, can you remind me who that was again?
Probably was Project 4. We got garbage out.
Refalo going to the end, and Hill going to the end.
Going to the end, oh, they're mad.
So, well, Chris
fuel
Refalo,
efficient they
if
are.
he's not got any more driver swaps to do, sitting in third,
No freaking way.
they've just been simmering away in the midfield. They have a real chance here.
What is
is
Meredith
going
doing?
on? Side by side here. Safety cars coming in this lap. Where am I looking? Meredith and Turner.
Hurtful start.
And now the safety car is... It's not pulled away yet, is it?
Usually doesn't pull away until Conrad.
Usually doesn't pull away till Conrad's straight, but I think Macca might be... Yeah, no, the lights are still on. So Macca's just dropped off a little bit from it. It's not quite 10 car lengths, but... He has dropped off a little bit. Right, we're just about ready for a restart on lap 103 of 161. The safety car is coming in. There's no more weaving in the back, I hope. There is one car that hasn't caught up, and that is Bernie Rustley. 33 seconds, so he's not even got to the back of the queue. There's a big gap in the middle of that field. Look at that. That's Super, who's holding up cars a fair amount. Okay, catching up again. But now Macca has control of the field. Is he going to go out of Conrad, out of the chase? He is. And we're racing once more. Lap 103.
Oh, he's got
With
a
the
good launch
penultimate
there.
stint. And Slow has been a bit, well, slow to react it seems. Refalo is right up behind, pulling alongside, going to have a go down at turn number 1 for second place. Without any more swaps to do, he's got it. Turner's right up behind. John Slow, who I think there's one more swap for these two cars. So this is for the net position. Spivey and Super running side by side up to Griffin's Bend. Spivey having a hanging around the outside, and Cotter's going to try and get past as well. This is, I don't see this ending.
Makes you nervous.
Spivey all out of shape coming through the cutting with Cotter having been slowed up by that, and now there is Mello trying to get a lap back on the back of all of that as well. So Macca continues to lead the race out in front by a cool 1.3 seconds from Refalo, who's sliding all the way around into the wall over Skyline.
Oh, he's got Meredith. He's got Meredith. Oh no.
And there's cars running into him. Is he going to be able to hold it together? And there's another safety car out. So there's another chance for him to get laps back. But Owen running side by side with Rustley and has to give that place up. So that all started. Did he grab too much curb? Did he glance the inside wall? We're back to safety car conditions here. After about half a lap, and Meredith's got big damage on the front of that car. So chances for driver swaps to happening. I can see all the mics going silent here. This one won't
This is
be as long.
exciting. I'm excited.
This one won't be as long as the last one, I don't imagine, but
How else are they going to do a job?
Oh boy, safety cars beat safety cars. I was telling Mello that before.
Just spins up, just spins it around up on the curb, as you can just tell.
I want it to go back, please. There we go. Yeah, on the curb.
It's a big wedge.
Over and into the wall, and then
Oh,
everyone trying to avoid, and some cars
how many people come into the pits here?
Plenty. If we go back to the main screen, and so Macca and Meredith both doing changes.
Ooh.
Me too. What the hell?
Now I think, I reckon Macca's done enough laps. What is it, 54? Oh, actually. Yeah, well, Delaney's
This is
in
intense,
now.
isn't it? She really has spiced up.
So if Macca's
'Cause
done
he-
half the race, then he's done enough laps.
56, isn't it?
54.
Close enough. Anyway,
Callister's also in, and so is Refalo. We heard from Callister before that they held off on pitting there because of minimum driver time. Now, a couple of people would have been in that situation as well. There's another change going on with Josh Hill, which is interesting. Probably because the damage takes too long to fix. They figure it's just time for a swap. As safety car bunches up the field again. It is John Slow who leads the race right now with that change. Delaney, well, Macca gave up the lead to change driver. Delaney currently sits in 8th position. It's Slow, Turner, Super, Spivey, Cotter, Russley, Refalo, Delaney, Callister, Hill, Mello, Donnelly, Snooks. As cars are going to get laps back. I think the only cars to get laps back are Mello, Donnelly and Snooks. Unless anyone else falls a lap behind as a result of pitting. Which, yeah, Richards is all the way down at the bottom, so I don't think that'll be too much of a problem.
oh, that's shaped up the grid a lot, didn't it?
It certainly has.
See, the problem with pitting now, you still got another. What, you get to 120, 130, and then 150. But see how it doesn't get you to the end, so they're gonna have to do another stop between those ones. Because from now they can't go for a 2-stop; they still have 3 stops to go. So they're hoping on a safety car, I'm assuming, late in the race, where they can just jump in, quick, top her up, and quickly go.
Josh Hill putting out a very worthwhile message in the Bathurst 1000 discussion. Hold your effing brakes. When you spun rounds, just hold them on so you don't run into someone else.
Yeah, Meredith got caught up from 2 crashes now up the top there. He has not had the luckiest run through there.
It's an absolute hotspot. We didn't see many big pile-ups like that last year at all, but we've already copped, say, 3 or 4?
Oh, safety cars, breed safety cars, there we go. We all know the moto.
It was after a long period of green flag running. Been broken, lap 105 right now.
You don't really see those mistakes from the HKNS boys. That's quite an interesting one. Obviously got up on the curb and just kept going, and at that stage you just may as well just accept your fate, because through there you're not coming back. So as you can see by the time of dates, 4 o'clock, 16 past 4, there you go, that's a real map.
No.
No, it's not.
By 3. Plus 3.
Yeah.
So about 3 in game. We've been racing for 4 hours and 16 minutes so far. So, whew. No, not 4 hours 16 minutes, excuse me. I think that's how long the server's been up, so take about 10 off that.
Such a long race. Like, how much should it just change? Like, here we go. We got John Slow now winning after Macca's been in the lead for so long. You got somehow me and Turner in P2. That's a miracle. You got P3 Super, who we have tangled with that car, and we've been close to each other's all race. P4 being Spivey, who did lose a lot of time when he hopped in the car. Like, he was sitting up behind us, Goonan was actually. And he was looking for some moves, and now when Spivey hopped in the car, he was a bit rusty, maybe is the word here, and couldn't get going. But I think we'll see green flag here. Well, by green flag, I mean safety car lights out.
I'll just confirm. Last one, yeah? Great. Yeah, last lap. There it goes. I could have waited like 20 seconds, but safety car coming in this lap, 106 of 161, with John Slow leading from Cohen Turner, Gus Super, Max Spivey in fourth.
They're going to be teammates next year, Spivey and Turner, so...
yeah, well, Cohen Turner second, Gus Super third, Max Spivey fourth. Then we've got Cotter in fifth, Russley in sixth, Refalo in seventh, Delaney in eighth, and Callister in ninth. So those are sort of the big guns, fifth to ninth there.
A bit of an angry group there. That's a bit worrying seeing Cotter, Russley, Refalo, Delaney. Callister with his race pace is ridiculous.
I think they're all running to the end, those guys. So that'll be interesting as Riley just meets himself there. Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm just advising my co-driver when he hasn't been part of this close this to the front of the grid, and now he's doing it in the 1,000. He doesn't want to.
He is right up behind John Slow. Is he pushing him along? I don't know, but Super seems to be slow to catch up again. It happened last time as well. That it's probably how the pack got all. Or the back end of the pack got all packed up before. Now we are just about ready to go for a restart once more. Lap 106, it'll be 107 when they cross the line here. It's Slow, Turner, Super, Spivey, Cotter, Russley, Refalo, Delaney, Callister, Richards, Mello, Donnelly and Snooks. There's only 2 cars, I think, not on the lead lap now, as we're racing again.
Project 4 have found their way back onto the lead lap. So there you are, another group to watch. They might... Nicholas Gregg being deafened in the commentary box right now, so him and Mello are making sure everything goes alright.
Cotter and Spivey side by side. There's Cotter immediately attacking. There was a bit of going on between Super and Turner a little further ahead.
Cotter's just got to fly through, isn't he?
Yep, so Cotter's
one
already
turn.
Plucked off one position.
He's just pushing along Super here.
There's been a big
just
damage.
trying to get...
There's been a big damage bill for this car already, but we'll see if they can. Got to get rid of that as well. See if they can hold on. Because I reckon they're in the box seat to win this one.
And this is
That's
the other
last
pack
stop.
that will be screaming through.
Oh, Cotter's
he's
round!
Oh, you jinxed him.
I keep doing that, don't I? Cotter's round. He needs to be
Oh.
careful about Snooks there, and is now out to the back. Well, I said there was a big damage bill, didn't I? So,
Right.
whoopsie.
Oh.
There he goes, 11th place for Cotter now, and
Oh no.
Spivey now back up into 4th.
You even clicked off him, Jarve. It was everything that you've just been jinxing people with all day.
Absolutely. Here's Callister, Richards and Mello. So Richards is now right back in this with Josh Hill after being, well, fairly far behind for most of the day. And so is Mello. After a lot of technical issues, they're there as well. They are there.
Oh,
It's
Nicholas.
just 2 consecutive safety cars. Here comes Nicholas Gregg looking around the outside of Josh Hill. Hill's going to subsequently have a look on the inside of Jack Callister. Couldn't
Oh,
quite
look at
get
this.
that move done. Mello's got the run coming down the main straight, squeezes him all the way to the pit wall. Still down the inside of Callister. Richards gets the move done on Callister, but not on. But Mello can't do the same. And now Donnelly is there too, but he's a lap behind, I'm afraid.
McAllister's not done though. He moves to the outside for Penwright. I don't think he'll be able to hold him around the outside. It's very daring. I think he tucks it back in.
Hell of a battle that is, and that's only for 8th position on the road right now. There's a bit going on further up with Rustley right up behind, rustling the feathers of Max Spivey there.
So, there's a couple of cars still to do a drive swap, isn't there?
Oh, into the wall for Max Spivey. Pretty hefty hit as well. Up at Reed Park, it's easy to do. You can hear him get out the throttle quite a bit there. With Rustley now alongside, going to have a go at McPhillamy. Needs to be careful not to be squeezed too much towards the wall. Now over Skyline, Refalo is right behind as well.
We've seen too much crashing.
I think Rustley kind of went across the chicane there.
Surely he's going to redress that. He's cut the track to get in front there.
I think he got the move done before Skyline, so
I reckon there's going to be some yelling over the race director there.
We'll see.
Dan's probably going to be.
It's usually left to a judgment call of the drivers, otherwise they risk a penalty.
And here we go. We got ABR versus Project 4 here. ABR 1 especially, not 2.
Refalo down the inside.
Don't know that.
And has he got the move done? Squeeze Spivey out a little bit. Delaney's going to slip past as well. 5th and 6th
not
place
having the
now.
best
Spivey's
restart,
dropping another position to Richards too. Now there's some moves going on a bit further up with Rustley on the back of Super.
Oh, Super, hold him off, please.
See him moving to the left-hand side. Going to have a go. Not quite. Still a fair way to go in this race.
There he is, and
it's probably less hard racing than we saw in the first couple of stints, but still lots of good battles going on with this safety car. Side by side up to Griffin's Bend.
It's just so long left in this race, and it's just looking like it's the final dying laps. Imagine if there's a safety car at the end. This racetrack is going to be alive. Who can survive?
What are we in, the second last stint or so? About the second last. That's in the wall. That's in the wall big time for your teammate. Cohen Turner. And now he's struggling with that car. He's got cars hounding him. I think Super hit the inside wall and has to cut across the chicane. And Refalo is having to slot in behind. So we've got 2 wounded cars ahead of this angry pack full of Refalo, Delaney, Richards. Refalo's going to get down the inside of Super as he barely gives him any space. But it looks all fine by the end of it. Now there's a chance here to have a go. Down Conrod straight. Side by side they run.
Side by side into the chase.
It's always just clench your bum whole time because it's so fast through there and it's so difficult to keep it. It's so group limited, it's so difficult to keep it side by side. Delaney now down the inside of Super trying to make
that move work. Just so close. It's ridiculous. Matt Cotter with the fast lap of the race.
Fast lap of the race. I think the group's starting to
ramp up.
Yeah, absolutely. So where is Cotter? He's 2.1 seconds behind Bello. So the damage mustn't be too bad on that car. So he's still absolutely a chance. Hasn't got the track position. Delaney still side by side with Super and manages to get it done. This is Callister and Spivey.
And I think Greg slipped past there too.
Spivey's
not Greg, Mello.
To Mello. Yeah.
Spivey's just falling down, isn't he? He went from P4 now to P10.
He's running very close on the exit there, certainly. Refalo now looking on the back of young Cohen Turner. Only 0.2 of a second between them.
Give me a second.
Barely half a car length. Now opens up a bit because you need to see what you're doing down through here. It's so high risk through the S's. I guess you don't want to be following too closely in case something goes wrong. Only 0.8 of a second out in front. Russley is on the back of John Slow. And I think they've got to make one more driver swap. Russley is alright to go to the end. So they are in the box seat, I would say. Last time I said that didn't end very well, did it? Refalo gets through on Turner, and now Delaney does so as well. Oh, not quite into the grass. I was going to say that Delaney seems to get past almost as soon as Refalo does. And 3 wide coming down into Murray's corner as Super and Richards battle it out, having to avoid Delaney, who ran off the road at the chase just before. 5th place for Super here. Now there's a side-by-side battle going on here between Callister and Mello. This looks to be going on a fair while. Refalo's now got a 4.5 second gap to the next car of Russley on the podium. He is. Right up behind is Matt Cotter. Potentially for a move down into Griffin's Bend. Oh, he's looking up the inside of Callister at least. Spivey is there as well, ready to pounce. So the order now from 8th to 11th is Mello, Cotter, Callister, Spivey. And I tell you what, it is absolutely on at the front, because look at the gap between the Falcon of John Slow and the VF Commodore of Bernie Russley. It's like the old days. FGX and a... Oh, there's been a crash.
Someone's crashed.
There's been a crash,
Oh.
so...
They're all good.
Yeah, I think Super went round, and I saw Mello's name flash red for a moment as well. That's coming down through the S's. Super restarted from 3rd, I think, so... Down to 11th. It's alright, Cotter managed to work his way back up. He's in 8th at the moment. And already looking on Jack Callister. This could be a pass for the lead here down at the chase. Slow gives him plenty of room. And Russley slides past into the lead of the Bathurst 1000 with about 50 laps to go.
Just, as you just say it like that, shit, like there's ages to go. And there is. It is such a long track.
Laps.
Such a long track. Long race. And it really tests a driver's endurance around here.
What's the
quite
lap you've got to get to?
ridiculous.
138?
138, yes. But with that safety car, you would... Oh, see, this is the numbers. This is the game now, because everyone pitted lap 102, and it's only 24 laps a tank. That's not going to get them to the end. So they got 3 more stops. But here, I'll use my team as an example. I've got to hop back in, so we're going to lose time for me hopping back in, but I only have to make another stop after that, where other people have to do another couple more. So it is coming down to it. A safety car could help them, because then they could save fuel. But how much fuel can they save? Oh, here's my teammate under pressure now.
Yeah, Delaney hounding the back of Turner. Your order right now is Russley, Slow, Refalo, Turner, Delaney, Richards, Cotter, Callister, Spivey, Mello, Super, Donnelly and Snooks. It's pretty much unrecognisable from the before the safety car, before the last 2 safety car periods. Delaney could get a move done. He's turned him around, and they're around at Skyline again. Hold your brakes on, people, because it is... It's going to be a pile up at Skyline again, is there? I think we're all good. Turner gets himself turned around. They're going to bring out the safety car again, so that bunches it up once more, and it's potentially a chance for some more. more driver swaps. So Rustley, Slow, Refalo, Connor, Callister, Spivey, Mello, Richards, Delaney. Bernie Rustley, remember how they pitted for a driver swap during that first safety car and was well back, and now they're leading the race. So strategy swinging in their favour. We'll see who comes down through the pit lane. There goes Chris Refalo sliding it all the way in, trying to get it stopped desperately. And here comes Jack Callister, here comes Nick Mello. I imagine Nicholas Gregg will be getting into that car. Internet permitting. Matthew Richards in, here's Gus Super. I wonder if he's done enough laps. Turner in as well, and Riley Smith has gone quiet, which makes me think that there may be a drive change on there. Yeah, so Mello and Richards are out of the car. Here's your order at the moment. Rustley, Slow, Cotter, Spivey, Delaney, Refalo and Callister. Mello, Turner are doing driver swaps. So Riley Smith and Nicholas Gregg will be in, likely to take them to the end of the race. Josh Hill is in that car now. So that's a swap, isn't it? Yeah, it is. 34 seconds still to go. Super just did a normal pit stop. He'll jump up a couple of positions to 8th as a result of that. With Rustley, Slow, Cotter, Spivey, Delaney, Refalo, Callister, Super, Gregg, Turner, Hill, Donnelly and Snooks. I'm going to do some race directing. Man. This is one crazy race. It's all just kicked off around lap 100 with 3 consecutive Skyline pile-ups. I think it's too tempting to go for that move. Oh yeah, apologies, there you go.
Hello.
You too?
Yeah.
Jump in.
How you doing?
Oh, better now.
Yeah, okay.
This has gone a bit more towards us, this race.
I'm going to put the safety car graphic up. I'm going to grab some food. You guys can chat it out for a little bit.
Yeah, sure thing.
Yep.
Just 3 minutes.
Wow, this has gotten absolutely crazy. Well, to fill you in on how we've been going in car number 4, we were 2 laps down not too long ago. We just got dumped back on the lead lap, albeit with a damaged car, and now this safety car has allowed us to get our final driver swap in that we needed to do. And, you know, fresh car, fuel, we'll have a very short stop at our next pit stop, so looking good so long as we can just stay out of all the trouble that seems to be happening lately. How have you guys been going? Just while we're under safety car? Never mind.
Sorry, I was actually talking to my teammate there.
Oh, no
Man, we it's kind of hard. I mean, at one stage we were sitting pretty in second, you know, on the road basically. Fill out the safety cars. I mean, fill out the pit stops. We'd be in second, sort of thing. I think it was the Snooks and someone else pile up. I didn't see who else was there.
There's been a few pile-ups now.
Completely taken out at Skyline, yeah. And then I had done, when that happened, 52 laps.
Oh,
car.
that's so
So
frustrating.
had to pit for the repairs and everything, and that brought us back out in like 6th. And then actually we were in 5th. And then Refalo, from what I saw, I think he spun on his own at the top of the mountain, and I mean, just slid into me, completely blew the car up again. But this time I'd done 55 laps or something. So
Yeah,
jacked
right.
back in the car, and we were mega fuel saving because we didn't want to have to pit twice.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
And we were 10 laps down on fuel, but before this last safety car, we were only 6 laps down, and we should be safe on fuel now. But it's got to be a game of who can play the safety cars the best, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, well,
I think it's
I mean-
inevitable now that there's going to be more with all the field in one spot again.
people are getting too eager, and I know the sun's starting to go down and everything, but at the end of the day, there's still nearly 50 laps left in this race.
That's right, but
well
the
over an hour.
key
to
thing
get the move
is
done.
there's probably only one more stop in it for most cars, I imagine. I think most guys will be able to run it home from
Yeah.
here. It'll be tight on the fuel, which is awesome in a Bathurst race when there's fuel constraints. But I mean, with people knowing that there's only one more change to go, well, it's
Yeah,
gonna be all guns blazing for most guys, I think.
Well, funnily
mean-
enough,
Yep.
we're actually kind of the opposite. We are completely free on fuel.
Yeah.
So, we could be in a good situation here, depending on safety cars and stuff.
Well, yeah, that's right. It's all on the timing of the safety cars, because I mean, one right. I mean, like for us. Hang on a sec.
Looks like safety cars coming in this lap then. Russley is your leader. From Slow, Cotter, Spivey, Delaney, Refalo, Callister, Super, Greg, Hill, Smith, Donnelly. Another completely different order. Oh, Snooks as well. Another completely different order. That's the 12 that are on the lead lap right now. And we're just about ready to go. For another restart.
Yep, it's green again. Russley's got the jump over Slow. And I think that car might just be out of position here, because I think it would need to do another change.
They need to do another swap, and I'm surprised
yep.
they haven't already. They must have met their minimum 54. So
It would have been close, yep. But that I feel like Slow will be under a lot of pressure. I wouldn't be surprised if Cotter flies past at Griffin's Bend up here. And we've got Max Spivey, who will probably also drop quite a few positions quite quickly again, just like the last safety car. But
here comes Cotter, up the inside
Yep,
of John Slow,
flying car.
and he'll get the move done through turn 2. There's always a chance for a
Nicely
switchback there,
controlled. He was having none of it.
yeah, I mean,
was I dreaming or Rustley in the wall?
I'm not sure. I mean, it is impossible to tell what's going on, really. I mean, Cotter and Russley are going to have an almighty battle to the end. Those guys are in the box seat at the moment. I assume they're assuming they're good on fuel. But here comes Delaney. He's in another good spot.
Spivey back
he's
up to
only
4th. So he got absolutely mauled by the field off the last restart.
Yep.
And has managed to find his way back up.
I'm sure he'll get mauled again, but I think they need to do another pit stop. I'd be very surprised if they forecast Spivey to do the last 50 laps.
Well, it
but
looks
then-
like the way their strategy's going, they're looking for Spivey to do not many more than 54 laps.
Well, it's looking like... I'm surprised they didn't pit not too long ago. He must be getting near his number.
Yeah. I mean, this is the interesting part of the race. This is where, you know, at the start you have all this chaos, but in a way it's all meaningless. Because until you get to this point in the race,
Exactly
around
right.
lap 100, it means nothing.
That Cotter car was 2 laps down, and now it's in second. So
I mean, we were 2 laps down and now we're in 9th, so
yeah,
here's hoping. As we see Spivey getting shuffled back by Delaney.
yep.
So,
And
as
Refalo
we
will
predicted-
be straight past him as well. I'm sure of it,
And as
and Callister as well.
did my eyes deceive me just then, or did the safety car graphic just flash up for a second then?
Whoops.
Okay,
Because
so
I didn't turn off the safety car graphic before I turned off the race
right.
lights underneath
false alarm there.
Yeah, you should be able to hear Dan come through the stream, I believe,
Yeah,
or
right.
or in your TeamSpeak, if there's one called. But Refalo's going to go up the inside of Spivey, is he? Yeah,
Oh, that's a
reckon Spivey will
risky-
concede. He's in the
Spivey
wall.
hard.
Callister manages to survive. Typical man.
And this
God,
will punch
I
everyone
love
up behind. This has disaster written all over it.
Super will be aggressive, I'm sure. As he's just 2 tenths behind, but for second place. And here we go, John Slow. He's certainly holding back Delaney over the mountain. I think we'll see a move probably at the elbow. No,
Oh,
he's.
he blocks it.
I think he's made a mistake on the brakes there, Delaney. But he's got a good exit. He's all over them. Coming down Conrod straight. James Delaney. He's going to be all over the back of John Slow, and I think he's going to pull to the inside, and there'll be absolutely no way that John Slow will be able to hold it around the outside of the chase. That's move done. Yep, he slots in.
Before he even got to the kink. He was
Yeah,
ahead.
and
And Refalo buys
Refalo's
into it as
rocketed
well.
down the inside.
Refalo's
Oh, a bit
doing
of
what
contact.
he's doing what Delaney did before, where it was just follow the leader through.
Yep.
Watches
That was
the
a very
other guy
well
makes a
executed
path.
move.
Can Callister do the same thing? Not quite.
It was a bit far back, but he's eager and
He's
very
all
close
over him
to it.
as well.
There's a
He
chance
wants
of
to
help
tag
for him.
onto these top 5. That's the battle for the win. Those four or 5 cars at the front there. But John Slow is most definitely out of position. He's the co-driver in the car. He's not the strongest guy in the car right now.
Now Callister's got a run on him, but he's in the wrong position. You do not want to be on the outside there. If you're even half a car width wide, you can find yourself sailing
As long as
into the
John
barriers.
Slow holds it under brakes.
Oh,
but it looks
he's
like
so deep, and he moves straight in front of him. That was like,
great move by Callister there around the outside. That
That was
takes some
lounge-esque.
serious balls, doesn't it?
yeah, back in 1994, I think it was.
On Refalo's right sideways, but I think it's fine. Callister's charging him down. This
Meanwhile,
man's got
Russell
flames
out
in his
front.
eyes.
He's very, very well positioned here. He's got a margin.
Absolutely. But any of these
Forward.
top 5 at the moment, they're all in it. There's nothing between them.
And don't even talk about safety cars at this point. Then
Even
everything will
without
go out
safety
window.
cars, it's going to come down to the wire at the front. These guys are going to leave nothing on the table.
He's on board with Riley Smith a little further back in the pack in 10th position. Lots of cars ahead of him. So Spivey
Oh.
is there holding up a couple of cars. Greg right behind him.
Riley's on the repair job. He's got in the car after Turner was, from what I saw, it looks like he got turned. But anyway, Riley's back in the car. Shut up. Oh,
contact
they made
as they
contact
go through the
again!
And
That's
how
the
do
car.
they hold it? It's
That's
the
the same
two.
car again, isn't it?
Oh,
Oh,
he's pushed
he's
him
been
wide.
pushed off there. Riley will be angry now. They've got history, these 2 cars.
Those two, I imagine,
Go back about 3
Riley will
will be
have
having
the-
kind
yep.
words after this race.
They certainly
It'll
will.
be finger pointing back and forth and back and forth.
Yep, if they weren't driving right now, they'd be keyboard warriors, that's for sure. Nicholas Gregg looks like he's going to be able to put the move on Spivey into Griffins. He might just peel to the inside and see what he can do under brakes. But Spivey's defended. He knows what he's doing, this guy. He's experienced, that's for sure.
He's the most experienced driver as far as VRL
And
races
Greg,
go.
wide out to the white line.
Don't be doing that, mate. He's lost a little bit of ground, but as far as Spivey's pace has been, it looks like he's not quite as quick as the guys around him right now, so he should gain it back and have another crack. So, in this late part of the race, it'll be really, really chaotic if everybody would have to be forced into a pit stop or something, say around, you know, lap 136, around that time.
Yep. A safety car anywhere in the low 130s on lap count would be incredible. I think you'd see everyone pulling in and being on fuel save mode, because that critical number is about 137, probably 136. You could make it work with some fuel saving.
I'd argue heavy fuel saving, especially if you're in front of this pack.
Yep, but 136 is probably doable, but a safety car in the mid to low 30s would certainly throw a huge spanner in the works. But seeing some blistering lap times.
Spivey's nearly rotated it off the final corner.
As Greg slides up. And then we've seen some blistering laps. That's a sick... Oh.
Fast lap of the race just then for James Delaney. What was his last lap?
Oh, 7.6. Far out.
That's got to be... yeah, pretty quick. Pole time was a 6.8. So...
Wow.
Yeah, so I was just commenting on that lap by James Delaney, so he'll be all over the back of Cotter as well, but Cotter's not a guy that will get past easily. So
looking at the top three, the gaps are all shrinking slowly, 10th by 10th between all three cars there.
Refalo has gone his fastest first sector.
Spivey into the wall again, and now there's a big build-up of cars behind him.
So
he's got
Super and Smith's just behind him. Interesting to note, John Slow just pitted. But
didn't change.
Yep. So he's now 32
They'll have to
seconds
do another
off the
one.
back.
Sure.
They've got to do another one. I'm sure they've only done 2. So still one more to go. Russell, Cotter, Delaney, Refalo, Callister, Gregg, Spivey, Super and Smith. Now these, I thought they were like they might have been going into the Forest Elbow side by side, but anyway.
Here comes
be
Smith
careful.
again. Down Conrod. This car, these two again.
They've already had 2 incidents down here. And
They certainly have. While he's pulling him, he's reeling him in. He might go for a dive at the chase. I think he might just peel to the inside. We got, yep. There he goes. He has a look. He,
but pulls back.
I think.
And he's actually overrun the corner a little bit.
Whoa, he certainly has.
So slow.
Everyone's getting too eager right
Refalo
now.
with his PB lap. That's a 7.8 from Refalo. So there's pace left on the table for him. Don't count him out either.
I wonder if the track's just rubbed in slightly more in the last couple of laps, and that's why we're seeing the timing screens light up.
Into the 7s for Delaney and Refalo, so they're all closing the gap back down to Russley. He's got the highest top speed on the track today, so his car will be a bit more tiptoey over the top. And that's
I'll do it for you now.
That's where you need it.
Sorry.
You want that straight line speed. It'll be very hard to pass him into the chase. If anyone wants to put a move on him, it'll have to be at probably Forest Elbow unless he makes a mistake. So, but he's sitting pretty at the moment, 1.7 seconds in the lead. But I'm sure everyone will be closing the gap. Cotter's set a personal best sector 1, so he's on the move as well. They're all in the low 51s.
3/4 of a way through this race now, and how long have we been running for? 4 hours and 40, or give or take about 42 minutes.
It's going to be a longer one than last year.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, very slippy from Spivey down there, but it looks like he controlled it nicely. It looks like Super's falling off the back of Spivey, right into the palms of Riley Smith. I'm sure he'll be a heated man under the helmet today. Looks like he's got the run again. So we come on board underneath the number. Oh, okay. Not underneath the number. But he's reeling him in again. He's got, seems to be oh, he's going for a dive again. He won't pull that up, will he? Oh, he's done well there.
Oh, he's just
and he closes the door on him.
At the very end.
That's a great move from Riley there. I thought he was going to... Oh, sorry, co-driver's on it.
I think there was a bit of drama there because Callister I've seen drop to 5th.
Sorry about that. I was also just giving my co-driver a pep talk as well, but I'm back now. Oh, good grief! What do you even say? It's so much going on right now. So many storylines to play out.
Keeping an eye on the gap, but the top 4 are just lighting up their sector times with greens all the time, improving on their previous bests lap after lap after lap here. So the pace is up at the front, and we're seeing Callister just slightly drop off, but just one call to safety car and it all goes out the window.
We've still got a good hour and a half or so left of this.
Absolutely.
Oh! Nearly stacked it into the wall on the right hand side, coming through under the tree there, and there's so many cars on edge.
It's go for broke time right now, for sure.
Yep. These next 15 laps, if you make a mistake, well, you've still got a pit stop to make. It's where you can put the money where your mouth is and throw it all down when there's not as much to lose, but
yeah, and that's one thing that we haven't really talked about is that all these people are throwing the cars around like maniacs, but if you put it in the wall and get damage and have to sit for longer or pit before the critical lap, then that's you over and out. You're done.
Yep, absolutely. Nicholas Gregg's on a good lap here as well. He's green in both sectors so far, so he's picking up the pace as well. This will be interesting. We jump on board with Matt Cotter up the hill. He's slowly closing the gap. It's come down about a second in the last few.
Ah, that's why. I noticed Smith and Spivey, the names changing up and down the leaderboard. It's because Max Spivey's into the pit lane. Is this going to be the last
pit lane,
swap?
this will be the driver's swap. Yep. This will be the swap. Interesting time too.
Oh,
there's only 40 laps 40 laps left, so
doesn't look like a swap.
Maybe they don't want to lose the time that comes with it.
Could be holding out for a safety car, which, well, it could come. We saw 3 in quick succession there, followed, which we had 2 earlier in quick succession, and then just like
I wouldn't be surprised if there's another one.
So,
yep. It's all about. Yep, it's all about fuel fuel numbers that to be ticking through everyone's co-driver's heads. That's for sure. It's ticking through mine.
Well, for those who pitted,
what numbers can we get?
For those who pitted at the most recent safety car, if anyone came into the pits there, they will be good on fuel. They will have a couple laps in reserve easily. But if you
One or
pitted in
two,
one of
yeah.
the safety cars before that, that's when you're in a bit of strife.
Yep.
We've seen
That's
cars
why we
in this
pulled the pin.
race. Yeah, we've seen cars in this race go as far as 27 laps, and that was in the first stint. I think it was, I
With
want to
two
say
safety
Rusty
cars, yep.
or Barton. Yeah.
As
so
we
he
see
went-
Delaney into the pit lane. So he didn't stop under the previous safety car. So that's what we're seeing here, Mello, is he's pulled the pin already. He's banking on getting some free air, putting the laps in and hoping for a safety car to get him back on the lead lap.
Yeah, so this is what makes it all interesting. We don't know who's got how much fuel left.
Monroe says
can-
they're in strife.
Monroe, okay.
So
This
they're
is gonna get
that's
really
the car that's
interesting.
currently running second.
Yep, that's right. And we saw Delaney just pit as well, come out of third place. So who knows how the Russley car's faring either. It might be running low on fuel. Could
I don't
Refalo be in
suppose-
the box seat?
Yeah, I was about to say that, although I think he pitted not the most recent one, but I think he pitted one safety car before that, so it might be marginal for him as well.
We should be good. I think we've got about a lap in reserve, provided it's green to the end. So, hell, we could be in the box seat here. There could be 2 pit stops left to come for Russley, Cotter and Refalo.
Well, we'll all see at about lap 138. The
Exactly right. But we won't know either, because some guys that might have a bit more fuel on board now, they might be hanging out and taking a shorter stop slightly later in the race, hang out for a safety car. That's what Delaney will be doing. I'm sure he would have put a full tank of fuel in right now, and he'll be putting lap in, trying to cut down that gap, and he wants to make the shortest stop possible whenever he makes it. So the longer he stays out now, the shorter his stop will be.
The other
And
thing
if
you've
it's
got
on
to
a safety
consider
car, he
here,
can grab a lot of positions.
sorry for speaking over you, the other thing you've got to consider here is that people like Refalo, we just saw a couple minutes ago blazing away at setting sevens.
He's
That
into the
to me
nines now.
doesn't read like you're, saving fuel. So he's back in the nines now, so he's either backed it off to try and save fuel, or he was putting in a couple awesome laps and he wants to do the same thing as Delaney eventually.
Interesting to note here, James Delaney put in 73 litres at that stop, not a full tank.
oh,
So
So
he's
what-
still fueling to the critical lap, you reckon?
So what he's done, is he's put in the minimum to get him safe. So he's taken his short stop now. I would have done it the other way. I would have been
Yeah,
hoping
because
with the
that
short
puts you
stop out of
in
the way at
trouble.
the end. Yeah.
That puts you in trouble once again if you do get a safety car in the early 30s, or 130s
that's
rather.
right. Yep.
Yeah,
Interesting.
usually you'd be better off
strategy
having
there.
that flexibility.
we need a
Yep.
dedicated strategist on the commentary.
Yeah, there's
team.
too many games to think.
Noting down
and we've
everything. Paddy
I would love doing that
Donnelly.
job, but I also love driving it. So Nicholas Gregg's just put in an 8.1. That was the quickest on that last lap.
Oh,
So he's picking up the pace as well. So it's all
I don't
coming
want to get
together.
too hopeful here.
I think Refalo has dropped off the pace a bit. He must have realised about the fuel as well, because he's dropped into the mid to low 8s here. So so has Cotter. So those guys that were delving deep into the 7s, they've backed off a lot. The top 3 have backed off a lot.
Donnelly now
So they're-
out for Lee Childs.
Maybe they
James Delaney, purple sector 1. He's done a 50.9.
Yeah, so as we thought,
That's
he's
qualifying
blazing.
pace. That's qualifying pace. So he's absolutely flying right now.
And the track is as good as it's going to get all day. So
Let's rub it into the max. Cotter's all over Rusley. He's chasing him down, but it's all a game of who conserves the most here.
you've also
Rust-
got shadows on the racetrack, so you won't
Yep.
have that UV or anything.
Yep, track temp will be cooling. But as we can see, Cotter's catching right now, but Bernie's doing 209s. He can do 207s. So
7-3.
is he letting him catch?
7-3 for James Delaney, fastest lap of the race.
That's incredibly quick on a full tank of fuel. Wow.
That's crazy.
That's 5/10 off pole time.
Yep. I said it in my last dinner commentary. If there's a guy that you want to put a lap down at Bathurst, he's your man. He knows this place. But Russell and Cotter, they're coming up towards some lap traffic too. I think that's Hill and Slow. Snooks and Slow.
That's right, Snooks.
Contact. There's Ryan Snooks. He's going to hold up the leader. He's impeded Cotter there.
Oh, that was...
He needs to get out of the way here.
Wasn't by
That's
much,
the
it's
last
only 8
thing you
tenths of
wanna
a
see.
second at the moment. Hill remains on the lead lap ever just. Child is now a lap down after having just done that.
So Bernie
drive
Russley
shot,
is
drive change.
doing all his fuel saving over the top of the mountain. He's lifting all the way over the top and down the hill. That's where he's doing all his saving, because he's just set his fastest sector 1 and the lap before he did his fastest sector 3. So he's doing all his fuel saving over the top. He knows his car's strong in the straight.
Sorry, Daniel Cicluna has just said in the chat that they're leaving Max in the car until the critical lap. Hopefully we get a safety car around that time. So about 12 more laps to go for Max Spivey, sitting there in 9th position at the moment. If they get a safety car,
Yep.
well,
They'll need
potentially.
it. It'll be a long stop. It'll be a long stop, but who knows where it might put them out.
As long as they stay on the
They
lead
didn't-
lap as well.
Yep, that's why they probably haven't taken it now, because they don't want to lose that lap. But yeah, they're about half a lap in front of the leaders in terms of being lapped, so I don't think that's a worry at the moment. But James Delaney's back to pumping out mid-7s, so he flew class super that last lap, I'm pretty sure. But to me, it looks like they might just be fuel serving it, conserving at the front. I'm not too sure.
Delaney's got 6 seconds of free air just to set these 7s.
Yep, and then he'll be catching up to Riley Smith. So his plan is to blow everyone out of the water with pace right now and get back into that queue. It's an interesting one, but if it's green, it's probably not the worst call. Because he'll be able to bring it back to pretty much where he was, I reckon, based on his pace.
It's a roller coaster ride through here. Such a cool camera,
Absolutely.
you'll see it over coming down through the S's. Sun's out up there.
Oh. Yep. The shadows draw longer. Lap 126. Still a long way left to go. Here we go. Delaney. This guy is flying.
Cotter in.
Cotter into the pit, so they've pulled the plug on the fuel. They think they won't be able to make it.
Alright. This gets more interesting, so they've got one more
Excuse
to
me
do.
as I report to my co-driver.
We'll see what happens with Delaney, who's just been pumping in those laps. What the difference is. Here comes Delaney down to the last corner.
So, okay, if Russley maintained track position, you'd imagine that he didn't pit at that last safety car, because otherwise he would not be in first. So, that means that
They
Russley...
pitted the one before.
Yeah. Well, we could probably assume from that he needs massive fuel saving to be able to do this.
Delaney could well be in the lead of this. I reckon he's going to be in the lead of this race, absolutely. Cotter has just done his stop and comes out in 8th position, having been just behind
And
Russell.
we can, yep,
About 8 seconds
we
off.
can
So
see the power. I think Delaney's made that call that Cotter's just made, just a few laps earlier, and look at the gap. Look at the gap between them. That's huge. That's about 10 seconds that Cotter's behind from those few laps of him
did
fuel
we-
saving to Delaney.
Did we get a read? He put in 110 litres, so Cotter put in whatever's going to make him
Yep.
as safe as possible. So he put in more fuel. He had more stationary time in the pits, but that's
Yep.
actually pretty clever as well, because it means that as
He's
soon,
running the opposite strategy to Delaney.
yeah, he still has to do one more stop, but that stop will be shorter, and he's got
Yep.
more flexibility about when he can make that stop, which is really
Yep.
crucial.
Yep, that's right. So if a safety car comes out any time after the critical lap, Cotter is on. But here's my man Jack Callister. He's safe on fuel. He's fine.
2
I
points.
think
You just
he may
bluffing for
just
me,
be-
Jack?
Sorry,
Russell
You just
in.
bluffing for me, Jack? Russell's come into the pit lane as well.
Russell's
But he
in.
can't
Right.
make it.
So what we're seeing here is the guys at the front realizing that they've seen what Delaney's done, and they've realized that they've screwed up. They need to react now, or Delaney will take this race. But as we can see, the gap between Cotter. Let's see how many litres of fuel Bernie Russell puts in. What about Refalo? Is he safe on fuel?
Here comes Delaney.
Who knows?
First corner.
That'll be Delaney. Yep, he'll be flying past Russell now.
Well,
They'll be
if
kicking
we're-
themselves in the strategy department there. Cotter, I imagine, might just take him here.
Ooh,
No.
Russell's
Russell's
already
coming out of the pit.
There he is, up the road. 3.6 seconds. 3 seconds.
Waiting for the chat to come through on the amount of fuel that they've put in, because that'll be critical. Are they going to be on the Delaney strategy, where they're going for the critical lap again, or are they going to be like Cotter and go for flexibility?
I don't think that's going to
I'm
come
going
through. I
for
think it might be a PLP thing. So they might not have
Right.
PLP installed.
Ah. Well, I guess we don't know.
The mystery of it all.
Oh, gee. I didn't know it was a PLP thing. Okay.
Shav, next time you've got to make PLP
Yeah.
mandatory. Or actually,
Delaney's
do we
set
think the
another
mystery is
purple
better?
sector. Well, I like having it for some cars because we know what Delaney and Cotter are doing, but we don't know what Russell's doing. This is incredible. But
The
as
other thing you've got to stop and consider here is that Refalo is still doing 8s. And if you look at
Yep.
Jack Callister, who is safe on fuel, that's the same lap he's running. Now we know that Refalo is probably a bit quicker as a driver, so he might be pulling some of that time back in the corners, but it doesn't seem like he's backing it off as much as the other two were.
he
The
might
other
not
three
be
were. even.
as, because these guys look like they were extremely dependent on fuel. So
They all
Oh,
three of those cars tried to buy track position early, and Chris Refalo's just done a 210. So
yeah, that's not a mistake either, I don't think. Oh, man, who knows? Who knows what's going on at the moment as we edge closer to the critical lap number. Refalo might just be trying to hang on for fuel, but Callister's bringing in the gap. It's down to 1.2 seconds. 1.0.
he
Oh,
could be
what
he
is
could
going
be
on?
shot gear.
Jav, can we ride on board with Callister and watch this gap? Ignore that,
The
we know Delaney's
The
got
other
a
thing
flat
you've got to
eye.
consider here is that this position that he gains, it will be for position. It will be a meaningful overtake because
Yep, that will
they'll both
be
have to
the
pit
lead
one
of the
more time.
race. Yep. Everyone needs to pit once still. No matter if they've pit in the last few laps, they still need to pit again. They won't make it home.
and potentially Callister, if he's in a way better fuel position, which we know he is,
Yep.
then he could have a shorter stationary time too, depending
He's
on
got a
what lap
few
he
laps
decides to pit.
Yep, he's got some laps to play with.
Which
But it
means
could
that
all get turned on its head with just one safety car yet again.
he could have both a shorter stop and track position over Refalo.
Yep.
Although it looks like Refalo's picking up the pace just a little bit.
He'll be
Sure,
riding on. He'll be. I think It's hard to know, but I think he's riding on the edge. He's just making sure he doesn't lose the track position while saving as much as he can.
You reckon he's betting on a safety car maybe to help him save the fuel that he's missing?
Jack's quicker over the top of the mountain, and I mean, based off what we know about these drivers, Refalo should be quicker over the top. James Delaney quickest in the middle sector. That's a 40.5. That's bloody
insanely
fast.
quick.
Yep.
And now Cotto has caught up to the back of Rusley, so this scrap will be going on now that their fuel dilemma is resolved and they're both
4
going.
tenths between Callister and Refalo.
Oh, do we watch the battle for the lead or do we watch
Yeah,
this battle?
I think we watched the battle for the lead, Joe. Yeah. Look at it. Refalo's definitely something's wrong. Something's wrong. It might be strategy or it could be damage. I don't think it's damage, but
He did a 9.7 that last lap. He's got to be close.
He's got to be hanging out for just a few laps to go. One more run over the top of the mountain, Jack. He's right up behind him for the lead of the race.
This is so
You can't look away. Delaney thundering down. He set a 2:07.2 last lap. He's absolutely flying right now. But he is
fastest time in last year's race
15
as well.
seconds off the lead. That's a lot of time. But he's got
The
it.
other thing to consider here is that he could be earning himself or fighting his way back into contention with this, because even if he has to pit again, he could earn himself a pit stop over the cars like Callister and Greg, because he's lapping that much faster than them.
Yeah, he's got quite a bit of pace left on board, but he's got to take a longer stop, remember that. He will lose a couple seconds. The relative gap's probably about 20 seconds to off the lead at the moment. Can he bring back 20 seconds in 30 laps and then get the move done? I'm not saying he can't, so watch him. Fastest sector 1 again. He's a rocket ship right now. He's just a rocket ship. You can't slow him down.
And as the fuel comes off, he keeps getting quicker and quicker. And maybe now that there's a bit of an air gap between Refalo and Callister, do we want to jump back to Cotter? Because that's only 4 tenths between them right now. Cotter and Rosalie. Guess not. But then once again, this gap is diminishing. Like, look at that. Right before the corner, Refalo's braking early and Callister's going deeper than him. Oh, and Refalo, he's getting a tap from Jack Callister, pushing him up the hill. A little bit of contact, and that's boosted both of them along, and Refalo defends it. Even though he's fuel compromised, he understands the importance of this position. Doesn't want to give it up on track.
Refalo's one of the best in our game. He's the championship leader right now.
He's the reigning champion as well, and Bathurst winner from last year. So he knows how to win this
but
race.
he's got fuel issues. He has fuel issues. It's a given now. You don't see Callister catching this much on Refalo without something up. Refalo's the best in the business. What can he do? He's going to be managing. He knows how to play the fuel game. He knows he'll be ticking over. But is it too much for him?
Someone asking the
He'll be holding out. He needs to last a few more laps. He's trying to meet that target.
Someone asking in the
What
chat,
can
what does
Refalo do?
Delaney need in the next stop? What is it?
It'll be 112 litres.
It'll be a full
maximum
stop.
Fuel.
Full stop.
Right. Mac is saying no.
Is he now?
Not the case.
Does he want to give us some more information? Secret, not a full stop. I don't know if I believe that. It might not be a full stop, but it should be pretty close to it, because he fueled himself
111
extremely close. Yeah. 111 did he say? I'm not so sure about that, especially with he's got to be burning fuel at an incredible rate to be setting the laps that he is setting.
Yeah, Chris had the same idea I did. Right. This is simmering away,
That
this little
Callister.
battle, isn't it? So,
Yeah, absolutely. Refalo's managing it. He's going the bare minimum he can to keep it in front. It's a tough role to play. Might just overcook it. We've seen the best in the business do it in real life wrong. Jamie Wink up anybody.
See,
Who
but
knows
now-
what's going on in that camp?
That was a
right
big wiggle
now.
into that corner. He's trying so hard as Callister.
big Jamie Wink up fan is Joe
Absolutely.
Callister. On an
Yep, he'll
unrelated-
know what's happening.
Oh, he's put it in!
Oh!
He's managed to keep going. He's actually
That-
somehow gotten closer to the apex
That'll be
at
very,
cutting than
very
Refalo did.
light. Yeah, that if anything, that'll be very light damage. So, don't think we have to worry about something like that throwing his race away.
He's so far on the edge right now. Look, honestly, if you're Callister for me right now, you mimic whatever Refalo does as far as pitting goes. Because you've
No.
got to put less fuel on board. No, hear me out here.
Not necessarily. I think Refalo might just. I think
But if you've got a lap of fuel in reserve, that means you've got, what, like 4 less litres to put in, or
it's only
or
like a few
5.
tenths in the pit stop.
No, but the rate of fueling is 3 3/4 litres per second, I think it is. So, if you've got a bit more than that, you could earn yourself about 1.5 second just in the pit stop. If you gain a bit of time on pit entry as well. Oh! That was so deep into the chase. I don't know how he pulled that up.
Update further back, Rustley, Rustley had to get past Super, which he did, and then it took a little bit longer for Cotter to get past. And there's now a 2.3 second gap between Rustley and Cotter, 6th and 7th position. Looking close.
My goodness. This is crazy.
5 laps from the critical one. 6 laps even. 138, yeah?
Yeah, or, well, we actually think 137. Or if you're in maximum fuel saving mode, you can
Yeah.
maybe get away with 136. You might need a safety.
Pretty sure you can run an extra lap here than you can in real life. So I think the numbers are slightly different.
I think you can get away with 25 laps, maybe with a bit of safety car help. Because 24 laps, you can easily do, and then a bit more. So,
Oh, they were both sliding all the way through Reed Park.
They're on the limit. Refalo, I think, will have less fuel on board than Callister right now. So, if Callister stays out another lap to take a shorter stop, like I don't think Refalo might be able to make the magic number, because I think we might just hit 137 ourselves.
this is going to be
Incredible
so
to watch.
close. Because if you reckon Refalo's got to pit a lap early, then he'll have to fuel
Well,
save
I
on the
don't
other
think.
side
Yeah,
of that as well.
Yep, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I don't think he'll be out of the fuel saving wars. Delaney down to an 8 seconds off the lead now, or 9 seconds. Like
His
roughly.
pace seems to have buttoned off just slightly, but he's still the quickest car on the track that lap, I think. It was an 8 flat, and cars around him and cars in front of him in particular were all sitting in the 209 range. The other thing to consider, Nicholas Gregg. Oh, he's tapped him! Final corner! And he's off the road! Oh, he redresses it. But what I was about to say is that you've got Nicholas Gregg absolutely charging at these two. He was 15 seconds behind the lead not too long ago. And look at the gap now. Well down.
Josh Hill's got the wipers on in the back. Which is interesting. There's no
unbelievable
rain.
watch.
I would like some rain. That would... Oh, God, can you imagine today's rain forecast? Throw that in as well.
Oh. Next year it's got to happen for sure.
Oh, yeah. We can make it work.
think Callister will have to put a full tank in. So Refalo definitely will if he's been fuel saving, which he has. They're down to a 2:11. I mean, given
that
there
was with the
contact on the last
incident.
lap.
Yeah. Representative, but
I shit me
wow.
bricks, Jesus. This is coming right down to it. Delaney's still... Look at that gap. He's about 5 seconds off the lead. If we can get an angle coming out of Forest Elbow Jave, like if you just get it to sit there. You know what I mean?
He set a 7.6 on the last lap, so he pulled nearly 4 seconds out of the lead. And there's Nick Gregg, so he's not far behind either.
There's
James
Delaney. So he'll
So
have
the
to
gap-
be doing another stop as well.
The gap from every car, it's gravitational attraction. They're all pulling each other closer to them.
Yeah.
It's... Matt Cotter has just hit the wall and picked up some suspension damage. Does that affect his chances in this?
Suspension
If
damage?
Refalo is in fact... Yeah, he's picked up suspension damage, as far as the little pop-up in the live timing has told me. Oh, right out sideways. It looked like he had the rear brakes locked there, Refalo. Callister's
I think
actually
Refalo's hit go mode. I think he's hit go mode.
It's lightly left-hand down
Callister's
there.
got some
Looks
fairly...
like, doesn't it?
No, not Callister. Cotter's got some fairly hefty body damage. I don't... He needs suspension.
Body actually looks alright, but I just read in the little chat that Cotter just picked up some damage. Was where I read it.
That's body damage. Yep. So
No,
that's
because it said that the
the
You're
left
good?
and right is the doors, I think.
Delaney's got
Alright,
fast
well-
Nicholas Gregg.
Yeah.
Delaney's
well,
on the move.
just
Just
to tell
like
you
that.
about that, I just
Boom.
well, to actually inform you, he just radioed into me. He's actually experiencing screen freezing now, so that's
Oh,
why
right.
he.
Oh,
Last
wasn't
couple
that
laps.
the problem last year as well?
Yeah.
I was getting screen freezing at the start of my stint. That's what happened when I crashed.
Yeah,
After my first stint, I went and I turned all my settings down to low, because
Delaney, he's on the prowl. 5 seconds off the lead. Zoom.
what a format this Bathurst 1000. Every single time it's run, it delivers complete chaos and enthralling action. As Callister is closing up on Refalo once again, it just 209 again from Refalo. It's worrying, like, to be going that slow every single lap.
It was a-
really need to be driving
Yeah.
to a number.
It was a 9-0 from James Delaney, only just slower than Jack Callister, and that was getting around another car as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like I said earlier, even though Delaney,
We have a
we
leader.
thought that he picked the wrong strategy option there, but he's just on this raw pace. He's buying himself back into the argument, even if he has to take a longer stop later. Because everyone here will have to put in pretty much a full tank, and if they're also going to have to put in a full tank, we think, or a little bit less if you listen to Munro in the chat. Oh, sorry, not Munro, Macca. That's my bad.
He could be. I'll be surprised unless they're sort of running a half and half strategy. It'll still be a longer pit stop than what the other guys need. That's for sure.
Yeah, well, you would assume Refalo, he'll have the longest pit stop he can have. He will not spare a leader in this. Jack Callister, we thought it's a bit touch and go. We think that he's definitely safe on fuel. The question is he going to be all good to, put in a full tank, or is he going to have a slight advantage in pit lane?
Just
I'm
a
not
shout
sure
out
he will,
to,
but
oh, sorry. Just a shout out to 43 YouTube viewers. Are you serious? 43. How brilliant. Make sure you all subscribe and like the stream because it helps us.
Right now,
Plug over.
this-
Continue.
this right here. Oh, Refalo's a bit wide, but he's held it on the track. But it's going to be side by
Callister's
side.
alongside.
Oh, he's gone deep. He wants to run it around the outside. And he's actually
Absolutely
got it done.
great move.
That was
All
brilliant.
right, that's key.
That is the
That's
net
key.
lead of the race. And you know what lap he's done it on? That is the critical lap. He's done it on the critical lap. This is it, the one where we think
That
that he
is
can make it
brilliant.
home safely.
So we're going to have to put a full tank in because Jack's actually been using more fuel than we were because of the track ramping up. We've actually, because he's been on the throttle more, been using slightly more fuel, and it's just tipped us over the limit. Oh, and Refalo's right out sideways. He's under
He's
pressure
trying to
now.
stay as close as he can. He doesn't want to give up this margin. Because
Absolutely. So that proves to me that he will be fuel saving into the next stint. So he's.
I don't know about that. 'Cause
It's hard to tell.
This is the critical lap. I thought he'd come in at lap 136, but he's managed to hold it out there, which means he's going to be on equal footing with everyone else, you'd assume. I think we'll see at the end of this lap, heaps and heaps of cars coming in. How perfect is it that we always get a safety car right at an exciting time for fuel?
Well, Callister leads it away. I'm sure we'll be seeing pit stops this time round from.
You'd expect Callister, Refalo for sure. I'd almost certainly say Delaney.
Shorter stop, of course.
Yeah, they'll be bringing it right down. 2 seconds is, or 3.5 to Delaney.
And here, Callister's in.
Callister right
Refalo's in. Delaney stays
Delaney
out.
stays out.
That's crucial.
Right, so he might just overcut it here.
Let's see who else is in the pit lane. Greg is in the pit lane. So all of those cars would have been right on the edge of
There's Riley
being
Smith.
safe. So
What's he,
Rusley and
22
Cotter
seconds?
are all staying out.
Watch Delaney's sector times. What can he put in? It's gonna be quick. Needs to be a 7, I'd say.
There goes Super as well. We'll see
the
what
other
it is
thing-
on the
other
exit.
thing
It's
to
going to be
consider here-
Callis.
Refalo puts in 112.
There you are.
Refalo
Callis,
was
112.
on 0 litres in the lane.
Callis
He
are out
must
2
have
seconds
run out
ahead.
of- How
So he's,
close do you want to run it?
So Greg puts in 109, Callister 110. So that shows that they had 2 or 3 litres left. But Refalo, when he was saving to that number, he was saved to that number perfectly. He couldn't quite save the lead, but here we go.
He
What can
did
these other guys do?
the best job you can possibly do to run out of fuel in the pit lane.
Yep.
He did not waste a single tenth of on-time track. He ran it dry.
Absolutely.
Getting in the car.
And can I just point to the difference? James Delaney, 25-second gap to Rusley. He was behind him when he pit. Absolutely class strategy from Delaney there. Pulled the pin immediately. They didn't just save for a safety car. They knew that if the safety car wasn't called, they were going to be screwed over if they didn't pull the pin. So
So, we think, Callister had roughly 5 seconds, maybe a bit less, to Delaney when he came in. That means...
About 4 seconds, yep. And Delaney did a 2:08.1. And Callister did a 2:09.4.
on his...
So I reckon if Delaney doesn't pit in the next lap, I think we'll see him take the lead here.
He'll run longer. He's got the fuel. He'll just run to the end of this tyre, or to the end of this tank rather, and he'll have fresher tyres than everyone later on, and be on the same fuel load. So even if he doesn't necessarily overcut them now, this could be a winning strategy here.
What was his last time? 2:08.1.
Oh, slides it with the rear hanging out into the chase and out of the chase, the cutting, in and out of the cutting. He had opposite lock on that car.
What's his first sector? 51.1. It's not the best.
He only had a 2:08.1 last lap around.
But
It's
his
on the
opponents
edge.
will be driving much heavier cars now, so he'll continue to pull a gap to them.
They'll probably be on about level peggings, I reckon, with the tyre grip. It's all on the drivers. What can they do?
This has been the stint of the day from Delaney.
So Cluna's just pit and put in... Oh, they've done their swap. Okay, so he'll be on a full tank. Yep, okay.
So here,
So they've done their last swap.
we thought that having to pit twice and doing what Delaney did would be the compromise strategy. You didn't want to be on that. But this pace, it's clawed him out of the compromise strategy and actually given him an advantage. It's done the converse. It's put him on into the best possible position to win this race, if you ask me. Whether he overcuts these guys or not, he will be right there, and he'll be on the freshest tyres.
Yep.
You thought he was quick now, watch him when he's on half a tank of fuel and fresh tyres.
He's done a 7.9 there. What can Callister do this lap? This is his first lap on the new tyres. So we watched Josh Hill in. Oh, he's crashed in the pit lane. What's gone on there? Not too sure.
Is he out of
Either
fuel,
way.
maybe? Oh, his
I
steering
think-
wheel's blocking the way. I think he could be
Looks
out
like
of fuel.
it.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. 6
Looks
hours.
like they're out.
And,
Jack
oh,
Callister 8.8. Oh, that's good pace. That's good pace.
it's good
Delaney
pace,
only
but
in
it's not good
an
enough
8
pace.
flat. I think
if
at the
he-
moment they're probably about level. We need the F1 graphic that tells you chance of overtake. But the longer Delaney can hold it out, the more we can.
If they only
More
had,
likely it is he passes. So
if he only had just under 5 seconds.
Josh Hill blew the motor.
Yeah.
Ah. So that's over and out for them. After
Delaney
so
should
long.
be running low on fuel. He would be low on fuel by about now. He come in at what, lap 125-ish, and he only put in 75 litres. That will probably get you 6. He's cutting it fine, that's for sure. We'll see a pit stop soon. I reckon we'll see Delaney come out pretty much level peggings with Callister. Callister will have the warm tyres though. So who knows? And then there's
The other
Refalo
guy-
as well.
Yeah, I was about to say I wanted to keep an eye on Refalo. He's done. an
Delaney
8-7
stays out
last
another lap.
So
Delaney's
Chris
done an
Refalo-
8-0.
Yeah, he did. Chris Refalo did an 8-7, which is all but matching Jack Callister. So they're the same pace after this pit stop so far.
Yeah.
So this is it. This is the final race. There's a couple of people to cleanse, which is Delaney, Russley, and Cotter. But after they pit, it will be a clean fight. We'll expect no more pit stops all the way to the end of this race.
Yep, and there's not going to be much in it for the start. Russell and Cotter will be quite a ways off. They might get overtaken by Greg, I think. They might come out about 7th. Well, it'll be 5th then. I think they'll come out behind Greg after their stops. But I mean, it's hard to tell how much fuel they're going to need to put in. How much will that cost them?
So now finally we're seeing Refalo start to chew into the gap to Callister. So he is picking up his pace now. But if these two... The important bit here is that these two fighting for position will play straight into the hands of Delaney. If these two have some slow laps because they end up running side by side and defending position and being off the ideal racing line, then you will see Delaney, his chances will shoot up. And he's already in a really good position, we think.
I heard "I'll know" from Jack Callister. I don't know what that means, but might have just run a bit wide. He's doing an absolute.
It seems like he cut through the
job
S's,
so far.
I think.
Yeah, might have made a mistake down there. Didn't cost too much time, I don't think. But Delaney stays out another lap. He's got to be running low
Jack
now.
Callister, so you would assume that he ran through at the S's or made a mistake maybe at McPhillamy, somewhere around that area of the racetrack. But it's brought the gap down from 1.4 seconds to 0.6 of a second. Yeah, Delaney's insane, man. Oh, sorry.
Well, it's on. It's certainly on. Russell's pulling out a gap to Cotter. Jack Callister puts in a 9.2. That's not right good enough. I think we will see Delaney take the lead when he pits now.
Well, when he pits, we still are not quite sure of what lap he's coming in. Surely it's soon.
But there's an interesting comment here I've just noticed. What will the penalty be for Delaney turning Turner?
That is true.
Could we see the race taken away from them afterwards?
Well, it's only if someone reports it. We'll see after 9 AM tomorrow.
From judging from what messages I've seen Turner say and what team he's racing under, he will be reporting it.
Quick update on the team's championship right now is that as it stands, it's going to be Project 4 Hole taking the spoils.
Yep.
Now, what did
but
you
if
do in your pants?
Refalo, who's currently stalking Callister,
Refalo will
gains one
finish
more place.
third. Yeah, he'll at least finish third, assuming nothing goes wrong, because top 3 have to pit, remember?
Yep. Now, as
but
for...
who knows where they'll come out in relation to Nick, so...
Well, has Nick got to do another stop? No, he came in that last time, didn't he?
No, he came on. He came in
Yep.
on the critical lap, so he's good to the end. And Refalo looking down the inside of the chase.
Refalo
Does he get
pulls...
it done? They're still side by side. Callister's going to argue the point back. Does he pull it up for the corner?
Contact's made! Oh, that's good racing from these boys. Refalo's made the move. I think he's the quicker driver. He's
Surely
got the fuel
Callister
safe.
doesn't give it away. Have a dive. You can't let this race go like that.
I don't think he's got
Slightly
enough
wide
in
is
it.
Refalo. So that gives Callister an invitation to have another look maybe at Hell Corner if he's close enough, which he is. Does Refalo block it? No, he doesn't, but Callister is just not late enough on the brakes. He's got a good run out of that corner. With the drag up to Griffin's Bend, he could be in it, but Refalo, you'd assume he'd move over. You see a little bit of a weave now, but Callister's not quite close enough, so Refalo's got that move done. Now this, we think, is for I wouldn't say the net lead of the race anymore. I think you'd have to say that Delaney would be in the lead when he comes out of his pit stop.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I reckon Delaney will take this lead. But it's an interesting one. He did turn the ABR2 car.
So do we know of any other cars that would be getting penalties then?
Yeah, that's the thing. You open a whole
Yeah,
Pandora's box once you start talking about penalties.
Has
in this
Refalo
race.
kept his nose clean? Has the ABR car kept their nose
Yeah,
clean this whole time?
I don't think we will get in trouble for anything. I can't imagine Refalo took anyone out.
Probably not. No.
Ooh,
Turner's just
said.
said, so when am
that's
I
right
allowed
in front of the
to
leader.
report? Wow.
Oh, heart and mouth.
Who-
moment for
who's
Refalo, I'm
that?
sure.
That was Cleaner there. Nicholas Gregg also flash red for a moment there as well. Now Callister's got to navigate this lapped car. So lap 144 of 161. Well into the final stint, and it's a thrilling conclusion. Delaney is continuing on and has a
He's
stonking
stretching it out a long way.
about 40 seconds or so.
40 seconds, wow. Do we think that maybe the graphic that we saw saying he put in 75 litres was wrong? Because he
Unless,
is
no,
running
he
quite
might not have been, he wouldn't have been out of fuel. Keep that in mind too, that's another thing to think about. How low on fuel was he when he put it in?
That's a good point.
It's nearly impossible to know. But he knows that at the moment, even doing his 8.5s, he's lapping the same pace as these guys. I think he's probably at around about the crossover point where he'll start losing time again. So don't be surprised if we see Delaney pit this time. He's coming down Conrod Straight as we speak. Refalo
he does.
slipping and sliding across the hill.
Those fresh tyres are going to be a weapon that could decide the outcome of this race, though. The other thing that we've seen is that we saw him gain a ridiculous amount of time on all of these drivers here. Sure, there was some fuel saving involved, as Refalo runs slightly through
Refalo!
at the moment. He manages to keep it out of the wall. Well done. But as I was saying, if he gets on fresh tyres, and he was already making those massive gains, taking chunk and chunk and chunk out of people, and he has fresh tyres, he could potentially negate a penalty if one's coming his way.
That'll be what he'll be racing. I'm sure that's what he'll be racing now.
Whichever position Chris Refalo ends up in this race, he will be the driver's champion. It wasn't sealed until as long as he finishes the race and Nicholas Gregg doesn't win, which it doesn't look like Nicholas Gregg is going to win, unless there's another safety car and it all goes haywire.
Fingers crossed.
It's pretty likely that Chris Refalo is going to wrap up the drivers' championship as well, but he needs maybe a couple more positions to take back the team's championship too, otherwise that goes to Project 4 Holden. Delaney leads Rustley by 24.4 seconds on the road.
Yep, we've seen that come down about a second recently, but I don't think that matters at all. I don't think Rustley and Delaney are battling each other in the slightest, to be honest.
Yeah, so what our likely net order is probably Delaney, Refalo, Callister, and then you put... Oh, do you?
I don't know. I honestly don't know where to put Rustley versus Gregg. And Cotter's in the same boat as Rustley, I'm pretty sure.
1 second behind, isn't he?
Yep, that could be a fuel thing.
Oh, Refalo absolutely sending it. He used the inside curve and the outside curve at McPhillamy. bit of opposite lock on the thing, and he just glided it out and kept going.
Boys, play nice in the YouTube chat. The lady's in the pits. There you go. Right.
Here we go. We'll watch him.
And all of the anticipation, it all climaxes right here. Refalo.
Lee Childs has crashed and Riley Smith has got into him. Down at Forest Elbow.
That's a major incident. That is a major
Is that
incident.
going to be a safety car?
Well, we'll see if...
Doesn't
Is
look
that a
like
safety
it.
car is deployed.
Safety car's deployed.
Holy... Okay, right. Safety car is out on lap 146 after an incident coming down into Forest Elbow. It involved Riley Smith, and I can't remember the other car. Who was it? I'm trying to catch my breath. Lee Childs as well. So... Russley and Cotter have passed the pit lane. They'll need to get a... Gonna have to race all the way back to the pits. And the commentary chat has gone absolutely silent because the radios are lighting up in the final part of this race. It's a late safety car and it throws everyone back into contention. Smith and Super into the pits, so is Childs. Smith and Childs would be to repair damage. Super, I think, is just a normal pit stop. But it's these two we'll watch because they still need to make their stops. They haven't got fuel to get to the end, we believe. Excuse me. Russley and Cotter into the pits. Here we go. So where does this put them? It looks like Delaney's still going to pass them, so he's still going to have the track position at least. While Refalo, we'll see. Yeah, so Chris Munro isn't very optimistic about the result of this. I'm trying to figure out what it means because here's Refalo. He's actually stuck behind a lapped car. That's interesting.
Interesting to note, James Delaney didn't get caught by the safety car wherever that is. Where is the safety car at the moment?
Delaney's the effective leader.
He's up the top. So he will get caught. Yeah, okay. No, so I thought Delaney had actually beaten the safety car around, but he hasn't.
He's so far along. Okay, never mind.
I don't know. He should have just waited on
give me
straight, I suppose.
So does that mean Cotter and Russley have jumped Refalo and Callister? Because they were going slower? I think it does.
Oh, so
it looks like it, and Cotter has come out ahead of Russley as well.
Yep.
So Refalo was stuck behind John Slow, Michael East, which I don't know if they were going at a reduced pace while Refalo was in a hurry. Obviously, you can't overtake during safety car.
You know, they might have passed the safety car. I think. Has Delaney passed the safety car?
There's the leader. Pick up the leader. Pick it up.
already.
Pick it up. Pick it up. Yep, great, fantastic.
Yep.
This is crazy.
Okay, so
I'll tell him to turn his green
the
lights
safety
off.
car is coming down Conrod Straight right
green
now.
lights are off. Okay.
Fantastic.
This is going to be a 10 lap just outburst to the end, roughly.
Paddy Donnelly saying passing under safety car. I imagine that's something to do with Smith rejoining, or yeah, I'm not sure. That'll have to be investigated. There you are, second now. As it turns out, that's a slow car going back. Is that Nicholas Gregg slotting into position? So your order right now is Delaney, Cotter, Russley, Refalo, Callister, Gregg, and then Super, Smith, East, Cicluna, Childs, Hill, and Dendork, to take you to the end of the Bathurst 1000 for 2021. That was Nicholas Gregg pulling off into the pits. He's going to jump on his fresh tyres, I think.
He's getting fresh tyres to go to the end of this race.
Alright, so that adds another spanner in the works. People who just pitted are on fresher tyres, including Cotter and Russley, although Delaney's just pitted. Right.
But the interesting bit here
So
is that
a little bit cooked.
is Super close enough to overtake Nick, who is going to be coming out of the pit lane very soon? I think he's going to maintain track position. So this is actually a master stroke from Nicholas Gregg to get on fresh tyres, maintain track position, except just put himself in a better circumstance.
Yeah, it's a great call there. So he's taken note of where the guys behind him are on track, and he's realised that he can pop out in front of them, even taking a cheeky pit stop. So look, he's done a great job there. What will that do? We know tyres don't mean too much in this race.
They do towards the end of a stint. So when you're
towards the end of a stint, we'll see the guys like Callister, Refalo slowing. They'll be a bit slower, and they might be more prone to making a mistake too. That's the biggest thing. More than pace, it's chance of a mistake. So look, it's going to be a tough one to call, but I've got
this
Delaney
won't really
winning
give
it
him
at the moment.
an advantage over the podium, but the two cars directly in front of him, you'd imagine that towards the end of this stint, he might be in slightly better shape. How interesting has this race been? It's just like watching one on the
And Delaney's race is more than likely against a penalty, but we're not sure. I mean, what do you reckon, Jarv? When you saw it, it looked like he just sort of touched his rear quarter panel and just turned him around, didn't it? But I mean, we can't tell from the live footage. We're like,
yeah, live footage is very convincing most of the time. Worth noting that second car's also been a lot of incidents on. You could file through a lot of incidents for each of the cars and see if they were profiles up.
yeah. So it's all to play for, but all we know is it's on track.
As far as
Who's
I've
going to take it
seen,
home?
Russley's kept his nose pretty clean, so he could be looking good if two cars ahead of him get in some trouble.
And Russley's quick in a straight line. He can put moves on into the chase. He'll have that advantage. He's quicker in a straight. Only just. If you look at the top speed over the day, we've got Russley at 297, Cotter at 293, and Delaney at 294. So he's got a bit of pace in front of him on the straight. So we're going to go around for one more.
Worth noting this was the leading car started in 9th position in the back half of the grid. Car
Yeah,
number
we started
99 in
10th and
fourth
we
place.
were. Well, at one stage it was Callister Delaney who was going to win, who was going to be leading out of them, and all of a sudden Carlos is in 10th, but those two qualified 9th and 10th. So, or more so, been their shootout laps. So it's it's all to play for. 15 laps, or how many laps? It'll be 12 laps green, I reckon. I'm going to duck off.
Oh, don't
just
say
for
green, you'll curse it.
last lap. Well, who knows? But I'm going to go and prepare myself for watching the last 12 laps.
Oh, this is going to be good.
A while on this one. It seems to. I reckon it's dragged on for a lap longer than it should have. Lap guys will be in the round. All right, here we go. So the safety car will come in this lap and we will be ready to race to the end of the Bathurst 1000, lap 149. It'll be 150 when they cross the line, and then we'll have 12 laps to go.
Rusley has just hit the wall.
Has any sort of serious damage? Or?
I think it's only panel damage, so nothing as far as affecting his handling too bad, but it still does make an effect.
There goes the safety car. It's getting very dark here at Mount Panorama, isn't it? Headlights going to be coming on. We've been going for just under 6 hours. We've still got 12 laps to run. James Delaney has control of the field. They're all piling up behind.
All the pressure.
Ooh, not
all
quite
the pressure
single
mounts
file.
on him.
Not quite in single file,
Yeah.
but just to not run into one another. It's probably a good thing.
How is Delaney going to manage this?
In the
I would be
cockpit,
holding it off as long as possible. Everyone else has gone early so far.
the safety car is now in pit lane, and has he gone?
No,
think-
was that
No, he
really
hasn't.
the
No, he
safety
hasn't.
car speed? I think he's going a little bit slower than the safety car actually was. But
He's sitting at about 80, but
is that right? Okay.
but when's he gonna go? Doesn't look like he's gone yet.
Still holding. Still holding.
He's gonna come out of the final corner. He's holding it as long as he possibly can.
Just Super and Lee Childs have just hit each other in the background. As we go racing,
And now he's
but
off.
this hopefully is the green flag run to the end, and we don't get any more interruptions from the safety car.
James Delaney will lead them down into turn 1, and it's Cotter behind. Russley in third. And then Refalo, Callister, Greg, Super, Smith, Cicluna, East Childs, Hill and Dendalk. Hill and Dendalk a lap behind. Looks like Childs is as well. So 10 cars on the lead lap for this run to the end.
I think there was a big bumping train all through the first corner there, because live time you just lit up with Refalo into Callister into Greg into Super behind him.
Yep, but no changes for position. That's the key thing. Matthew Cotter, the pressure's on him. It's his race to win now. He's on even fresher tyres than Delaney, mind you, and they'll be on the same amount of fuel. It's all on his shoulders. He wants to get past this man. And Bernie Russell's in the same situation. Refalo and Callister are going to be slightly slower than those two and going to be more likely to make a small mistake. But it's on for the top three. They're the guys that can win this race on pace. And they just so happen to be the three quickest drivers. Or three of the quickest drivers as well.
Funny how that works out at the end of the day.
Well, that's right. Here we go. Good run. They got the headlights on. It's getting darker. We've got 11 laps to go. They come down the straight. Matthew Cotter, he's only half a second behind. But Delaney, he's the guy that got to manage this race. But he's made a mistake, has he? He's run a little wide. Cotter will take some time out of him there. The gap's down a bit. So hard to tell. Breaking into the final corner. It looks like Cotter's got some better heat. Oh, Refalo's got a bit wide there.
Even though he does not have the freshest tyres in this group of cars, he's still massively pressuring the cars in front of him. He's searching for positions. He wants to move forward.
Yep. There's not a huge pace deficit on old tyres, and Refalo's one of the best in the business, so what can he do? He's not out of it either, but my favourite's Delaney, but everyone else is chasing him. He's the guy with all the pressure on his shoulders. It's all or nothing for Delaney.
And on top of that, a question mark about a possible post-race penalty.
Ooh, that sounded ugly. Was that a graze of the wall on the inside, or?
It could have been. I didn't see anything on the live timing though. Delaney, purple sector 1. He's on the move. A 50.8. That's
and Cotter's
incredibly
tagged
quick.
the wall just slightly.
Yep, Cotter's just picked up some damage. So he might now not be able to keep it to Delaney. Delaney looks like he's pulling away a gap. What can they do here? Chris Refalo looks forward at Russell. They're driving the wheels off this thing. Delaney, purple sector 2. He's pulled a massive gap out on everyone there. About 5/10 in sector 2 he's pulled out on the top 5.
He's doing exactly what he needs to be doing right now.
Absolutely, he's doing more than he needs to do. He's doing qualifying laps right now. But the pressure was too much yesterday. He bottled it in the shootout yesterday. He's got that pressure times 10 on his shoulders right now. But he's pulling it through so far. That's a 2:07.3.
So we officially have 10 laps to go here at Mount Panorama for the Bathurst 1000.
Russell just put in a 2:07.8 personal best.
Yep, so he's going quite quickly as well. Nicholas Gregg, he's on the back of Jack Callister. He'll be on the fresh tyres as well.
To use yet. Sorry for talking over you. Hasn't put the tyres to use yet, but he's hanging in there looking for an overtake. And especially, we've talked about how these tyres don't degrade much, but the laps where you really do feel the degradation are the last 2 or 3 laps. That's the ones where it's easy to make a mistake, it's easy to run wide, and it's just, you feel like you have nothing in the rear. Everything before that, you can handle it. But when you've got no fuel on board, as Chris Refalo now tags the wall as well, joining a long list of cars to do so over the day, you'd assume everyone's had at least one introduction with the wall at some point.
Absolutely. Field
Oh, a lot
spreading.
of curb there for Greg. He's run slightly wide going into the dipper, but he's kept it off the wall. He's trying so hard.
Matt Cotter now going quickly in sector 1. Not quite as quick as Delaney, but Delaney's still pulling away. Cotter's set personal best sector 1 and 2, so he's on it as well.
Interesting to note that his personal bests are still not quite as quick as James Delaney's times that he set in Sector 1 and Sector 2 for this lap. He's still just a tenth off here and there in both sectors. So despite
Bernie
not
Russell,
going
what can
purple,
he do?
he's
He was
still...
quickest in practice, but since then we haven't quite seen his true potential. But that's a 2:07.7. That's another personal best. He's just eking out the time there. He's throwing everything at it as well. But these guys are absolutely flying.
So let me read you the lap times of the top 3 for the last lap. 2:07.4, 2:07.4, 2:07.7. There is almost nothing in it at the moment. They're all trying to find the limit, and they're finding it to be in a very similar position for all of them right now. As Rustley picks up the inside curb coming through Reed Park and loses the rear end a bit.
Internet troubles, Nicholas Greg. I noticed he just lagged back a tiny bit. There's still only 0.5 of a second between him and Jack Callister, and Riley Smith isn't too far behind either, and a pretty interesting battle for 5th that's going on right now.
Delaney has set a 50.7. That's huge. That's a massive time. That's unbelievably quick late in the day in this race.
This right now is turning into a hot lapping contest between these top cars.
Absolutely. The quickest sector 1 that we saw yesterday was a 50.65. Delaney this lap, 50.71. So he's only half a tenth off the fastest first sector of the event late into the race. That's incredible.
Unbelievable, really. He's undoubtedly the drive of the day has come from Delaney. He hooked into a set of tyres. He came into pit. He gave the game away in trying to fuel save before anyone else did. And that has turned out to be the perfect call, because now he's got the lead of this race, he's got fresh tyres, and he is in the best position to just lap away. And he's actually set on the previous lap a 6.9. Unbelievable.
Yep, that's incredible. He's into the 6s on race day.
He's barely a tenth off of what we saw in the top 10 shootout yesterday.
Absolutely.
Fastest time in the
Absolutely
shootout
right.
was a 6.815. It's only slower than 2 shootout times.
That's his first sector right now is the fastest we've seen all
He's
weekend.
gone quicker again.
He's gone quicker again. He's right on board with this guy. I want to see how he's doing it, man. I've not seen someone drive this quickly, and he's got fuel on board.
He doesn't have to
He
save
has
fuel.
he has to have 7 litres of fuel on board, and he's doing these times. It's incredible. He's just pulling away.
And now we see Greg right on the back of Callister. Oh, does he have a look at the elbow? He has a look, but he doesn't go for the move. And, he's not got a great enough exit.
James Delaney has just done an incredible sector 2 as well. 40.3 is the quickest we've seen. He's done a 40.3. He's setting the best sectors we've seen all weekend. What's this lap gonna be? It's gonna be the quickest we've ever seen.
Well, coming around the last corner, It'll pop up in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen if it's the fastest lap of the race.
Oh, 207 flat. So he's matched pretty much exactly what he did last lap. 2 in
Yep.
a row.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Pulled
Absolutely
about 8
unbelievable.
or 9 tenths on Cotter there.
He's not letting anyone get in front of him on the track today. But he's got to keep it on the road. He does have to keep it on the road. And at this, surely, at that pace, he can't keep it like that.
Do you think he's going like
Right.
hell because we've been mentioning the fact that he could have a penalty looming? So he's just going for hell. It's
I
win it or win
imagine
it thing.
this message has certainly got to him. But we'll never know.
I've actually just had Nick radio in, and he's complaining about a bit of lag from Callister and making it hard to pass. So maybe that's why we haven't seen him put these tyres to the greatest effect
Not
just
the
yet.
nut driver.
God's sake.
And the other thing to note here is that we're seeing, and unbelievable, he's gone quicker again. He's gone purple in Sector 1.
Yeah,
is Delaney.
he's gone purple in Sector 1. He's getting better and better. It's it's uncanny. I can't believe it, to be honest with you. 40.6 in the middle sector. He's not setting records there, but it's still unbelievably quick. That's still quicker than Cotter, than Russley, than Refalo. It's quicker than everyone else on track right now.
The other bit to mention here is that he's actually, while he's lapping away like this, all of the other guys have been making small mistakes. They've been hitting the wall here, hitting the wall there. That'll be hurting their lap time just slightly, as we see Callister with a bit of a moment through the chase. And Nick off the road.
Oh,
Now,
he's
Riley Smith right on the back of him now.
He's blowing up on the radio saying that Callister has teleported backwards. Oh my goodness.
See, that's strange. It's only reading 40 ping for both of them on this live timing. So
There was, however, an issue back at the start of the season that we saw with Chris Munro, where despite having low ping, his car would often be warping around and teleporting, and a couple of people fell victim to it back then.
Well, Nash
Could
Murdock
this be
earlier
a
in this
similar
race.
issue? Yeah.
A bit of packet loss, probably.
that's possible.
Well, now that Captain Callister has opened up, which will surely give him a bit of relief.
Certainly will. But Riley Smith all over the back of Nicholas Gregg. We know that Riley will be wanting to prove something to Nick, that's for sure. And he's got nothing to lose,
He's
really.
actually grazed the wall coming out of Reed
Unbelievable.
Park there.
Oh, across the
Oh,
chicane.
Oh, that's Riley. Sorry.
He's actually gained a little bit of time doing that, it looks like.
Oh, I don't know if he has. No, I think he's lifted it there. I'm not sure. It's almost impossible to tell. But Delaney's pace seems to have levelled out a bit. It's still the quickest. I mean, that's the tyres dropping off, I think. Being pushed so hard. It's still unbelievable pace so far.
Ryan in the chat's got the good idea. You should be my moderator, but
It's going to come down to it for Smith versus Gregg here. Only a few laps to go. Riley right. Oh. Wow, he's certainly found some pace late in the day. That's for sure.
right, only
But-
5 to go now. Delaney leading
5
by
to go.
4.4 seconds, and then it's Russley, then Refalo, Callister, Gregg, Smith, Cicluna, East. And those two are in a battle as well, 8 and 9. Then it's Super and Childs, and then Hill, then Denduk. And that is the 13-car grid for today. All 13 cars running at the end, which is great.
That's great to see. Yep.
Everyone making it all the way to the end. Looks like
like
Something
what
about
we've got
here.
now. It seems to be the order settling down, but you never know. I mean, there's nothing to say. There's not a safety car around the corner that lets us go with 2 laps or something. It's
surely not.
who
Surely
knows
they
what
leave it
Bathurst
green.
will throw at you. Who knows what it might throw?
One thing to mention is that on the previous lap, Matt Cotter actually picked up a little bit of suspension damage. So does that end his challenge to Delaney? Although it was already very, very faded to begin with.
Still right on board with Riley. They're the closest on track, but they're being very, very sketchy. They're all over the place. James Delaney is
Didn't
still
get
a
good exit
rocket
off the
ship.
dipper.
Now you see,
Riley Smith.
this will be the interesting part, because this is the last couple of laps where the tyres that we mentioned don't degrade much. These are the couple of laps where they will feel really slippery. They only feel this bad at the end of the stint for a couple of laps, but the people in fresh
Yep,
tyres
and
could
that's what
take
we're in.
advantage.
Yep. That little bit of insecurity on the tyres will come just a few laps, like 1 or 2 laps later for Cotter or Russley. So I'd say the only thing that might happen is a mistake, but the way Delaney's driving, I mean,
I'm not concerned about Delaney. He's got very fresh tyres still. It'd more be how the challenge to Riley on Nick Gregg has started to fade. And Jack Callister had a sloppy last lap. He was a bit down on the pace and he had a couple of tags with the wall.
Yep, but just 4 laps to go now. Closing down. Closing down the gaps. Not long left, but there's everything still to play for. Keep it on the road and you'll be fine. That's what they'll be thinking up the front. But who knows? It's no easy feat at Bathurst, that's for sure, especially at the end of a stint with all the pressure. Riley Smith on the back of Nicholas Gregg has just set a green sector 1. That's one of his quickest of the weekend as well.
He's pulled 4 tenths out of it, and he's done it on old tyres. So, a really nice effort there from Riley. A late race charge to send it home.
Yep, the gap's down to about 0.6 of a second here. But we're not watching it.
It's alright, it's fine, we watched it for a while. Let me do the TV direction, it's fine. Anyway, we've got 52 people watching on various platforms apparently. That was a lot of people. Appreciate it. Make sure you subscribe on YouTube and hit like on this stream as well. Join our Discord server. Do all the rest. Riley Smith has had an incident, has he? He's dropped a couple of positions.
Well, that area of the
Interesting,
racetrack.
he must have
gone
run it
off
off at the chase.
Yeah.
Yep. It's unfortunate for Riley, but that's Michael East. Jump up, that's the only position he seems to have lost, has it?
No, he's lost 2, I think. Because he was on the back of Greg and now he's down in 9th place.
Oh, it looks like the Spivey Cyclona cars. Ah, yep, the live time is just updated. I'm running off that because I can't read the timing tower on this stream.
So
Sorry,
206.999 is the best lap for James Delaney, and he put in 207.716, so slowing it down just a little bit. But it's still faster than his competitors. That's
And
what
we did
matters.
talk about these little errors creeping in for the people on older tyres, so that's obviously caught Riley victim.
Yep,
And
certainly has.
But with only
Really kicking himself now. He's got nothing else to lose though. A huge gap back to Super. So,
yeah, although with only 2.5 laps left, our focus at the front you'd have to say quite safely that Delaney has got this in the bag as far as finishing first on track right now goes.
Unbelievable drive from.
Shut up, you lot.
Yeah, exactly. You can't strip Delaney of his efforts in the last couple of laps. It's been incredible. What you can strip him of is his potential penalty from earlier in the race, but lots of talk and it will be investigated. But Cyclona and Smith, great race in there.
And ahead of them into Hell Corner, currently Nick and East are side by side, and I think Nick's actually got a drama here because he's been horribly slow in that.
Right out sideways goes East. Nicholas Gregg, he want that position back.
There was contact there between them.
Nicholas Gregg cut the lap last.
Xavier, on the fly, do you know what position Greg would have to finish in to win the championship?
To win the Drivers' Championship? Or the
Teams Championship, sorry.
I don't know.
I think that position that he's just dropped might have swayed it back towards HKS Racing. So that error late in the race for Nick could have cost him the team's championship right there. I'll have to wait and see.
If you want to
until
do
after
those
the race.
calculations now, Shove.
Oh, that's a post-race thing with only what?
Okay.
A bit over one lap to
Delaney,
go. We're watching this.
40.2 in the middle sector. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He's still cranking out insane laps. He's going for the fastest lap again here.
So you need 280 points to, or HKS needs 280 points to overcome it. And let's see, what's Greg 7th, Refalo 4th.
And then you've got
That's
to double the
Delaney's final
difference.
sector.
228, 306. No, it's not going to be enough.
That's
So-
the 206.9, another fastest lap for James Delaney. Absolutely insane.
Incredible. On the second last lap of the race.
There you are, second last lap of the race,
Yeah.
fastest lap thus far. We'll see if he puts in a faster one at the very end, although... Well,
I'm
not
sure he'll be
if-
fine.
However, Greg
Yeah.
is still under massive pressure from 2 cars. There is still the potential to lose that championship win for the team's
Smith and
championship
Cicluna
race.
are right behind now.
But our eyes at the moment are focused on the leader of this race. Or are they? As
Or
we
not.
shift
No,
back.
because there's a little bit more going on.
Looks like Nick must have a problem of some sort.
He's got to have some sort of suspension damage. Surely. As
Riley looks up the
of
inside.
Goonan.
Pulls it up just
Oh.
fine.
That was so close. He has to go shallow on the run to the cutting. Riley looks to the inside, but smartly does not pull that move on him. He's just going to have to hold station for the moment over the top.
I wonder if he knows that this is all about the team's championship. 2 spots would be critical.
And he's actually up the inside.
What a move if they keep
he's
it clean!
great. Oh, he's put it in the wall.
I think they've
Slightly.
just ever so slightly rubbed the wall, but that is a great move by Riley.
And now he's going to get done on
Cyclone right the
Skyline.
inside at Skyline.
Oh, he has to concede position.
Yep, if
He's
you
been shuffled back twice now.
incredible scenes on the last
On the
lap here.
Final lap.
But James Delaney
Coming
out of the chase. They've got to give him the time of day. This man's final, I don't even know, final 30 laps have been electric. Absolutely insane drive. can't strip him of how well he's performed in the last 40, 50 laps. That's incredible. Macca set him up beautifully, but can't fault him in the last 40 laps. Incredible pace.
Nicholas
Well
Gregg
done
off the road.
to
Very well.
Cotter, and Nick has failed again.
So he's
Ooh, it's
fallen ninth.
It's going to be close in the team's championship, but I think Project 4 Holden just gets it. We'll figure it out in a moment. That was a
And
bit
Riley
dodgy.
off. He actually gets one
What
place
was
back
that?
at the line, I think.
Yep, I think Riley tried to block.
Okay.
Does Riley run out of fuel?
Well, that was a bit-
I have
Wow.
no idea.
Well, that is the Velocity Racing League Bathurst 1000. We have crowned a new winner, and that is James Delaney and Ross Macca. Well done to them. Matt Cotter and Chris Munro come across the line in second place, and then it's Bernie Russley and Deep Marath. That's Bernie Dylan Barton. Deep Marath and Chris Refalo come fourth, and then Jack Callister, Jack Meredith, followed by Michael East and John Slow, then Daniel Cicluna and Max Spivey in seventh. In eighth place, Nicholas Gregg and Nick Mello, then Riley Smith and Cohen Turner, Nash Murdock and Gus Super, then Lee Childs and Paddy Donnelly, Josh Hill and Matthew Richards, and then rounding it out was Noah Dendork and Ryan Snooks. And that was it. 161 laps of Mount Panorama all over. Let's watch the carnage at turn 1, because I'm sure there is some. They just like to do burnouts, I think, some of them. James Delaney fairly quickly made it back into the pits, but that's the end of it. 6 hours and 20 minutes later. Wow, what a race. So it's a thrilling race at the very end, that one, especially going into the last stint. And I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. So with Nicholas Gregg finishing 8th, I mean, that almost certainly puts Project 4 Holden as the team's champions. But it's also worth mentioning that Chris Refalo, unfortunately he's not on the server right now, so I can't go into his car, but he's also won the Drivers' Championship, 2nd year running. Couldn't quite pull off Bathurst this year, but he will pick up the championship. So, we have quite a while now until the next V8 Supercars Championship. This is the end of this one, round number 14, race 23. Thank you to all of our drivers who have joined us along the way. We've had, I think, about, what, it would be close to 55 or so drivers who have completed at least one race this year. Thank you to my fantastic race directors, Dan G. Caleb Pearson couldn't be here this evening, but Dan managed to stay on for the entire race, even though I said to him, mate, take a break. He's like, nah, I'm going to stay here, I'm going to see it out. And thanks very much to him.
Yep. So much, Dan. Awesome job, mate.
Well, I was going to do this when you weren't here, but thanks to the admins, I guess. Jack Meredith, Nicholas Gregg helped me out so much in so many ways. Thank you to you guys for watching, and I can see the viewership going down rapidly, so I better wrap this up. Make sure you get subscribed and you can join our Discord server. What have we got coming up soon? Well, we've got the 1991 Australian Grand Prix event at Adelaide in about a month and a half from now, towards the end of November. and not much going on between now and then. To be honest, it's going to be a bit of downtime. We'll run some casual races as we get ready to launch into a bigger and better 2022 with Formula One. V8 Supercars will of course be back. We're looking to go to America for a bit and run some support series too, or lower level series. So I don't think there's much more left to say, is there?
Think of.
Was that a cue for us to input something?
Oh, I mean, you can if you like, but
Good race, Nick.
Fun, awesome race. I mean, I'm so disappointed with the finish, but to come from 3 laps down and still have fun at the end, it was awesome. Awesome race. Thank you, Shav, for all of this. That's something
no worries at all.
to acknowledge. An awesome season as well. Refalo takes that. It was a great season.
You guys have got
finale.
You guys have got the teams championship, I think.
Yes, I got something out of the race.
You got to buy him a trophy now, Joff.
I wonder if Riley
geez.
didn't spin at the last corner of the whole race, he wouldn't get it.
That's actually a calculation worth making, I reckon.
It's because he's my teammate next year. That's why he's done it.
Oh god, all these people are jumping
wait,
the
no,
box.
Nick.
We'll go to
Yeah.
the V8 discussion once we're done here. But,
I'll tell you in V8 discussion, Nick, but yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So, that's a hell of a season. All wrapped up and done for 2021. We will see you back better than ever in July or so, 2022, for V8 Supercars. Of course, we've got plenty more until then to keep us busy. But as long as you're subscribed, you'll know what's going on with live streams. Thanks very much for watching, and we'll see you next time.